Yo, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you hear me before?
Nope.
What's up, everybody? Back again. Just kidding.
What's
like microphone on?
Dude, we're pumping right now. What's going on?
Just people buying. That's simple. Like people hitting that buy button. I mean, it's just like think about all the other times in history that HEX is pumped. Like it's a very pumpable thing. Like there's people that demand it, and sometimes the people that demand it have more cash on hand than other times. And days like today, people with cash on hand who demand HEX, they're just smashing that buy button. That's why HEX is at 3.69 cents. Got a nice screenshot.
Oh, sick. Tweet that out.
Nice little wave action going on. It's just literally like the most cyclical. HEX just operates on these like 3 pump cycles, like in both bull and bear market. It's pretty interesting.
3 pump. What do you mean?
Like here, I'll share a screenshot in the chat. It's just like every big move that happens over like the course of like a year or like eight months to a year, they tend to come in these like.
Dude, what are you doing with your phone?
Oh, sorry, I my hand was on the microphone. I'm just pulling up a screen. I'm going to tweet a screenshot of what I'm talking about. Just like in general, HEX has kind of operated in these like 3 pump cycles, and we're like kind of in one of the third pumps of like the second 3 pump cycle in this bear market. So like when you look at the just the general shape of the chart, in the bull cycle, you kind of see these like 1, 2, 3, and then it kind of changes direction or makes a big move. And so, and kind of what that means is just at this point in the cycle, all the people that were willing to sell over the course of the last 4 months at prices under 3.5 cents, it's like by now they've had so many chances to do it that so many of them have already sold, and so now there's just not a lot of selling appetite at those prices. And then all the people that have been wanting to buy, like they have a chance. And so it's just kind of like that recirculation of the supply based on people's perspective and just their price levels that matter to them, like in their own personal plan. So it's just kind of like that recirculation, and that's kind of comes in that seasonal thing.
Yeah, I kind of see the three pumps. I don't know. I mean, some people are saying it's like the bottom's in. Some people are saying the bottom was in. Well, let's see. For HEX, it was literally. Oh yeah, I can't say that actually. Don't want to dox myself, but around the end of the year was the bottom. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just hard to say, like, if it's the real bottom, if we're not going down anymore. But this looks really strong to me.
Yeah, I mean it's like just like it's a good sign that like there continue to be these like rebounds where it wasn't just like a dead cat bounce. Like we kind of how we took the elevator up and the stairs down. Like
yeah,
so far there's been, if you count them, like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is now the 5th like bear market retrace that was close to 100%. Because at the start it went from like, it got as low as 12, went back up to 37, then it went down as low as 10, it got back up to about 20, then it got as low as 2.8, it got as high as 8, goes 2.8 to 6, and then the lows of 1.7, and now it's at like 3.7. And so it's like there's been over the course of the last year and a half, you know, big greater than 100% moves to the upside, bouncing off of like a series of lower lows. Like prices continue to trend downwards consistently since end of 2021, but during that time there have been 5 unique 100% moves to the upside. So it's like that's just like a positive sign that through the whole bear cycle there really has been continued demand. And you know, you just compare that to any other chart of something where like they don't have like their bear cycle has just been like down and to the right and just kind of bleeding out. And so you know, HEX has certainly been retracing its gains, but it's pretty much like on the log chart but like right now it's like the prior like 2020 bottom cycle where it just went flat for the second half of the year. That was 10x lower than where we are now, and then the all-time highs were about 10x higher than where we are now. And so it's like we're right in the middle in terms of like between that like 10, 100 and 1,000x level. You know, and so it's like we're literally like right in the middle of like you know, has been generational, you know, 3.5 year uptrend in HEX. You know, where during that time there's been like just the launch bear cycle, which was really just like supply, because supply was growing by 100% every day. And then the second bear market in HEX was like May to like end of year until like big payday. And I was just like HEX had just gone up so aggressively that it was just kind of like, you know, couldn't continue at that pace. And then the big payday was kind of a catalyst, and then the big supply inflation decrease that happened as after all the adoption amplifier tokens stopped coming out. It was like a tenthening where like the annualized inflation rate went down by a factor of 10 from day 350 to day 351, like over big payday. So like there were some big bullish catalysts at the end of 2020, and then 2021 just like general market hysteria and kind of amplified by supply shocks like the PulseChain sacrifices and all that. And so it was just like kind of like
why didn't that supply shock have, you know, with the idea of like lower liquidity, that narrative gets pushed a lot in HEX. Why didn't that have more of a positive impact versus a negative? Do you think that was?
It kind of did. That's what gave it that last, you know, 25-cent to 50-cent move. Like that's really the effect of it, where it was really up there for quite some time. Like it was above, you know, 20 cents for like how many months? Like a handful of months. Like that's kind of that effect where like price was already so extended, and the majority of the supply shock happened during that time of the year. And so that's kind of the effect of it. But then also at the same time, you know, you kind of have to consider all the HEX that exited the liquid supply through the sacrifices, but also like how much HEX that was bought in the first 4 months of people that were doing, you know, 2-year stakes, like a nice round 2 years. Like there was a lot of new supply coming online massively in the money and at absurdly high prices, where like it's like a no-brainer for a lot of those people to be selling. And so, you know, that supply that left through the sacrifices that wasn't already like OA or OA related, a lot of that supply was just met with new supply that was just like massively in the money, and they didn't give a shit. So they're selling, you know, kind of no matter what the price. Even at current prices, a lot of those early stakes are still hundreds of X up, where, you know, they don't really give a shit because,
Well,
you know,
it's crazy to think about. It's crazy to think about too, with that sacrifice, and the like kind of perfectly timed stakes you're just talking about. In a way, like who knows what the chart would look like without the sacrifice? Because you know, people sacrificing that HEX rather than market selling it, you know, during this bear market from that time, which is crazy timing. How that happened right around the peak I don't know, like, where would price be today, right? Like, it's kind of crazy to think about.
Honestly, I think price would be exactly where it is, but the path it took to get here would be entirely different. Like,
Yeah,
it's like, rather than that kind of being front loaded in that, it would have just been like, maybe prices would have gotten much lower, but because they got so much lower and just like expended that supply and just reality took a different turn, like, maybe that would have increased the time it took for like a bull market catalyst to come on, and just like a couple things multiplying together, and it's just like, could have ended up right where it is here, but coming off where this would have been like a 10x or like a 20x from the bottom or something, like if price got really low.
yeah, that makes sense.
Probably.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
like,
I would agree. It would have definitely gotten to where it is now faster, in my opinion. But with that, if it would have gone down in a couple months versus like over a year, I think the bear market bear market dumping that we're still seeing would occur, and I think would be much lower, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts around like how the market reacted to kind of the mid-May announcement? Like, we saw a slight pump, but then like a drastic drop down. I haven't done the percentage on it, but like, do you think we're kind of seeing something like that similar right now, where people are kind of preparing for PulseChain, and we may see like a dump on the back end of it if it doesn't launch in like a certain amount of time?
There is a lot of narrative around that being like a big catalyst, but like the reality is that like it still is mainly driven by big accounts, like from a certain handful of months selling, and like people sell what typically, like, if like you're in a need of cash, like when the world is like de-risking and like just because of the general like macro just psychology going on right now, and was amplified in May of like mid last year, like with just the prices of everything going up, gas was skyrocketing, like everything was just absurd. Like people that are still like at those levels, like that's still massive gains from even like mid 2020, and so it's just like a lot of people like needing cash, and so it's kind of the PulseChain like strategy that people are implementing, that is one source of demand and one source of supply, but I wouldn't say that that's dominant relative to large accounts and like their general financial planning. Like that's like you have 100 million hex stake end, it's 25 cents.
I think it does.
How are you buying or selling because of like you have your own family and expenses?
I don't know. I think I agree with you. I think it does have much more to do with people's need for cash, but I do think that people were holding on to their liquid hex, for example,
Because they thought it was looming. Yeah,
exactly.
that's
Like
true.
they just the snapshot, and they would have probably dumped their pulse hex for cash, but because it wasn't, and so we saw a slight, surprisingly, I thought when it was announced like mid-May, I thought it would have been a much stronger pump. But I don't know. I think now that I think we're coming like closer and closer, obviously, to the bear market ending, we might see a bigger pump. But yeah, that was an interesting play. How's it going, Tangent? Good to see you.
Yo,
You
very excited. Good to see you guys.
Hey,
We're back.
We're back. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, bull market never ended, baby.
So there, not to flex, because obviously we don't know anything for sure, and so you can never say anything with certainty. But a few things that I highlighted multiple times recently over the last few days to a week was this idea of delay rather than relative weakness. So I was saying, look, on the way down, we saw many, many times where the market, say Bitcoin and ETH would crash, and then we would all be cheering relative strength as HEX was going sideways, and then days or a week later, HEX would crash as well. So I said it's reasonable to, theorize that that could be happening now, where HEX is just going to have a delayed response, but this time it's going to be to the upside. So that turned out to be correct. I also highlighted the fact that we were starting to get similar technical patterns like these flag formations, which is how Bitcoin legged up all through this month, through January, since the start of the year. So you start to see those same technical patterns, reinforces the idea that it might be sort of taking a similar path. And then most importantly, something that I stole from Crypto 7 was to say to people, look, if you're seeing all these other coins within the space popping off and doing mad gains, don't be sad, be happy. Because if you're confident that you're sitting in something that you believe in and that has product market fit and is a good quality crypto, your time will come. It will rotate, the economic energy will rotate around to your coin. And so the most important thing is not to make the mistake of chasing pumps and jumping ships into other things. And then it's likely that then you won't be positioned correctly when your coin pumps. And so all of those things, came true or were worth people keeping in mind. And so, and the other thing that I said was recently with this flag pattern, in fact, it was the most recent space that I did. I said, look, if this flag pattern plays out and breaks out, it's going to go to 4 cents. And it looks like we're pretty much doing that. We're sort of on that trajectory at least. So just happy for that to have come through.
That's like really, really good advice around, like, if your coin's not pumping, but you're seeing everything else pump. I think a lot of people make the mistake to like try to chase that pump, and then you end up missing the pump, of the coin that you were holding. And so this is kind of like really good practice for, whether this is really the end of the the bear market, or just a like, even if it is just a bear market pump. I love that because it gets people excited. People are happy. But it's kind of good practice to like keep your composure and stay where you're at if you believe in it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an easy mistake to make, right? Because you see those other coins pumping and you think, shit, I want to get a piece of that action. And in some cases, the coins that have demonstrated strength, if you believe in this sort of relative weakness, relative strength, then that logically you do want to have involvement in coins that are showing strength. However, if you're wrong and it's not relative strength to relative weakness, and it's actually delay, then it's not going to. So it's not easy. You have to use other indications and other factors, but really it all comes back to that whole thing. Do you believe in what you're holding? And if not, then why are you holding it?
Yeah, and I think that like what you're saying about like relative strength, like, I mean, one of the main charts that I look at is the HEX versus Bitcoin chart, and that one actually has a lot more like what looks like a really pure kind of like bull flag fractal going on, kind of in these like 1 year cycles. And it like I like looking at that chart because it's kind of like the assets themselves, they trade in their own markets and they kind of have their own business cycles, but in general, they're all like 2021 was, and 2022 was like a big shift for everyone across all markets, and so it kind of normalizes across that. And like I'd say that the HEX versus Bitcoin chart, which I think is like really the critical one to look at, since I think HEX really takes on Bitcoin for its same use case. It's like such a pure, like it doesn't look like, I'd say the HEX USD chart in general looks a lot more bearish and looks like in a lot more aggressive bull side or bear cycle than on the HEX Bitcoin chart. And just the structure of the HEX Bitcoin chart, I think, just looks stronger, and it's really just kind of forming like the third higher low, like on a big like month-long scale. And so it's like it's all about kind of how, like, I think that HEX can really capitalize on its like positioning amongst like kind of like the top, kind of like those like legacy, like, you know, coins that have proven themselves to last. You know, like Bitcoin's been here. You know, I'd say zero probability Bitcoin goes away. I'd say Ethereum has zero probability it goes away. And I think HEX, you know, is up there with that, that level of, you know, not going to go away. But so like that existential risk, I think it's kind of, you know, alleviated by now. But it's, you know, in a good position where it still is like, will always be younger than Bitcoin, you know, but every year that goes by, like our percent age difference decreases, but now it's like HEX is 3 years, Bitcoin's 12. So we're 25%, you know, compared to like back when HEX was 1 year old and Bitcoin was 10 years old. At that time, we were 10% of the age. So our, you know, our age is always going to be creeping up, you know, but still we're in like the early days where like that year on year age differential decreases. And so, and if you treat that as like a measure of existential risk, kind of that, like, I think it's called like Lindy effect of like, the longer something is around, the higher likelihood that speculators will think it's going to be around the next day. So I think that HEX is just kind of in that sweet spot relative to other assets, you know, kind of ones that have really broken through, like basically everyone on earth knows about Bitcoin, you know, or they've heard the word and seen like, oh, rich, people getting rich. So like it's kind of at that point where we have highest upside because of our obscurity. Only a couple 100,000 of us know about it, but that level of, you know, resilience and like headwinds, it's like headwinds in on their side benefit us much more than headwinds like that we have benefit Bitcoin. So we're kind of in that position of other markets growing has a positive impact on us. And then on top of that, like our own markets growing kind of even further amplify it. So it's kind of like two things support our growth. Whereas with Bitcoin, it's like, you know, Bitcoin only supports its own growth. It's not like HEX is supporting Bitcoin's growth. So I think you know, just the structure kind of playing out, I think is just really positive.
They're all really good points. I agree. And it was just by a weird coincidence that I had not looked at the HEX Bitcoin chart for a really, really, really long time. And then I was on the HEX Late Show and I pulled up that Aurochs website, which is a bit like it's a competitor to TradingView.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on that chart. And I noticed that the low that we've put in on HEX is actually lines up with an old peak.
Mm-hmm.
So back from like, it was back in like October of 2020. And I was like, wow, that's actually level wise, that's quite significant. And so, yeah, and I agree also, that's a good point. I've been talking about that recently in terms of very, very, very few coins ever make a subsequent all-time high against Bitcoin. It's actually surprisingly rare if you go and look at other coins. And I believe that HEX will. Obviously, we need to wait to find out. It's going to be this bull market, that bull cycle. Whether you believe we're in a bull or whether this is a bull trap, eventually we will turn bull, and it'll be that cycle where we get to test that out. I'm confident that HEX will make a new all-time high against Bitcoin, and join a very rare club of coins that have managed to do it.
Oh yeah. Imagine that, like third, like just, you know, if you look at the all-time chart, just the third peak, like they'd lose their mind. They would truly, like, they'd probably all quit, honestly. Like all the like people that have been anti-Hexicans from the beginning and like continue to let it dwell in their mind. And the people that are just like so against HEX because like they're just so pissed at themselves, and they just like, you know, were so wrong from the start and continue to be so wrong. Like those people will literally be like out of the game. Like they're done. Like how could you deal with that type of like inner torment for having like like not just because it's okay to like not know about something or just like kind of not have the awareness to take on that trade, but if you have the awareness to be against HEX, like dear Lord, that's like double whammy loss. That's like small money, no money, big whammy. Like it's
Yeah. Something interesting happened the other day. A friend of mine contacted me. He's reasonably experienced in crypto, and he said, "Hey, can you tell me if anything's going on in HEX? I'm thinking about buying some." And I said, "Oh man, I'm so glad that you looked into it because we used to debate a lot in the previous cycle when I thought HEX was going to $1, and he was like, 'Nah, it's not. It's going to crash.' And he thought the supply was. He's like, the supply cycle high. It's not going to do it." And so he ended up right now, it looks like he was correct because I was at around, 30, 40 cents. I was saying, bro, this thing's going to go to $1. And he was like, no, I think it's going to crash and turn to shit. And when he contacted me, I was like, thank God you've actually looked into it properly and you realize that it's quality. And he said, oh, no, he said he hadn't changed his mind and that he still thought it was shit or that not worth holding long term, but that he believed that the technical setup was so appealing that he wanted to at least invest in it in the short to medium term. So that's coming from someone that's not a believer in the actual coin, just purely looking at the, I guess, market conditions for crypto and the setup of how HEX was looking technically. And that to me is bullish because it highlighted to me that there would be people potentially coming in and buying it who aren't believers. That's a larger set of people than just the people who are diehard fans.
mm-hmm.
Oh, you cut out, Tangent.
Oh no, that was the entire story. Sorry.
Oh, got it.
That's the end. That's the end of the story.
I mean, I agree. It's kind of hard to deny, and I've started to see some sentiment around that topic kind of change lately. Where like, I saw someone tweet. He was like, I mean, I have no idea who these people are, but just like an account with 10,000 or so followers, with a bunch of like kind of big crypto accounts that appeared to follow it, where they were like, the smartest trader I know is bullish HEX, and just people just like in disbelief about that. But then also it's like by now it's like, people have had 3 years to kind of let it come around to them, and at least probably people will start being like a little more neutral. Like if HEX continues to prove itself, like it is kind of a slow process, but generally I would say that the like true HEX like hatred probably gonna subside, or at least just not be like because it's all about like what people's kind of first impression were. But a lot of the people whose first impression of HEX is bad, a lot of those people are out of the game. Like think about how many people lost everything to FTX or Luna or BlockFi or Celsius, and so it's just like they don't even get on Twitter anymore. Like they're just like out of the they don't they're so like depressed that they don't have that energy to kind of make that argument, and like, or they're just done with. So it's like, a lot of, I think our enemies really are just wiped out. And so it's like, there's not really an enemy there anymore. And by now it's like, HEX is kind of more mature. A lot of the FUD was just like leftover echoes of like FUD that had to do with the launch. I mean, listen to literally yesterday on a space, this guy was talking about how he's talking about how do I explain to my friends that the OA recycles the ETH, and he's talking about like literally like nuances of the launch strategy and the launch dynamics that like it's just like just that topic. It's like you hear less and less of that, and people's first impression around the topic isn't about that anymore. And so it's like the new people's first impressions are maybe more positive. Maybe the first impression of HEX is like, oh wow, it rebounded 100% today, and then maybe in a couple weeks like 500% off the lows. That's a whole new group of people's first impression about it. they don't really care about the old stuff. They don't care about the PulseChain. Like, you know, so there's kind of always a new beginning, and that's kind of how we're going to grow.
You know, there are a lot of parallels between HEX and Bitcoin, and so there are many things like it's almost like being in HEX is like an accelerated version of the early days of Bitcoin. The struggles of getting adoption, the knowing that you've got something that's quality and world changing, but no matter how much you tell people and try and explain it to them, it's like you can't get through to them. These situations where other coins come along and try and steal the narratives and say, our coin's the next Bitcoin. That's been happening to HEX, where other people have been like, yo, this is the coin that you're going to get the next 10,000 X in. And the criticisms of the criticisms that have been leveled at other projects like Bitcoin at the time also coming around. So for me, there has been in a lot of ways this sense of deja vu as things have happened where I'm like, this is very similar to the shit that was happening with Bitcoin. And so maybe as a Bitcoin person from a while ago, I'm better equipped in terms of psychologically and argumentatively to handle those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And not to say that other people aren't, but just in terms of, or at least just to not be quite as surprised when it happens. And so I think it's good that the people, you know, get to learn those lessons, like I said, in an accelerated fashion. It's great. And ultimately it builds large communities with, you know, who are resistant to those sorts of things. The thing that HEX got right a lot faster than any other crypto was the protection against scams, like the anti-scam attitudes and knowledge that Richard instilled into the community that propagated so fast and so effectively that I've never seen anything like that. But everything else, or a lot of the other aspects, have to be a slower process, like you said, or sometimes people have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, as time goes on, like I think we spend way too much time comparing HEX to Bitcoin, if I'm being honest. Like I never felt like we're really actually competing against the same thing. Like to me, HEX is not like peer-to-peer cash, and I feel like Bitcoin moves more.
No, Bitcoin's not peer-to-peer. I think it's about the savings use case that we compete, but the peer-to-peer cash, I don't think we can.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, to me, I feel like the savings use case, I don't know.
That's like the big money one.
Well, maybe I mean, the narrative that gets pushed in the media and like is all these, you know, companies or all these countries, you know, like legal tender pushes and like in that regards, like I just don't feel like, you know, HEX we're trying to compete with like becoming money. Like we're a speculative asset, and I think we own that space and especially around staking and delayed gratification. You know, but yeah, I mean, from a savings perspective, like we do compete, but I don't know. I don't think.
Well, but didn't Richard say that he wants HEX to be the world reserve currency? So in at least that respect, there's a competition. I haven't heard that many people, like, as in maybe early on in HEX, there was that comparison or competition with Bitcoin, but from what I've seen later, I haven't really heard that many people talking about it in that way, in terms of a competition or that sort of thing, I guess. Maybe I just don't notice it as much because I'm relatively pro both of them. Maybe I just don't notice when people are talking about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty pro Bitcoin in general. Like I love Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin's awesome, and there's truly nothing wrong with it. And like I certainly care a lot more about HEX. You know, it's like, you know, you center around the thing. You know, like it's not like Bitcoin has been like a major impact on my life, but I'd say HEX, just like the whole experience, not just like the investment side of it, but just in general, the HEX experience has been a big impact. And so, you know, but like I also kind of, because like what really got me into crypto, like other than Richard early on, was Trace Mayer. And Trace Mayer's, I think, case for Bitcoin is really, it truly is timeless. And like the things that he discussed as being positives for Bitcoin, a lot of those things I see in HEX, and like that. So I'd say I compare it kind of in a very particular way about like just kind of its like role as kind of like a base layer foundation. Like that's why the savings use case is pretty important for that, and just like in general like long-term hoarding. But yeah, I mean, I people definitely probably compare, like there's probably more head-to-head comparison of just like HEX versus just like other ERC20 shitcoins, and like that, where those are kind of competing for different things, where it's like there's a whole like short-term speculative use case for HEX. I mean, look at the volatility on the chart. Like it certainly can attract people that are trying to trade short-term volatility. And in that setting, it's competing against all the other tokens and other ways that people might be trading that short-term volatility. That's just like, trading ETH or trading, shitcoins or just whatever. And so, there's certainly a lot of different things that are competitive. I don't think anyone uses HEX for spending. If you want to spend it, it's easy enough to just sell it and then send the USDC to your bank, like, and then pay with your credit card. Like people spend with credit card, unless you can't in your particular situation. But, so like there's, definitely those other use cases, are certainly relevant. But like I generally focus on like the long-term hoarding use case, like from a consumer level and from like a a society level, I guess.
100%. I can definitely agree, and I think it just comes from like where HEX obviously launched from. Like that comparison I think was much stronger because Richard Hart kind of made it a point to try to bring in people that were in Bitcoin. And I think as time goes by, like personally, I just think it's much more beneficial. Like we're always going to have somewhat competition there, but like just to focus on the things that we own and do really well. And I totally agree. I think the long-term savings, like I even don't really like the narrative with HEX around like a passive income, although you can utilize it that way. I just think it's so much better as like a long-term, almost retirement / savings product. But
Yeah.
the beautiful thing is people get to use it however they want. But yeah, and this is another topic like that kind of is a good segue, is like like we compare, like you made a comment, Dipcatcher, around like everyone knows about Bitcoin, but not the world doesn't know about HEX. Like, how do you, now that crypto's been around a while and there's so many coins out there, ETH launched kind of in the middle of the 2010s and was able to kind of capture name recognize, or like people recognize Ethereum kind of next to Bitcoin as like a bigger crypto. Now we're kind of in a space where there's a lot of noise in the market, and we're kind of alongside. Obviously, like we're a better product, but like it's a very multi-coin world, and we're on an L1 now. Like how do you think that we kind of stand out amongst the rest? In my first thought is obviously PulseChain kind of changed the game, because now we're going to have basically our own L1. But even then, it's like now there's a bunch of L1s, right? So it's like now PulseChain has to stand out in this multi-chain world, and HEX has to stand out in this multi-coin world. How do we kind of break through all that noise?
I'm thinking price performance.
Simply survive. You said price performance. I said simply surviving. Like over years and years of us not going away, and us like at least holding level with others in a bull run, and like not dying permanently in a bear run. Like the more full bull bear cycles that we can survive when others won't, it's just kind of like a natural like kind of culling of the herd in a way. And just like by I think just by simply surviving, we have like that's like kind of a timeless way to do that, because it's like there's there's always a future ahead, and it's not about like there's not like any one moment where we need one key price. It's just like so long as there's always another day, like that's like true success.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think that's kind of where our strength lies, right? Like, that's one thing, probably my favorite thing about HEX is just, and I just feel like we've been so ahead of our time with just trustless smart contracts. That idea that I feel like the world, even the crypto world, still doesn't really understand what trustless means. And we've kind of been ahead of that curve for like 2 years now. And I think you're right. And I think that's kind of why we're going to last longer, is just because of how our product's built. But Tangent also had a good point. I mean, I think just like price performance overall, continuing to like outperform the other assets, I think is huge. Like most people are purely speculative, and that's totally awesome.
Yeah, I think he is right too. Like, like that's part of survival. It's like outperforming.
Yeah.
So yeah, and sorry to cut you off, Tangent. I couldn't quite hear you, but yeah, you're right. That's all good.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Tangent? How do we stand out against everything?
I think that once HEX gets going and we have that, I've been saying for a long time now, price up equals price up. The best advertisement is price going up. And when HEX starts ripping, I think it's going to absolutely dominate. It's going to be just like last time, possibly even crazier. And that's, everyone that subscribes to the thoughts, like to the sort of preachings of Richard Hart, is that the thing that people care most about, regardless of their level of how long they've been in the crypto space, is the price going up. And so I think that will be hectic. Especially with the low liquidity at the moment, how HEX got really low liquidity. So if the movement is up, it could get psycho up. And then it just sucks the air out of the room. So I know you said you're sort of over the whole people comparing things to Bitcoin, but remember in the earlier cycles how when Bitcoin would really start to pump, everything else would get destroyed. Like it would just literally suck the air out of the room, and it would be the only thing pumping. So I could see that happening for the sort of the HEX ecosystem, that all the people who have sort of diversified out into other plays, thinking that they might be able to sort of like flip things and make more money, they will likely come rushing back to HEX if that is the thing that is just absolutely shoving green candles up the chart.
Yeah,
Today's one of those big green days on the chart. That's pretty exciting. I mean, just this week in general, like, just that it shows that that there is demand, and nothing really looks like a dead cat bounce. It's just like there's literally been like this like wave of like from December of 2021 there was like a big pump, and then March through May, then June through August, September through October, and then January till now. It's like every 2 months it's pumping for a month. Like that's pretty good. Like the moves down have been significant, like in between those pumps, but like even during a bear market, how many, like if you look at the week chart, there's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 of say the last I don't know 100 candles on the weekly chart have been green. 30%, not bad. Like not bad for a bear market to have 30% green weeks. Like that's true. Like I didn't even thought about that until now, but that's honestly pretty good. And and maybe that's why the HEX community really and just in general, HEX itself hasn't crumbled. It's like still 30% of the time, even during a bear market, the price from earlier in the week is up. So that's it's kind of all about perspective. So I think that we all the signs are there, and that's not even like fake hopium bullshit. Like it's like literally like counting the number of green weeks in the last 2 years. Like, it's pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome. I mean, I've been really impressed just with through this bear market. Like, you know, we didn't go down without a fight. Like, there was so much. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5. Yeah, I don't know. Like the 86% down after mid-May was kind of brutal. But overall, like, yeah, I mean, it's held really strong in my opinion. And honestly, like, we talked about this before, but the people that like sold us down aren't like sell into this pump. So it's kind of cleared the way for a really strong comeback, in my opinion. Like, it's crazy. We're already at 3.6 cents right now from I don't know, a month ago. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you make an interesting point that it does depend heavily on when people have come into the market, what their expectations are, and that sort of thing. And so people often talk about just two categories of people, right? The OGest of OGs who have been in from the start. Whales, I guess, is another category of people that gets talked about. And obviously there's a fair bit of overlap there. And then there's people who got wrecked from the top, right? So they're usually the ones that people point to, but it's far more complicated than that. And there's people coming in and out of the ecosystem in various sizes all the time. So it's interesting that you highlighted that aspect of the like system.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful thing. You know, it's like, I think money is so critical to the operation of society, and that's been something constant across all humanity. Like, I think that's kind of what made humans, is like the ability to perform accounting on their resources, and you know, just getting to be alive at the time where you can participate in like the world and humanity discovering what the like apex predator money is. Like, that's like a really important role in just like the advancement of humanity. And we get to just log on to hex.com and do it. It's like, what a wonderful time.
For most people, there are very few people in this world that you can interact with without money. So it's like maybe some close family, some friends, etc. And then for everyone else, all those interactions have to be underpinned by money to make sure that when you're doing valuable work for society, it doesn't go unnoticed and unrewarded, and you don't get the ability to then transfer that into something else. And so the idea that that system can be like our entire existence can be laid, our physical existence can be laid on top of a monetary network that is as corrupt and unfair as the one that we've had for basically forever is absolutely bonkers. And it's so good. In a way, sometimes I do wish that I had started my existence later, when this had all been sorted properly, so that we actually have money and state separated. However, I guess the future's unknown, right? Like, there could be other aspects of the future that's maybe less desirable than the lives we live now. So I guess we just have to play the hand we are dealt.
Yeah, and it's probably like a constant struggle of just like the individual versus like any destructive force. At one point in humanity's history, that was like, the human figuring out how to like stay warm, and then like at another point it was like the human figuring out how to like optimally hunt calories, and then at some point it was human fighting against like other humans that could do more than them, and like that kind of convolves to like how we see now, like a state that kind of controls the individual through the monetary instruments. And I think that's kind of like this perpetual struggle of like, there's always challenges to overcome, and the act of overcoming those challenges is like kind of the whole purpose of living.
there's always an existential threat. And I think it was Jeff Berwick did this amazing job of listing all the fear narratives that have existed for, you know, decades. And it was just, he's just got this video where he's talking and it's just scrolling through all these fear narratives. And you're reading that list, you're just thinking, holy crap, that was such a big deal at the time. And now it is, you forgot that it was even on the list. So the one that spun me out the most was the Millennium Bug. I don't know if you guys remember that, but everyone thought the world was going to end when the clocks on computers didn't have enough digits in the slots. And so everyone was like, oh my God, nukes are going to start going off and shit. And it was like chaotic, and people were actually genuinely scared about that shit. And then now it's like it never happened.
I remember that. I remember my parents like coming home with like a shit ton of floppy disk, and they were like, "We gotta get everything off the computer." It was so stressful. That was crazy. I was pretty young then, but
that's
yeah,
funny.
that was
Where'd they think they were gonna plug those floppy disks into then?
I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. The fear was real though. I mean, it was on the news like every day. Like, go get your floppy disk. I remember. I think we went to like Staples, and it was like people were preparing for like the world to end with floppy disks. I'm like, what are we doing here?
That is quite funny.
But I don't know. There's this narrative around like crypto saving the financial world, and to me it's like me and Dipcatcher have gone back and forth on this. I mean, I remember since Bitcoin, like, and I always kind of took the position that like if the government really wanted to like end it, it easily could. And I don't know, just with the current environment right now, I still feel that way. Like if they really wanted to cut it off, like they could. What are you guys' thoughts? Like, do you think we really, at current state of affairs, like, do you think that crypto is really kind of like achieving that narrative of solving the system, or do you think we're kind of playing like a decentralized game at the will of the powers that be?
I do believe strongly in that fix the money, fix the world. And the way I see this playing out, this is how it has been playing out, and I think it will continue to play out this way, is that crypto will stay ahead of the curve in terms of by the time they work out how significant the threat is, it will be well past what they will, so it'll be past the point of what they are willing to do to stop it. And so when it gets to the point where they realize that the only real way to stop it is something really, really, really drastic, it'll be well past the point where you can actually use that. And it'll just, so that'll keep happening. So they could have actually destroyed crypto and shut it down if they had gone hard on it early enough with, you know, with adequate regulation and other tactics. Like if they kind of used the tactics maybe that they're even using now in the really early days, it would have maybe stopped it. But I think it's going to be that you know what I mean? Like they'll slowly work it out. And by the time they work it out, it's the response that would be required to stop it will seem too extreme to them. So right now it's like internet kill switch. They're going to be like, that's way too extreme. But I bet you in 10 years from now, they're like, shit, in 2023, we should have used that internet kill switch. Damn it. We should have shut down the entire electricity grid. Like it will seem like a good option once they realize how significant this is. I do think that they're not going to go down without a fight. And when they're looking down the barrel of having to relinquish power, they will literally get extreme. But I'm ready. I think everyone will be ready by then.
Yeah, to me it's like I don't know. I still believe that they could, and where my mind goes is like, why haven't they? And my personal opinion is, I think that they see the potential to utilize the technology that's being built to further their power and control. You know, we all know about CBDCs. I definitely think that they've been priming this market to be able to come in allow it to grow to a certain level where they can come in, the technology's there, and they can just implement. So I mean that's my opinion, but also like the ability, like the defensibility of crypto, like I don't know, like what I was talking about with like we're all kind of playing this decentralized game is just because like I don't shutting down like Ethereum example, like for example, I don't think it's possible, but what do we all use every single day, or at least when we actually want to use our crypto in the real world, we use on and off ramps, right? And who controls those? The government. They know every dollar that goes in and out. They track it. We have to pay taxes on it. And so
question: if you were they, how would you like shut it down? Like what like if you were the like they, whoever they is, it could be a lot of people. How would you like attempt to shut crypto down?
I would go after the stable coins, and I would highly regulate the. I mean, if I really wanted to shut it down, like push out on and off ramps in the U.S. and that would, in my opinion, I think a lot of people that say that they're about like decentralization, if it became illegal to transmit cryptocurrencies, they wouldn't do it. And obviously, there's the argument like the U.S. isn't the world, but like the U.S. dollar is still the world reserve currency, and maybe this pushes it a little bit, but I don't think it would. And so I think that would be a huge blow to crypto. So yeah, I mean that's what I would probably do is the on and off ramps, because if you can't get
sorry to interrupt. I just got a DM. Richard and made an announcement about the sync being complete.
Boom, let's go.
Let's effing go. And that was, oh, bro, I actually did think this earlier. I was thinking this hex pump could actually be insiders who are aware of what is going on with PulseChain, basically going and rushing in and buying as much hex as they can, being confident that an upcoming announcement or something that's really positive about PulseChain is likely to send the price. So, and then obviously that could have actually just triggered more people getting FOMO. I'm not suggesting that. Obviously, that would be like pseudo illegal, maybe, actually, probably not. But you know what I mean? Do you guys agree or disagree?
100%. I mean, like the reality is like, I don't know. There was this rumor started that we were going to skip like V3 public testnet and just go live. I do not think that would ever happen. Hopefully people aren't buying into that in hopes that the snapshot's going to happen.
They had some interesting they had some interesting reasoning behind why they thought that would be the case. Like it wasn't completely unfounded, like insane ponderings. It was like but ultimately, I just always by default, if Richard says something, I assume that he's not lying to us. And a couple of times he did say that there would be a testnet. So I'm just going with that for now.
He has the awareness to know that you need to run a testnet.
Yeah, 100%. I don't see
that. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it would be awesome. It's live, like Matty Allen. But yeah, I think we got to test, and like, yeah, it's always hard to tell. Like the thing about, and I think that you were actually talking about this in your space, Tangent. But there's so many dynamics to like market price right now. Like who really knows if this pump is even hex related? I mean, on a macro level, like I know people say hex is decorrelated, but like we've got a very big ETH liquidity pool. And if you believe in Hart's law, like why wouldn't that affect price in some degree? But just on a macro level, like the Fed rate announcement had a factor, and PulseChain being launched. Like there's so many things that are affecting price. It's very hard to like, be 100% certain what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm excited. Like to me, like obviously, I think most people are more excited about testnet because it's just one more step closer to mainnet launch. But I'm actually excited to try it out. And for the people listening, like if you haven't used testnet V2B, I would highly recommend that when V3 comes out to play around with it, because it's like this is your opportunity to get a leg up on everyone else who isn't using it and to learn without real money. Like learn how to use PulseX, learn how to do limit orders, learn how like you want to have you have the opportunity to have a solid knowledge base going in before pre-launch, and that I think will give you a massive advantage above everyone else.
Yeah, hell yeah. So just quick shout out to Trade Mode James. That was who DM'd me about that Richard Hart tweet that's out there. And also shout out Bluey. I see him in the audience, and I bet he is pumped about the Hedron pump, because Hedron's pumping almost as hard as HEX is right now. HEX is actually leading my watch list. So of all the coins I watch, including coins that I don't own, right through to coins that I hate, HEX is actually literally at the top of the list as the highest gains for this 24-hour period.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've got a list of like the legit coins, and it's on top. Looks like the only looks like the only that is a little above is DYDX, but other than that, yeah, we're crushing it right now, which is really good.
My top 4 is actually HEX USDC, HEX WETH, Hedron WETH, Hedron USDC. Taking out all the podiums.
Mine's HEX USD, HEX BTC, Hedron HEX, Hedron USD, ETH USD.
Mine is
the Hedron HEX one. I think is kind of how HEX, like I think HEX Bitcoin is the most important one. I think that Hedron HEX is like the most important one, but like, you know, for like thinking of the portfolio, thinking USD is just kind of default easiest, but like most important and most meaningful, I think, are the HEX versus BTC and then Hedron versus HEX.
I'm like what I've been studying with just our ecosystem now with HEX is like trying to figure out which are the leading and like lagging indicators of like upcoming pumps. And I think there's some alpha in there, but I haven't figured out like which one goes first.
Yeah, that's well. So Tanzo, I'm looking at the. What do you think of the curve along the perpetual pool prices? So if we're looking at from base, trio, lucky, deci, maxi, we go base is at 0.993 versus HEX. Trio is at 1.019 versus HEX. Lucky is at 0.914 versus HEX. Deci is 0.86 versus HEX, and Maxi is 1.318. What do you make of that? I'm interested in hearing your perspective.
I actually haven't been monitoring them. I went back. I've been making an effort to go back pretty much fully to HEX, and then obviously in terms of for the PulseChain launch. And when I don't own an asset, I tend to pay less attention. But there's a website called hexfire.io, which is relatively new. It's really good. And there's a Maximus DAO page that specifically focuses on the data for those assets. So as you started talking about it, I just went straight there. And yeah, it was interesting to see that those, you know, those coins were in discounts, that like you could get them on significant discounts for a good portion of their early life, which was quite surprising. And then I think base was the first one that started to come back to its sort of net underlying value. And maybe that was because people perceived that the deadline, or the window rather, that people would be able to get their actual HEX back out of the contract was going to be sooner. And then now, like you said, they're all close to 1, was it?
Yeah, they're all, so base is just barely under 1. Trio is barely over 1. It's 2% over 1. And then Lucky, the discount gets larger between Lucky and Deci. So Lucky is like at 0.91 and Deci is at 0.86. And so that's kind of like for people that are like, like into this hex pump. This is actually kind of a nice blessing where, like, I think a lot of that is just driven from like the hex price pumping today because people are buying hex with USDC. And so when they're buying hex, like, that, and if the trading pair is hex USDC, and then the trading pair between the pool is hex versus Deci, then like the hex price versus USDC moving up, that doesn't necessarily move the Deci hex one up. And so like that means that, like, because the underlying hex went up, if like your Deci also was going up to some degree, and perhaps people that were just holding Deci are just like, okay, the hex price is pumping, I have Deci, which has been close to hex, might as well sell here. So what that means is that, like, I think that some of the Deci price is just kind of getting normalized, because like relative to the hex pump. And so it's kind of a good dynamic, because like if that's the case where if hex is pumping, there's a period of time to get discounted exposure to hex through the pools. And so like if you're wanting to like dollar cost average into hex for like a long-term stake strategy, like hex is pumping, but like you could otherwise buy pre-staked Deci, 10-year hex, pre-staked 10-year hex for 86 cents on the dollar. And like that's kind of an awesome dynamic where like the hex price pumping creates an opportunity for someone who wants to buy with the intention of holding onto a 10-year stake. You can get in at a price that's not as aggressively high as the one on the normal hex price chart. So like that's actually a really awesome dynamic, I think.
Yeah, that all sounds legit and helps. Yeah. So this looks pretty. So unfortunately, there used to be a data row that was like the it was kind of like a premium. It was like or at least a ratio to the hex price, which is different to the premium. But it looks like he's removed that row of data. But I did notice one that's actually quite mind-bending is the Maximus. So actually, yes. So the Maximus one that actually has been running longer. That's at a 25% ROI over like current ROI against just holding hex, and Deci's at 10%. Even 10%, that's pretty extreme because it's liquid. It's liquid, so it's like it's all the benefits of holding liquid hex, but theoretically, anyone that was holding it minus any like minor deviations from the from the underlying in premium or discount, making 10%. So say for anyone who was just holding liquid hex from the time that this thing started to exist, theoretically, if you just held this instead, you would be 10% better off.
Yeah, like compared to had you just staked during that time. And so like
and just as liquid.
How we've been because like there's a whole lot of ways to compare like what is the premium, because it's like what should it be worth like by default, because it's like is it benchmarked against the hex that was minted, like so the hex at launch, like yeah, that's relevant for someone who was there to mint, but then then is the baseline like the underlying hex that it's earned to date? Is it some measure of its value in the future, or is it the penalty that you would pay if you were to have, instead of minting Deci, what if instead you had, and if you were to need to emergency end stake, what would your amount be? So like, does that mean there's like if there's any bid at all on Deci or any of the pool tokens during the time that the early end stake penalty for a solo stake would have been fully nuked? Like, does that mean that there's an infinite premium until that point in the stake where you can at least get something from the early end stake? Like something divided by zero, like the premium divided by the amount you could sell divided by the amount you would have got from after early end stake penalty, like until that penalty is not greater than your principal, you like it's infinite premium. So it's like kind of hard to even really know what to compare to. But something that's probably useful from like a user's perspective is to like think about like base, where you have, so the base stake is 369 days, and and so it has like, Goldkey, how many days left? Like 250 days left or something?
I think
Yeah,
240
so
right now.
there's 240 days. And so what would get you more HEX if you were to buy base at the 0.99 price level right now, or to instead stake HEX on your own for 241 days? Like until the base, like that's like probably the best like direct head-to-head comparison of the liquid price in the current moment to like what it actually is. It's like you're effectively buying pre-staked HEX for the remainder of time, and like how much HEX do you end up with at the end of that from the pool versus there. And so that actually pads the gain of it, because if you're buying like right now, like just say base is 1-to-1, and base earns at the T-share rate that it locked in when the stake started, and it's that those earnings are marked over 369 days. Now you're getting aged T-shares over a period of 241 days. That so it's like 369 days of gain in 241 days of stake time from like a new buyer today. So that's actually like an awesome screaming deal. Like you're getting
base
a longer
sounds
stake
epic.
compressed, a longer stake that started earlier before equivalent T-shares have ratcheted up over a compressed period of time. Like,
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think there are two risks that people might be over emphasizing in their own minds. So there's the contract risk, which is probably one that not many people get too stressed about. And then there's the risk that the asset could be in a discount at the time that you theoretically want to sell it. And if people are being honest with themselves, it's probably unlikely they're going to sell their liquid anyway, but this is like in a situation where you need the money. You wouldn't want to have to cop a loss because the price of base is below what it's actually valued at, or even below, say, 1 HEX at that time. So people might feel safer staying in HEX so that you've got HEX. And I think they might be factors.
Yeah, I agree. And also the demographic of the people that minted in the perpetual pools versus the people that minted into Maxi, it was very different. Because like with Maxi, that had less than 300 million HEX, it was like 294 million HEX. But then base, but then the four pools together had like over 1 billion HEX. And so like much larger pools of HEX were coming in. So just generally, like there's pretty huge supply of pre-staked HEX out there. Like it's huge. And then you even as a different form. And so like there is actually pretty high supply of the pre-staked HEX as well. And then also because Maxi basically went straight to 2-to-1, like because that massive move, everyone expected Deci to do that as well. And since everyone expected to get rich off Deci instantly pumping, and there was so much Deci minted, and there were just so many people wanting a pump, the pump never came. Like it was all in everyone's head. Like it never played out in the chart because it had already played in too many people's heads. And so like there's also some dynamics there of like the audience for the pool, like for base through Deci, that one is a lot higher, like speculative group, where they were looking for like a short-term trade. And so compared to Maxi, which was like, no one was really thinking about the premium when Maxi launched. Everyone was like the messaging and everything was actually mainly focused around the gas fee savings, and then the ability to sell was more of just like a circumstance. Like it was more like just because making it an ERC20 for the accounting was just super simple and convenient. And it's like it wasn't like the primary thing. Whereas like a lot of people more latched on to that liquidity aspect, and if people are buying something because it can be sold, or they're minting something because it can be sold, then like that's just a class of initial user that is just generally more likely to sell anyways. And so it's kind of a good thing, because it let those like people that have like that are like speculator, like that high speculative use case, it kind of let them bear that early risk. And then now people that are using it more for the savings use case, it just gives them a good deal and it amplifies their performance. And so, it's kind of like the new audience.
Yeah.
I think created a lot of opportunity for people in these pools.
They're really good points. That I think that's a really good explanation of how that went down.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And also, it was 50% longer of a mint phase, because remember the maxi mint phase, it was shortened. It was originally going to be 30 days, but then we shortened it to 14 days because we were worried that PulseChain was about to launch in mid-May. And so we wanted to like make sure that the minting would be done by the what we thought the fork date would be, which would have been we thought May. Funny how things change, but that was the
You didn't know, dude. Richard Hart meant this May. What are you talking about?
Yo, price is pumping again, and we are getting incrementally closer to my flag target of 4 cents. We're now over 3.8.
Let's go. All right, we got to stay on. We got to stay in spaces. We're pumping.
Yeah, we're not getting off this space till HEX hits $1.
Oh shit! I promised Walrus I would do a spaces with him from 3.5 as soon as it went over 3.5 cents. Also, oh shit, and that we wouldn't end the space until it got to 5 cents. Damn.
Looks like you're on. You're not getting off to.
Oh man, I was half hoping that I would say, like, for example, be asleep when it happened. So then the commitment level would be that obviously I'd start streaming shortly after waking up, and then just go all in and keep going until 5 cents. The reasoning behind it was we were both convinced that basically once HEX is convincingly over 3.5 cents. So in fact, maybe the convincingly part hasn't actually triggered yet. We might need to see like a retest or some kind of enough time over the price to know that it's not just going to fall back down. Because keep in mind, this has been basically vertical. Like we've basically gone straight out of the flag and have basically had vertical price action all the way up. So I'll give myself that defense for now. And then our reasoning is that from there, we should basically be going hard up to at least 5 cents.
Smash honestly, that buy button. Hit the market buy button.
I mean, when it's this vertical, it never comes back down, honestly. That's how it works.
HEX is mathematically programmed to never go down in price.
End up not sleeping for like a week, begging whales by DM, like, please pump the price. I need to fucking sleep. No, the way I had it in my mind is that we won't all necessarily stay up the entire time, but we can just rotate. So as long as someone is hosting the space, and particularly because we're on different time zones, I thought it would work that we would still be able to sleep here and there and keep the space going.
We're literally going to hit 5 cents by dinner time.
Well, that's the other thing that some people were commenting, being like, your spaces is only going to last about an hour.
How do you add a tweet to the space? Oh, I see it. Never mind.
So you go to the tweet and then like the little share button, and it should be like right at the top of the options.
Got it. I got it.
So yeah, this is great. This is great. So what does this mean? If all that stuff is synced, then does that mean are we LFGing this V3 testnet? Or is it still some shit to do?
I don't know. I mean, all that is for like set up for how people can like when like that needs to be there for people to like operate their own nodes and just for the network to run. So like who knows what other steps are involved in, you know, in getting the testnet like to something where he sends out an RPC link and a number to put in for your chain ID. So you know, it's probably one of the last couple steps, but I'm not sure what steps come after that in between like now and like being able to like plug in an RPC to your MetaMask.
Well,
you know,
I was going to say, I do have word that there's very little testing after the sync before V3 goes live.
That's good.
Oh shit! I mean, saw that some people
like those like 3 bounces are on this line in the pinned. Like it's literally so beautiful. Like that's literally like this is like textbook like market structure where like lines that test from above and below are like really important because it's like where the market reacts. And like it's you never know what the thing is that's going to be the bottom, but it's usually like a sum of a handful of different like things converging at once. And things like this are one of the, you know, one thing that like alongside other types of confirmation indicate to large buyers who like maybe don't really care about sniping the very bottom, but like they don't want to be catching a falling knife, and like they don't want to be the first ones in. They want to be kind of like mid-range in, like just based on like the slippage and just their kind of perspective and what they have to lose. Like they're like large bags in a lot of cases are looking for that like 2 or 3 confirmations that like, you know, the trend is reversing. And like, you know, breaking through a line like this is one such thing like that, you know? And so I think that, you know, it just looks like such a healthy chart that I think that it kind of speaks for itself in a lot of ways, you know, like aside from all the other like kind of external things, like kind of the common denominator here is just like the price chart.
Yeah,
it's like what else looks so good? Maybe I don't look at other, like what's another coin that we can like compare to? Like what do we even like? Solana? I don't know. Like what's another coin similar?
I mean, I've got yeah, there's really nothing similar, honestly. I mean, I've got, let's see, my favorites on crypto bubbles is like ETH, BTC, Matic, AVAX, Atom, SHIB, ADA, BNB, DOT, Sol, Uni, Doge, TRX. And we're like crushing all of them. And like people definitely look at the like are watching, you know, crypto bubbles, seeing what moves the hardest. So I, you know, I'm curious like who's buying off of just like, you know, this current pump performance, like how much that drives new buyers.
Dem fighting words, bro. No, I agree with you that, yeah. And I've always said price up equals price up. This is, yeah, it's all that attention that you get from all these different locations when people, you know, whenever you see a coin is like the most searched coin on a cap ranking website, it's typically most people are searching that coin because the price went up and people get curious with the price going up. They want to know why. And there's a lot of people in crypto that still don't understand that this shit just happens. There does not need to be a reason. Like, or at least there does not need to be an obvious known reason. It could just be one rich dude that decided to accumulate a shitload of Doge or something like that. So I was going to say before that, you know, when Richard has been pumping out these updates about PulseChain, people have been using ChatGPT to interpret what it says. They ask ChatGPT, they're like, can you explain this tweet in simple language? And it's been really good. And then there was one where someone did it. And in my mind, I was thinking, yo, this one does not need a simple explanation. It's like pretty obvious what it's saying. And then I read the ChatGPT simple explanation and I'm like, wow, I actually understand it better now. Legit. I was blown away.
See, what's funny is Richard Hart actually uses ChatGPT to make those tweets. So it's actually a double GBT.
Wait, what?
No,
Are you sure that he does? Oh, bro, you got me. You got me hard, bro.
Axis, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
You enjoying this pump?
I'm loving it, man. I'm tracking the whole thing. It looks pretty good on all the hex pairs. I heard Tanto talking about what other charts look the same or look good. Phantom's one of them that's actually performed really well over the last few weeks. It's up 215% in 60 days. But
I think that was actually Goldkey that was asking about what we should compare it to.
Oh,
but all good, all good.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's just not a lot else. Immutable X did a pretty good run up. I don't know if you know the IMX token. That's up 170% in 31 days. But here's the thing: is Hex is decorrelating away from the rest of the market over the past 30 days, and so now that it's on the move, and the way that the liquidity is shifting around is like it's targeting like 10 to 14 cents. So you heard it here first.
What do you? So you think this is?
Wait, say again.
Oh, I think we're targeting 10 cents for sure right now. That's
holy shit.
Yeah. Well, so when you broke that, you broke such a big downtrend resistance. Like it goes all the way back to the big sell-off from the failed release of PulseChain. It was like, I wish I could show you what I'm seeing. Like I'm seeing that. Let's see. What was the date?
Bro.
The date was May 22nd.
Someone better go and get the ENS messaging system and send the hotline for suicide helpline to whoever owns that TO1 wallet.
The highest this price can go is like the top of the target for me, if everything plays out and we can get through that second resistance, would be like a 16-cent hex. However, I think it gets cut short by that 5 to 7 cent range, and then we have to chop sideways for some time. But here's the thing that's working in our favor is like no one can forget the Bitcoin and the ETH pairs, which we've just recently broken out of. Like those pairs now, that like, because over the past 30 days the correlation is near zero for Hex versus those two pairs, now it can do the impossible, because now it's already proven that it's decorrelating, and this is where traders look to enter a trade on confirmation, basically. And so if you look at the 15-minute chart right now, it's just like going vertical.
Yes, dude, this is what I love to hear.
Mm-hmm. And Axis, what do you think? Like, so some that I look at, like, I in a lot of ways I kind of ignore even just like the price number, but like I like to look at just like general shapes and like look at what I posted there. Like, you know, maybe this is just like bullish hopium cherry picking, but something that I noticed in just like the hex chart is like just the general curvature of our market moves. They look more parabolic to like in like the positive, like they're how I describe it versus Solana in the pinned tweet. Like it's like positive, meaning like it's kind of curved up, curved outwards, whereas the like other ones they generally kind of curve inwards, and like and that can be either like positive curvature or negative curvature, like a lens, And
yeah. So you're like, so how the parabola goes more and more stronger to the upside till it just starts printing straight up and down candles. Yes.
like is it a convex mirror or a concave type of thing? And
Yeah.
it's like, and what that means is like in general it like accelerates, and so like
Yeah, that's a
where
function of the liquidity. Yep, because there's such
yeah
low liquidity out there.
yeah, and maybe that's like a function of like Solana being generally like a pretty highly like institutional coin where like you know higher price may unlock like a lot of selling just in general, like there's just kind of a lot of overhead on the price. And but I think that's something that you see kind of bubble up from those short time frames, is like the sum of all those like over the course of like a month, like
I see what you mean on the Solana chart. I'm looking at it right now on like a monthly, and it goes vertical for a couple candles into resistance, and then it goes sideways and rolls over, and then it goes straight up and rolls over, and then it goes straight up and it rolls over. So it's like, whereas HEX doesn't really do the rollover thing very well. It rolls up.
Yeah, I wonder what that like. Maybe that's like something where like people like some percent like of all the like say like on the price move in HEX from like like when it first went from like say like 1 to like 12 cents, whatever that first big move was before it kind of retraced, like maybe what that means is that like some percent of the people that are buying that pump up and like making the pump, maybe like some group of those people are just instantly staking, and so that's like coins that were in the liquidity pool for sale, now those are like scheduled to not be in a liquidity pool for years. Like maybe that
Yeah, I mean, that obviously is a pumpamental, and it definitely plays a part of like why price goes up. But honestly, my opinion on why you get the vertical price moves is if you look at the HEX liquidity pool, and I've made comment about this in the like last night's stream with HEX Ray Vision and Kareem, was that the liquidity pool is kind of like when the sentiment flips, it's immediate. And what happened was like 3 weeks ago, there was 350 million HEX in the pool, and there was only about 1.2 million USDC in the pool. And so 350 million before, now there's only 45 million HEX left in the pool. So like what happens is those guys that was providing liquidity have pulled out the liquidity on the HEX side. So whether they get absorbed from buyers or they get pulled out or they get both simultaneously, the ratios have completely, like the liquidity looks nothing like it did 3 weeks ago. And it happened so fast because that thing for about 7 months has just been going from like that 90 million HEX range all the way up to 350 million, then back down to 250 million, then back up to 350 million as those big bags dumped hundreds and hundreds of millions of HEX into the pools, which was basically feeding the big guys that were market making. They were absorbing more and more hundreds of millions of HEX coins at lower and lower prices. And now they've basically yanked all of that HEX liquidity out. And now we're back in bull territory. And the reason why is because in the most bullish parts of HEX's history, the liquidity pool trades somewhere between 30 million HEX and 60 million HEX. Right now we're at 45 million HEX in the pool. So our liquidity in USDC on that side of the pair, it went up from 1.2 million at the low up to almost 5 million now. It's 4.57 million right now. So that's up by a factor of almost 5, whereas the HEX in the pools has gone down by a factor of like 6. So it's like pretty incredible that now we're back trading in that basically that bare bones bottom zone. We have our De Beers moment again, and there's just no HEX left. There's 45 million left at 3.9 cents. And so what now, this is where you left everyone behind, and everybody that wanted to buy before and is waiting for lower now has to wait 6 to 9 months for maybe to get it back at like that 3 cent range. Because that's how long it's going to take for this momentum to stop.
And that's if it even goes back there, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm basically saying that's like the lowest it would. Like basically like good luck ever getting below 2 cents ever. Like those prices are now gone forever. Like goodbye.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's just over. Like and that's why that's why everyone people get on me, like the haters get on me because I'm bullish about HEX. The reason is because I didn't want people to miss the chance of a lifetime to buy penny and a half, 2 cent HEX that would be here and gone in a matter of months in a world where crypto moves up thousands of percent in weeks. Like that's just the reality of what crypto does, and HEX in particular does it better than anything else. It's designed to do that, and So while everyone wanted to be overly bearish and hater mode, like now everyone's been left behind and they're forced to have to buy higher.
Yeah, I think we were only under 2 cents for about a week.
Let's see here. It's funny because if we pull up the historical volatility, that chart on on a 28-day moving average, which is roughly a month, it made all-time lows, and now we're back above into the channel. So volatility is now, it hit all-time lows right before Godwill pumped it on October 21st. The volatility hit all-time lows, and then the increase in volatility came from that injection of liquidity from Godwill that pushed price from 3 cents up to 5 cents. So you got a 2-penny move. He increased the volatility over a very short time frame. It was only about 4.5 days, and that basically set the beginning motions of the bottoming. And what looked like then was the narrative was exit liquidity for guys that dumped the price all the way down to 1.5 cents. But the reality was that him injecting liquidity enticed those guys to exit, the last of the last. And you got so many capitulation wicks along that run. So the price dropped from 5 cents down to 1.5, and it was like a 65% drop in price over 62 days. So it was 2 months of down, but there was hundreds and hundreds of millions. And so the sellers actually shot themselves in the foot because now all of that hundreds of millions is now out of their hands, and they've capitulated. That's through capitulation to the lows. And now, like, you had consolidation and the ascending triangle, and now you've broken out cleanly off that level. And now the price is going vertical as a function of that 350 million hex that was in there on like 30 days ago. It's gone. There's only 45 million left in the pool. So
That's crazy. Dang, we're at 39.2 right now. 4 cents. Let's go.
Yep, we're back. Hex is back.
You know what's funny about, like, it's like every coin. I mean, there's always going to be people that kind of whiny rage quit. I think like in Bitcoin, like there was an era of like especially around like the Bitcoin Cash, like the block size debate. There's just like people that were prominent in the Bitcoin community back then. There's like a lot of whiny rage quitting, and like those people who like whiny rage quit Bitcoin when it was like $700, like they were mega wrecked because they just dumped all their Bitcoin, or they dumped all the Bitcoin for Bitcoin Cash and went down like 99%. Whereas like even in Hex, we may have some people that kind of whiny rage quit, but they're still locked in, and so it's like no one actually had, like, I mean, maybe some people, maybe that one guy who made that one thing way long ago before anyone remembers about it, like almost no one actually, like, even if they're maybe disgruntled, people actually don't really leave Hex. It's kind of funny. Like even our haters still have huge financial upside in it. Like people that became haters, like it's actually kind of a hilarious thing. And I think there's some like beautiful harmony in that, where like even people that are like pissed off about it, there's a chance that Hex still becomes the highest performing thing, even if they like, come out whiny rage quitting about it.
100%. It's like a marriage. It's like, we know growth can come from all good times. So like the bad times is what creates like a stronger relationship. And so like the assets forcing you to, address your insecurities with it and like get them all out in the open. And now we know as a community who's who. And they've kind of like, maybe they turned on Hex at one point or the other, but they were still invested. And so like, all that was basically them coming to face with their own demons. And in a lot of ways, like it's good because now they'll be stronger for it, and now they're even more bullish on the asset going forward.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like Hex grants forgiveness. It's almost like Hex is this like very forgiving being, where like
a god.
You can sin, but then it'll always be there for you, so long as you don't early end stake and like nuke your thing. So like you can if you really want, but like so long as you don't do that, like it's always going to be there for you. And I think that like that's aside from just like the financial aspects of it all, like just kind of that like almost like spiritual kind of presence it can have. in people. I actually think that that's like a critical competitive factor. You know, it's like that's kind of a, you know, because like anyone can launch an ERC20, but like what has these like properties that really like kind of latch on to the heart and soul of people? Like not really not many things do, and I think like in more than one way, Hex kind of demonstrates that.
It's love hate, the same way as like with like, you know, your Windows operating system or your phone or whatever piece of technology you're going to interface with in the real world. You know, your financial posture and everything also applies in the same way. I agree with that, and I think that, you know, you're kind of like, if you're a Windows user, you're kind of married to it in a way, because like you learned the system, you learn a relationship with someone else. And then there's things that there's gripes that you're going to have about certain things and functions and tasks within that software. But as time plays out, the software is improved and updated, and so then you also are updated as a function of that relationship, because you become more efficient alongside the software. And so as far as like Hex performing well financially for people, then that obviously has the same effect psychologically for people. And so it's going to really, this is why I always say there's a big difference between price and value. The value was the immutable code and monetary policy that can never be changed, and the first come first serve order of it, and how it protects new and old users alike. This is all value inherent in the smart contract that you only get by participating and interfacing with it. And even though you might not like the price sometimes, when the price comes back, and it will as a function of demand, like for that same monetary policy that's unchangeable, is when you just have that the light flip turns, or the light switch turns on.
Boy, speaking of prodigal sons, I just added a tweet to the top by Silver the Antidote. Silver's back,
He's
and
back.
he's bullish.
Back again, y'all, like I never motherfucking left.
Yes. It's like everything's coming back at the same time. The green candles, Richard's tweets, Silver, everything.
And think about how horrendous it felt when price was at this level in June of 2022. Like everyone was literally, because that was right after our fall from like 20 cents.
Mm-hmm.
It literally, you know, like think about how horrible, like people were like literally hating their lives.
There are memes about this on other coins. Like there are Bitcoin memes where it's like it'll say 20K with like a year. It'll be like 20K 2017, 20K 2022 or whatever, and it's like obviously the same price, and then the face in it is like, one is excruciating pain and the other one is like full joy. So yeah, I guess the context of the price chart does matter a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all about what it was like a month ago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also just with the violence of this move, I'm just looking at right now, like we just tapped 4 cents, everyone. Congratulations. But yeah, just looking at the price,
Yes, motherfuckers, my flag target was right. Hell yes. Take that, everyone that says TAs is horoscopes for men. Yeah.
It
is. That's why it works.
Yeah, dude. Dirty.
Oh,
dirty. You got him good.
Flipped it on me.
Let me remind you that when Hex broke out in 2021 May, it went from 2.5 cents to 6.697 cents in 6 days. So if you just look at where we're at right now, we're up 56% from 2.5 cents up to 4 cents in 3 days. Well, 3 days from now, maybe you get that 6.6 cents. That's basically how it happened last time. And you know, what's changed now is that you have a bigger pool of buyers than you had then. Like, the ecosystem's grown, and to deny that fact is just ignorant.
Cue up my normie friends asking me if it's too late to buy. The answer's going to be like, probably not, but
I think sub 5 cents
Also,
Yeah.
typically you don't buy on the tail end of like a vertical candle that's like 28% large, but
Yeah.
you know, whatever, you do you.
It's good to remind them of that, but at the same time, remind them that this is like the end of the bear. So like that, you know, DCAing in anywhere under 10 cents is good, but under 5 is even better. I think is a better way to look at it right now under the
Yeah,
context
I
of
agree.
where we're at.
I agree. Wait,
Speaking
the
of
only
speaking of DCA, sorry to interrupt, but the something that Dipcatcher algorithm that I put. I mean, you see it in every single chart I have. It's just like a private script on TradingView. We're not going to announce what it is yet until it's like ready to go, but I'm actually going to be opening up limited access to it from for people, not too many people, because for it to keep its edge, it can't just be for everybody. But um, I there's a pretty interesting concept around the how access is going to be granted to this, and so hopefully in the next couple of weeks, people will get to start playing around with this algorithm, because I mean, like, it's such a powerful, like, just the way it's like kind of takes elements of the Bollinger Band and kind of takes elements of like support and resistance to help identify like ranges that are good times to buy, and then it gives targets. And like when you average out the like filled orders from the targets, like it's pretty incredible, both in how it does on like buying, like scaling into dips. It in general, it kind of helps you avoid like buying into like the screaming pump like off of a dip, like that first retrace. It kind of helps you settle into that next retrace, like the next test of the lower level. So it's actually really effective in like just kind of taking some of the anxiety out of the situation. But also, like, if you apply it to the inverse chart, like it literally like called the hex top on the day. Like it's actually like it kind of works in both directions. And so this Dipcatcher algorithm, which has actually been powering the email alerts, which we're going off at the very lows. That'll be packaged up in a way that people will be able to add it to their charts and stuff pretty soon. So hopefully
Looking
that
forward to it.
can catch some
guys,
dips, and it doesn't just run, because like the algorithm, it did not signal a single buy on the weekly chart, which is the one I like to look at. It did not signal a buy in between October of 2020 and October of 2021. Like it went a whole, or no, until April of 2022. Like it didn't start signaling buy until we broke down to like 4 cents. And so like it can go a long time without signaling buy on longer time frames. And so I'm hoping I can release it in time to catch some more dip. So
That's funny that it signaled a buy there, because that's exactly where the historical volatility bottomed on the monthly moving average.
yeah,
Right before Godwell pumped it.
yeah, because it's kind of like it's like it's based on like a kind of a mental model of like, imagine you and 30 other people, and like all those people are people that bought the lowest price of the day, so the wick bottom. Like who got the best deal. Like there's 30 people, across a month, there's 30 people, one for each day, where on that day you got the best buy order. Like, it's like, in general, like you want to be one of those 30, like those top 30 buyers. Like, that's like a good, like, baseline target that you just kind of want to be amongst one of those. And then of those people, it's like, okay, there's going to be some average numbers. So like the average of all the period lows, it's like you at least want to be in that group of the people that bought below the average. But like, how do you get in like statistical positions so that you are like the number one buyer of like all those top performing buyers of every day of the month? Like, how do you get in like that top 1, top 2, top 3? And like, that's really what this like Dipcatcher algorithm aims to do, with like where like you dollar cost average in on the days that tend to be what those top performing, like winning buyers of each day. Like it kind of just like helps like target those areas. And so it doesn't promise to like call the bottom, but like just the way that the math works, it will scale into what becomes the bottom quartile of a major move down. So like,
Dude,
which
nice.
is, you know, which is like kind of, because everyone kind of wants to catch the peak or catch the wick, but like barely anyone actually catches the wick. Like usually the wicks that you see on the chart are like bastard wicks that come from some type of like liquidity pool rebalancing from arbitrage bots. Like barely anyone's actually sniping that wick. Like the best you can really ask for is to try to be in like maybe the bottom half of all the bottom wicks. Like that's good enough. And that's kind of what the aim of this is. And so it's not like meant to like snipe a buy, and it really doesn't give a sell signal. It's really about dollar cost averaging. But like if applied to a DCA strategy, it is really powerful in just like rounding out the bottom range of a major move, which is kind of the best you can ask for, and something that's realistic to attain. So
can I give it a name if you haven't already named it? I want to call it Smart DCA.
That's pretty good.
And the catchphrase can just be like, yo, even if it fucks up, it's still gonna be a reasonable.
Pretty damn good.
Like, it's still gonna be like pretty much like DCA. Like as in, it can't really go that wrong. You know what I mean? It's trying to add a little bit of like a little bit of a sort of a strategy over just like regular DCA buys. Like that's dumb in terms of the fact that it just executes at the same time each week or day or whatever like that.
Yeah, it kind of, you know, because a lot of people kind of get lost in the sauce, I think, with like they're thinking too hard and they look at that really short-term chart and trying to time when they're going to buy. But like you kind of flip that on its head and just like, you know, look at the historical charts. Like markets move this way because it's like natural, like human psychology and like natural like energy transfer. And so it's like, you know, it doesn't need to be that like that difficult. Like if you're manually pressing like your buy orders, like looking at those really short time frames, you're kind of nickel and diming, and it like the average performance of all the people that do that is probably no greater than the average performance of people that apply like a more like less stressed, you know, less urgent DCA strategy. And so it's kind of like doesn't really matter, you know, so you might as well just like alleviate personal stress instead of amplify it if like the expected performance is gonna, you know, maybe be equivalent. Like kind of doesn't, you don't need to go that, you know, intense.
Yeah, you know how you said it's not designed for selling yet. Could you just kind of reverse the way that it works and apply it so that people can DCA out as well?
Yeah, look here. I'm going to post it. I hadn't posted this picture yet, but I'll post it here so we can discuss it. So I'll show you what it looked like. Yeah, so you can apply it to the inverse chart, and so Dipcatcher algorithm applied to the inverse hex chart would have DCA'd out between 14. Okay, so 1/14, which is like between, it really kicked off in like, yeah, so like 16 cents and the top, so and 50 cents. So here look at this. I'm tweeting now, and then I'll add it to this group. Yeah, so like it absolutely can, like it's effective in that way. But like I'm comfortable publishing something that helps a user. I mean, it's framed as Dipcatcher. It's not framed as pump dumper, right? Because like telling someone to buy something that's potentially timeless, that's like a zero risk like recommendation. But telling someone to sell, like selling is entirely a personal, private choice. It's like entirely up to someone's own unique situation. And so like, you know, I don't necessarily like, and it's a lot harder, you know, because like statistically, it would have been a good time to sell HEX when it first tested 1 cent, right? Like statistically, that's off the charts. You know, most indicators would say sell, but then it went to 50 cents, and you're like, well, shit. Like, and so it's much. I think personally, it's much worse to tell someone to sell something, and then for it to go up massively, than to tell someone to buy something and then for it to continue to go down. Like it's way, way worse to get someone out early, like way early, than getting someone in. Because it's like, you know, it can at least come back, but like, you know, it's probably a lot more painful waiting for it to come back if you sold and watched it run forever. Like that might really eat at you. But like buying something and then watching it go down, it's kind of like, fuck it, right? Like,
Yeah.
so like just the psychology around like selling early. So like that's why I don't necessarily, you know, like that's why like I specifically make it like buy signal only, because selling is entirely a personal choice based on their own personal situation and perspective. So like, you know, whereas like a good DCA buying strategy, that's kind of like timeless, like low risk advice, like, you know, compared to like telling when to sell. But it
I have to say though, I do
well.
I do really like that name, Pump Dumper. That's
yeah, there's Dipcatchers, there's pump dumpers, and then there's pump chasers, and then dip dumpers. And like you want to be two of those things.
Love it.
Actually, we're
Yeah.
over 4 cents. What's our next target?
Oh snap! Hadn't even thought of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you're looking at, so just off the entire downtrend, the next like the 382 is at 6.2, like I was saying before. So, but I mean, there's obviously like maybe some resistances in between, maybe not. Like this is, like I said, the liquidity's changed, so I would be comfortable saying that 5 to 7 cent range, which would nail it at 6, probably. Yeah.
We're in uncharted territories right now. We don't know what's going to happen.
Prices that we haven't seen since a month ago, and then before that, 3 months ago, and then before that, 8 months.
Just think about the number of hundreds of millions of HEX and how long it took to push down and how quickly it's going back up. Just for like perspective of how quickly it can reach 6 cents.
Yeah, this is nuts. And I'm looking at these TD indicators on the daily. We're only a green 3. So it could be like another week of green days on that, according to that Tom DeMar indicator.
I mean, we're right now we are above the like, because like the Dipcatcher indicator, it has like kind of these bands that are just kind of like reference, like the lower bands are like, you know, like it's areas of like high chance of like bounce or like trend reversal, you know, kind of like upper and lower ranges. And on the daily chart, like this current pump is like clear beyond the highest range. Like here, I'll just post it right now with no description, but and I'll share it here in the chat. But like on the daily chart, so this is like a 30-day on the daily. We're like clear out of the top, like kind of like upper target. So like this is like an especially bullish day compared to like this daily one. But like on the weekly chart, we're still like what we're actually breaking through now is kind of this like benchmark of here I'll tweet this one out too. There's like a benchmark that characterizes the average of all, like kind of how I described, like you have 30 classmates, and then all of you guys are like the lowest buyer of the day. This is like this green line that I'm about to show here. It that's like the average. So like that's like good baseline performance. Is like if just in general, like if you're buying below that green band, like you're outperforming half of the top performing buyers of each day, like that list of people. And so like so we're right now testing through that band, which like on the weekly chart has been trending in like a very linear fashion down since May of last year. Like basically that like big dump down, like after the PulseChain delay, like right around that time frame, up till now, like the average of like those of how like the lows have just like ratcheted down has actually been pretty constant. Because you don't like just you see that band just kind of inching down, but like that's kind of what we're testing now. So like if you I love Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin's awesome, and there's truly
just for like perspective of how quickly it can reach 6 cents.
near
HEX late show.
like it's kind of half baked. These like kind of range bands, you know, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and like green is the top one of the bottom cohort, and so like the like we're now breaking past that, and on these longer time frames, like those are kind of those moving averages that sometimes things kind of can bounce across, and like, you know, if that thing is changing direction, like that's one thing that people look at when deciding if like the trend is coming to an end and starting to go back up. And like, you know, hopefully people that are waiting for that confirmation of like trend reversal, like maybe that is like one such sign that kind of like this like constant, I think Axis, you said it, and I love this word, the Bearabola. You know, kind of that Bearabola is, you know, kind of coming to an end.
100%. It's been broken and destroyed now at this point, and not only that, but a couple other things to keep in mind. So the Bearabola broke on Coinbase stock as well a couple days ago. Let's see, I gotta go check this chart here, but I think like Coinbase is an indicator of, I know you guys can laugh at me for this, but it's serious. Like when that broke out of its own Bearabola was on January 10th, and then it consolidated sideways for about a week, and then it broke out the top of its descending channel. And then now yesterday we saw, or in this last few days of this last week, we saw a 57% pump off that level. So the cumulative pump off the low was about 177%, and in stock land, that's insane. So if that's any indication of how bullish the crypto markets are right now, we got a lot more to go. So like when I'm looking at HEX and against like Bitcoin and Ethereum, I'm seeing like a 100% move to get to the 50% Fibonacci retracement level on both pairs. And so on the ETH pair, you're actually just above the 236. Next level for me is like the 50% retracement. I'm just skipping over that middle one, which was like the 382 or whatever. Let's see here, 1 second. Yeah, the point 382, because like to me, people are unlikely to sell that we were under, as far as like how long we were under that 3.5 average. Like we were only under there for 49 days. So I think those guys that were buying that were probably not in it for anything less than a 2x. And now traders are going to pile in on confirmation of the move. So like 100% move is like what I'm looking for. So 2x the price. So that's 7.5 to 8.5 cents basically is like kind of like the target. And so then maybe, yeah, we consolidate there and like chug back down a little bit, but essentially we're going to be holding that same 7-cent range that we were at before PulseChain sack phase was announced, before we got that massive move to 20 cents. And so just thinking about the psychology of everything, you know, max pain is to the upside. You know, the average, you know, buy-in is if it's around that 3.5 cents over the last 90 days or something. I don't think the people are looking for anything, you know, if that was the break even, then people are looking for more than a 2x, and that roughly puts you at, you know, 100% gain. That puts you around that 7.5, 8.5 cent range.
Yo, guys. Oh, sorry. There's people with their hands up, but this is real quick. Day 43 just messaged into a group that we use to organize the HEX late show streams. And his message literally just said, with no context, holy shit.
Who said that?
Day 43 OG. He's one of the Australian Hexicans from the HEX late show. I assume he's talking about the price. Like he must have woken up or checked his phone and saw 4 cent.
What time is it over there?
Oh, I'm actually unsure what country he's in. I don't think he's in Australia. He might not be in Australia at the moment. But anyway, sorry, I cut in front of people with their hands up.
How many time zones are there in Australia?
Oh, we've got over, like on the West Coast, I'm in +8. And then I think Sydney, depending on whether daylight savings is on or not, because we don't have consistent daylight saving policies across the country. So Sydney can be like 3 hours, or it's either two, I think it goes from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or something like that. So we cross a few time zones.
It looks like we got some hands up. I don't know who is first, but let's go PulseLord. What's up?
I just wanted to thank Access Alive, Tangent, Randy Hilarski, anybody in here listening that contributes HEX TA knowledge, because for those of you who don't know, I think it's some of the more stressful content to create and underappreciated. So I learned from all you guys, and just want to encourage you, keep on going.
Thanks, PulseLord. I appreciate you, and I've learned a lot from your RSI predictions. You've been pretty spot on in the middle of last year on the downside, so appreciate that, my dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
CGC, open.
Hey guys, also thank you guys for all the value you guys bring to the community. Question and kind of a request for Dipcatcher. Will we see that email alert that you had, the Dipcatcher email alert for HEX and also the perpetuals? That's all.
Yeah, thank you. So right now the email alert that's been on, like, it's kind of half baked, where like, because I don't have a premium account on the service that operates it, so it like, shuts off every couple of weeks, and I have to go and like reset it up. So like, and it's only on things that have like reliable trading view pairs, and so that is something that will be kind of integrated into the portfolio dashboard. So portfolio.maximus.cash is this analysis done on those pairs and kind of framing it around like premium and discount as well. So the email alert system, I don't really like how it is now. And, that'll kind of get upgraded, but probably first step is going to be something that kind of lets other people just plug this into their own trading view accounts, so that they can like, set up their own alerts and kind of take it from there. So that'll be kind of the first thing. And then as far as like what the email alerts look like from there, that is to be determined.
Axis, I know you just launched something. You just launched your site. Why don't you tell people about it and like what you're offering there?
Yeah, so I'm super excited to announce, for those who don't know, that I launched a website. It's accessalive.com. The ultimate goal with that is to provide a free and also paid resource of tons of content. Basically, that's all I do all day, is build content for this thing right now, and it's pretty exciting because I think it's valuable, and I think it's something that people could use to better their understanding of the market. So once a week I post a blog post that's free to view, and I actually pull in some of the paid content into that post. And then if you go to and subscribe to the mailing list, you can actually get that notification. And if something ever goes wrong with my Twitter or YouTube, I get deleted or whatever happens, that'll be the only way I can really communicate. So if you like my content and that's something you want to be a part of, just sign up for the mailing list there. And beyond that, I'm working on coursework, trying to help people who have no knowledge of crypto, like come from a legacy finance view and understand some of this stuff without using crypto terminology. So that's like a classroom section that I have going on the website, as well as one-on-one consults for people that want to get exposure to crypto. They may be everyday people, they may be high net worth, but they want to get exposure and they want their hand held through their first Ethereum transaction to make sure that it doesn't get lost in the ether, no pun intended. So that's kind of another service that I offer through there as well. But my pride and joy is my chart sets, which I upload like 2 to 3 times a week. And, you know, people on Twitter that have been following me for over 2.5 years, you guys have been getting that content for free for years now. And I've really enjoyed giving that content out, and I'll never stop providing for this community. And so I plan to continue to do public streams, maybe like once or twice a week. And I actually have one planned for tomorrow, Sunday, around 3 o'clock Eastern time with Crypto Sloth. We'll be doing a deep dive on the mechanics of the entire HEX ecosystem, and particularly we're going to be looking at the HSI auctions and kind of advantages and disadvantages and ways to get an angle on that system. So if you're interested in that, check that out. And then on Monday night at 5:30, I'll be doing a private video session with my partner in crime, Bob Peel, aka the Contrarian, who traded the risk side of the portfolio for the Chicago Board of Exchange for 34 years before retiring right around the 2008 market crash, which he predicted. And so he's kind of the guy that took me under his wing and kind of taught me trading and TA from the beginning when I actually started in mining back in 2017. So without going too much more into that story, you can learn more about that on Monday night. We do macro chart sessions for paid members. And beyond that, there's a resource library that anybody who signs up for a free account could go into and learn about like technical charting patterns. And then I'll also be posting detailed analysis on different mechanics of different tokens on any blockchain, really kind of just trying to figure out how to get an edge in this market that's always evolving, and go into some philosophy and some science and try to, you know, expand our consciousness and grow together over the coming years. So I think there's a little bit of everything in there for anybody. And if you're interested in that, go to accesslive.com.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, you taught me a lot on TA, and you've been providing a ton of value. So yeah, everyone go check that out. Man, we got. If anybody wants to come up and ask questions, any TA questions or any questions at all, feel free to request and come up. Got quite a few people in here. Floor is open. But yeah, man, we're just enjoying this pump. HEX over 4 cents. About to break 50.
I'm seeing 4.15 cents right now. And like 6.6 cents could happen in like a blink of an eye. It's pretty fascinating. And I'm actually going to post a funny linear chart here in a second that'll really give you some perspective. Just a second, I'll post it on Twitter.
That's awesome, man. Man, yeah, it just keeps going up. It feels like the good old days. But yeah, guys, don't get left behind, but don't FOMO in. Make smart decisions. And everything we're talking about here, I don't know if we've said it yet, but not financial advice. This is for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, I'm more afraid of the upside right now than I am the downside, and I have been for a while. It's been a rush to acquire as much cash as possible for everybody. I think the smart money knew that, and nobody was really saying it. The only thing you could hear was bear, bear, bear. Like the shit's trash for so long that people forgot. So just, you know, help people get into the best asset on earth.
Hey guys, before I go get my son,
oh, sorry, you go.
I was gonna just tell Tangent, I told you 4-2.
Yeah, can confirm. You did absolutely DM me that. I was just going to quickly say the only incorrect amount of HEX to own is 0. That's the only wrong number in HEX ownership. Obviously not financial advice. But yeah, it's funny how sometimes you do get this confluence between like different people are looking at different things different ways and have different reasoning for why they've got supports and resistances and targets of technical patterns or other things. And when you get that borderline confluence between several people, it's pretty solid. But yeah, you were right. It's definitely, because mine was 4 and yours was 4.2.
HEX $2 by this afternoon.
So this is where people sort of like people who were bearish and thinking that they were going to get 1 cent HEX. Now they're in a tough spot. It's a tough situation because you're getting increasingly locked out, and there's not really an easy answer. I guess you've got to try and buy on dips, but the problem is that, as you've seen on this price chart over the last like several 15-minute candles, sometimes there are no dips. It just like rips and rips and rips, and there's virtually no, you know, when you've seen a rocket ship take off, it typically doesn't swerve on that shit. It just goes straight in one direction.
Amen.
So who has like what like bearish scenario could play out? Like, because what I'm looking at, okay, something that I heard someone say it. It wasn't someone at HEX, but it was like some like old timey like some hedge fund manager from decades ago, and his advice for new like asset managers was don't believe your own bullshit. So like, bullish hopium aside, like what are some bearish things that could like go on? Like I see like there is like the two prior like bounces from, I mean, so bouncing from 2.5 cents to 7 cents between June of 2022 and August, like that was met with like, you know, we made new lows after that. We bounced from, you know, 3 cents to 5 cents, you know, in kind of a like an instant, just like boom way, and then it retraced as low as the 1.7. So like, you know, we haven't broken past that now, and like if big sellers step in, it could look on the chart another series of lower highs, and the like down, like the lower side, like the trend line connecting the bottoms, like that would put new lows at like 1.2 cents. Like if we kind of repeat the same like lower high, like so, you know, maybe to kind of balance, you know, just so we don't feel too euphoric right now, you know, for the sake of the market, you know, there are still, you know, there still may be a chance for a dip for somebody, who knows what price, but you know, like until I'd say like until we break past 5 like resoundingly, you know, that still does loom over our heads, the, you know, a series of lower highs, you know, where each lower high was followed by a new low. So maybe
100%.
just
Wait,
out our perspective here.
Just to be clear, I wasn't implying literally no dips, but what I meant can happen is those dips can occur at higher levels. So you get a dip, but it's like, do you want to literally buy on a dip just by definition? Oh, the price went down a bit, so this is a dip. Yay, I'm getting a dip. That's not actually a win if it ends up being at a higher price than where we are now. But there are resistance levels above. There's downward sloping resistance. There's MAs. You know, the big daddy of all downward resistances currently is, it looks like when we meet it, it might be actually around 5 cents, which is, you know, all the kind of like all the major tops, all the major highs through the bear market, starting from, you know, September 21. That line is significant, and so and obviously horizontal, there's significant horizontal resistances that we have to get through as well. It's definitely not, we're definitely not going like straight from here to 50 cents, but the shit is looking strong. Like locally in this area, it's looking really strong.
I agree with you, and I think that 5.4, 5.5 cent level is where the liquidity drops off a cliff. So basically, if you can pop your head above that and hold support above it, support is going to look like vertical candles because there's no liquidity out there without somebody to put some out there. So if the price consolidates for 3 weeks between here and 5.4 cents, but never really gets, if the dip per se is from 5.4, 5.5 cents back to 3.5 to 4.1 cents where we're at currently, is that really a dip when, you know, after 3 weeks, then it finally breaks that level and there's just not that much liquidity out there. And that's all ultimately a function of sentiment, right? You know, so, or, you know, big bags and sidelined, you know, USDC and DAI that can actually do that to the price and really, you know, leave people behind. And so it's really fear to the upside, fear to the downside. This is the volatility of new money coming in, and basically, I think fair value has been found, and I think like now it's just a matter of finding fair value with new entrants. I'm about to post this chart, by the way, so you can see like on the linear chart how the liquidity will play in, and how this run up could look similarly to past run ups of similar nature.
Just want to throw in there that I agree with everything that's just said, and it's hard to articulate this to others, but you know, it can shoot up real high, but there is always pullbacks, and pullbacks are healthy. And if I, you know, I'm a for those who don't know, I'm a real basic chart guy. I'm not super tech, and so I would, you know, personally look at the 200-day. We finally broke through it, and that's a potential place to back test.
What's that price at right now? The 200?
It looks like 3.5 cents.
Yeah, okay. That makes perfect sense, actually. Perfect sense. CENTS, get it?
Yeah.
I'm all over it, man. Sometimes simple is the best, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, I'm not smart enough to hold all the info that you got in your head, to be honest.
No, I mean, that's good because that's confluence of thought, right? So
Yeah,
5.4 cents is resistance, then you come back down to test 3.5. You create that similar structure that we got after big payday, where we ran up to 2 cents. We came back to test 0.6 of a cent. We went up to 1.3 cents. We came back to test 6 cents of a cent. Then we went up to, was it like 1.7? Came back to test 1.3, and then we went. So you're basically going to create a small range there between 3.5 and 5.4 roughly before the rip, but that could be 3 weeks, and then you're out of here.
Absolutely, and time usually will mess with everybody's head on that too.
100%.
So, you know, and even if, you know, for someone looking for a, you know, a bearish comment to go with all of our bullish, even if we broke through that, you know, the next spot on the chart I'm looking at with the 100-day is right below that, just at like 2.8 cents. So, you know, it's not. I'm with you. I'm more scared of the upside than the down.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So I wonder what the
Hedron also pumping, by the way.
If the HEX chart was normalized against the just like the total supply inflation, you know, because like over the last, like every day that goes by, we have HEX stakes that are ending that came from before big payday, and so those have, you know, back then the T-share rate started at 10,000, and plus they have the big payday payouts, and so like over time, you know, every day that goes by, it's like the like realized inflation is creeping up, and so like that would actually mean that, like, you know, because like from if you've held HEX for 2 years, like if during that time your piece of the pie is growing, or like you know your number of HEX is growing, then from your perspective, the effective price may be slightly higher because, like, you know, your bag grew by 40%, and so if the current price is what, like, you know, say 5 cents on the chart, then like your perceived like price that your like equity curve experience is, you know, higher than 5 cents. It's, you know, it'd be 40% higher than 5 cents. So what would that be, like, you know, almost 7 cents or so? And so like that, how the earnings of like stake yield, especially the realized stake yield, that, you know, that's not factored, like in a 200-day, you know, or like 52-week moving average, the supply has changed in that time. And so like, you know, that may even more bullishly multiply the price and how it's perceived, if that was like factored in. Like, as we look at the price, like that's the pure price, not the like inflation adjusted price.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, like, you know, when I think of the inflation adjusted price, I just think about the number of sellers that have dumped all of their inflation at the lows, and like how much that is less sell pressure on the chart, right? It's two ways of looking at the same mechanics effectively.
Yeah, and it's still pretty awesome that a lot of those sellers still had industry-leading performance. Like, you know,
Oh, like
even
100 people selling at 1.7 cents for 100x or 200x or something.
Yeah, and like, it's like it's not like other assets where like ultra high performance only happens for a very small window of time. It's like, yeah, like, you know, orders of magnitude better performance happened over a smaller period of time, but it was still pretty high. Like, price was above 25 cents for quite some time. And, but like, even in the depths of a bear, like, you know, it's still, you know, the people who got in only at the top, like, yeah, they're down big, but like, you know, people just from like half a cycle before, it still is like beyond industry leading performance. Like, there's, if you look at any other market benchmark, like it doesn't even come close. And that's kind of like, sometimes I like try to wonder what would the situation be in HEX if like we never reached the all-time highs, but instead price just like slowly trended upwards to where it is now, but without the like move from like, you know, 0.3 cents to 50 cents and then down back to 3 cents. Like, what if we had instead just slowly churned our way up here? Like, what, you know, it's like the end result would be the same, but like what would have been different, you know?
We wouldn't have been able to get as many jokes about buying private jets and shit. That's for sure.
Yeah, a lot more. Maybe that means like a lot more paper gain or less paper gains, but maybe we have more paper hands or something. I don't know.
Look who we got on stage. We got Silver the Antidote. What's up, man? How's it going?
Yo, and Funding Jim. Yo. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Yeah, and if Silver wants to speak first, is there anywhere that has a averaging tool? Basically, I've seen the posts in the past that if you bought at a certain price and a certain number of HEX, what amount would you be buying at today to basically bring your average down? You know what I'm talking about? Like, what's your dollar cost average?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Is there a tool for that?
That'd be cool.
Is
It'd
there a
be cool
website
if there was a tool for that. I
like
don't.
if Access has his website or other people have their websites, I think it just
Yeah,
drives
well, we
traffic.
should put something together like that.
Well,
100%.
if you were to just put a moving at, like, say just over the time period you care about. So like, say like if you want to know, like, had you been dollar cost averaging for a year, then you could take just like a moving average of like the close price over a 365-day period, and whatever it is today would be like the equivalent dollar cost average over a year. And so maybe that like might kind of help point you in the right direction. Or like, you know, just take the number of coins you have over over what they're worth, and you know that's like, or over what you paid, and then that's like your own, because you probably didn't like average in perfectly over all those days, but like maybe just like a benchmark of like what an equivalent like $365 cost average would be. That would just simply be the moving average, which you can just like plot in the price chart. But like, you know,
I think it'd be cool if like you could import your like a CSV file of all your buys and sells into a program, and it would just auto calculate it for you.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Today it does have, like, when you paste your address in and you click overview, it does show a kind of like a cost basis of like how much you've bought and how much you've sold. It's not perfect because, like, you know, if you sent in from another address, it classifies that as a purchase.
What was the name of that website? Because I think I've seen something like that before too, but it's not coming to mind.
Stakehex.today.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say
it's not
was
totally perfect, but it does show you what your like relative cost basis is. But it assumes that all incoming transfers were purchases, which may not be the case for you.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is, you know, I know a lot of people, even in yesterday's Twitter space, they were like, well, I bought at this price and spent this amount of money. And then, you know, if they had bought, you know, maybe they bought at 17 cents, 20 cents, whatever the number was. And that's the blowback, right? The social blowback is like, man, what's going on? What's going on? Waiting on PulseChain, all that narrative. And if they see something that's very easy to say, here's what you bought at, here's today's price, here's where you can get, you know, basically what price it would cost you to double your bag. Or even if it had a live indicator, like right now, people, since it went over like 3.5 cents, if they put in limit orders, they've been getting hit, and you see the liquidity is probably going to shift maybe tomorrow, whenever it shifts over, that would be extra buys.
Mhm.
So like, I'm just trying to give like an indicator, because I do have friends that are like, hey man, I see the price moving. I was like, yeah, if you had bought, you know, at 3.5 cents, you could have doubled your bag for, you know, X amount less, or you know, all these different narratives. It kind of feeds into the FOMO element.
Mm-hmm. I think that's good. I think I'll talk to some people and see what we can put together. Crispy Man might be able to help with that. I don't know. Somebody, Tanto, you could probably build something like that, where it would be an easy way to make all that work for us.
Even if it was on Staker app or something like that, where they just kind of get triggered because they're like, fuck, you know, if I don't catch it now, I'm not going to catch it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's really good. I not to veer too far off topic, you know, to let you guys speak more. I just had something come to mind that was, we're in our second. This is February now. We just started February. If this month can close green, and we can get one more green month, every time you get 3 green months in a row in HEX, it's preceded by 1,000% run up.
Yeah, and that's also what I think Johnny ends up saying. He's like, you know, when he makes his YouTube videos about, you know, you have, what is it, the risk reward, and he goes through the, you know, every time that HEX moves a penny, that's another $100. You know, all his narratives. It just helps with like a visual or an indicator for some of these people that have been waiting for 1.5 or 2 years.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important to be cognizant of that fact that there have been people that have been buying for 500 days and losing money. I mean, even if they're staked, the price down was faster than the price up for them. So, but the fact that if they've been staked for over, you know, a year and by now, then at least you've recuperated anywhere from 10 to 30% back. So then the upside that's needed to hit break even is much less. And really, honestly, like once you start printing these big green candles, that's when the masses actually start to look at it. It's not until that happens. Obviously, as today has proven, like Twitter has been more active today than they have in months. And the last time I remember seeing activity like this was on the Godwhale pump, from 3 cents to 5 cents, which that again, if you weren't here earlier, that marked the all-time low for historic volatility in HEX, was that flat period. Before Godwhale pumped it up, and then that created a exit liquidity event for a lot of the big sellers to exit from 4 cents down to 1.5 cents. And then that, you know, that was basically capitulation lows, where at a penny and a half to 2 cents, you just can't sell billions of it because it's not available. You can only sell 100 million over a few days, which doesn't hurt prices poorly, and you get the bottom, and then sentiment's all flipping now because we're getting big green candles, and those guys can no longer hurt price from 5 cents or 10 cents the way that they could back when we were at 10 cents, you know, a little over a year ago. So yeah, we got rid of them, and you know, there could be more people ready to sell, but I think the goal here is that market makers, big bags, sidelined USDC, sidelined DAI, that stuff's ready to get the price up to a range where they can, it's far enough away that people are have to buy and they become buy side liquidity, and then they can they know that it's just high enough that they can protect it with a little bit of buy side support.
How much of do you think like the very bottom lows that happened at the end of the year were loss harvesting? Like, you know, where that is more of like it's not like that is like a lack of demand or like some type of like sustained like ongoing like new supply. It's just like in that moment, like in that couple day period where like, you know, the opportunity's right and it makes sense depending on a person's own. Like, I wonder if like just kind of that is like like, even though the price went, you know, to like 1.7 cents, like maybe that's like kind of like not artificially low because it's entirely valid, but just not something that's like you know, that source of supply coming on the market like is not relevant right now. You know, like that class of seller, it's like that has already happened. So like maybe it like was kind of like drawing like the lows that we saw were like, you know, and maybe that's why we're seeing this aggressive move up now, is because it's kind of like a rubber band or like, you know, bow and arrow type of thing where like it got pulled down so far, but it was like only, but or mainly it was like amplified by just that end of year loss harvesting. And then now that that end of year loss harvesting is gone, it's kind of just shot right back up. So maybe there's some dynamic there with like that kind of like temporary sell pressure that was, you know, selling at a loss, like, you know, purely for that strategy.
Totally. Yep. And now you got like something that you can count on in like the Fed's posture and their meeting on Wednesday. They basically hiked rates to exactly what was expected, and all of the markets in the stock markets and beyond have reacted in the same way, which is risk is back on. So I mean, that's just more bullish fundamentals. You know, we know that if we can equate 2023 to 2019 as far as from a crypto angle, that, you know, 3 to 5 months of up is followed by 7 months of down. So I just, you know, take that for what it's worth. And the rip now is going to be hard and painful, just like the rip, like the slow bleed the rest of the year will be just as equally as painful. The goal is to not feel pain.
Guys, can I jump in and say a few things? Hi everybody, how's everyone doing? I have just been checking out a lot of the stuff going on inside of the chain. And what's interesting, I've probably been listening for about the last hour, I think. And a lot of the conversation is always TA. This is, you know, crucial for a lot of the things that people chart and plot and do buy positions and sell positions. Now, what we're seeing currently on chain with what's going on, and I haven't been around for a long time, what we're seeing is a flush out of the very last sellers, and there are still resemblance of them around, but the supply that they're going to push into the market is now not going to be any comparison to what is the buy pressure coming in. So what we're starting to see, there are millions and millions of dollars on the sideline. And there have been a few actors that have started to make things move. And that is what's triggered the knock-on effect of a lot of the smaller guys that chuck in, you know, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 buy orders. And they pretty much exhaust what they have. But the guys that are still dabbling are still swallowing up a lot, and they still have a lot more left, which you can obviously see on chain. And this, to me, is only the start of what is going on, which is why I just put out a tweet now saying, here we go. This kind of looks like it should be it. As long as the main market holds formation, this is looking fantastically strong for the price, you know, for me, rebounding 10 cents. Now, we do have a few larger wallets out there, you know, 50 million still sort of lurking out there, but it becomes a fearful state. People don't want to sell into very strong bullish movements, especially when everyone's waited so long. A lot of the fear factor hit some of the larger accounts, and they pretty much got destroyed down in the low ranges. And the majority of the other large accounts are staked, you know, 8, 9, 10 years. So all in all, with all those that cashed out and made pretty decent profits in higher ranges, they're starting to acquire now. And like people have stated already, most people are going to be left behind. That's the reality of the situation we're in a reversal. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. And, you know, this is looking very nice.
Thanks Silver. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for coming in here, my dude. Good to see you.
Who makes you know, the chart versus the sentiment? Richard with his 8 stages into 16, whatever stage PulseChain narrative. whenever PulseChain goes testnet V1 or whatever, there's going to be a timeline. Is that when you would see dips? Is this going to be another stall? Is this going to be an actual launch? What's the time frame? Have you guys already made that commentary earlier in the conversation today?
We didn't touch too much on like timing, I guess. I think we all kind of came to the conclusion that like there's going to be like a good amount of time for testing on testnet, because I think Richard has the awareness to know that like you don't just jump right into it. Like a testnet, like a public user testnet phase is like very important, and it's like part of the general like onboarding process into the new layer one. And so like I think he has that awareness, and so like I think that probably in the next who knows what the last like lingering things are that they need to do before he sends out the RPC URL and the network ID, so like you can plug in to the testnet. But like I think there's going to be a good amount of time, because they need to do like some pretty serious like network analysis like on the operation, and there's probably things that like they want to stress test that maybe they've been doing this stuff already on like their private private runtimes or whatever. But if like the graduation from like testnet to like mainnet launch is it like that's something that's like not worth rushing at this point. And like that testing phase is really important, and I'm sure they're all aware of that. So hopefully that this like what Richard updated on today was like the last step of like, or at least the last hard step before like a new testnet version. And then from there it just kind of comes down to like the success of the testnet, if the critical checks that whatever they have that they're deeming as like successfully passed, or and is acceptable for launch. If those things prove themselves, then hopefully that turnover time is pretty low. But who knows what things the testnet run through may expose, or solutions that they need to implement. So as always, it's impossible to say when it's there. But hopefully these things that they're working on are like the last things that like difficult or like time, long timeline things. But who knows?
Have you guys done market analysis on other L1s like Cardano, or when they have these different stages of launch, or here's the extra feature set, and one day we're going to have NFTs or smart contracts? Like, I'm just talking about the TA analysis, the build up before the halvening is a thing on Bitcoin, the buy the rumors, sell the news about brand deals and all that crap. But like, have you guys related that to PulseChain? Because once there's a mainnet, everything seems like it would be all systems go, and yet it still is going to require maintenance. It's still going to, whatever feature set it launches with, it's still a active L1 that can have modifications and improvements over time. Have you guys related other L1s on these sentiments as far as the percentage of change in price per event?
I haven't looked too into like the like release and upgrade schedules of other things like relative to their price. In some ways, like the it can almost be like, sometimes I view it like each new like upgrade, it's like both it's a de-risking event, which can have both positive and negative effect on price. So like in the short term, it can have a negative effect, like an upgrade can have like a negative effect because it's like a sell the news event. It's like before the upgrade, the risk was higher, and then now suddenly the upgrade happened, and then now like that, like the market kind of adjusts to the reality. And so like it can like move up as it's like you know, pricing in that like alleviation of risk, but also because it's less risky, like the maximum possible upside is now less. And so that could like remove some type of demand, or like, you know, like that, like the move that that had happened was the move that like people were going to realize. And so like, you know, I'm not really sure how like actual like upgrades to L1s like really impact, because they kind of, you know, it's like both like a sell the news thing, but also like a de-risking event. So, you know, but also like, who knows, maybe like upgrades can be, you know, I think it's case by case, where like, you know, perhaps an upgrade introduces a dynamic that is like negative towards the price, you know, like, or something that, you know, if it lowers some cost, maybe it like lowers some cost of selling, or, you know, who knows? It's kind of like on a, like the context matters. But I'm, you know, but mainly I think it's if upgrades to the network drive some new narrative, because it's really the narratives that like is that last selling point, like what convinces someone that it's go time. It's like, you know, it's not so much the upgrade, but more about like the narrative that like the presence of the upgrade introduces. And so if like upgrades introduce strong, compelling narratives, like with Ethereum, like the upgrade to, you know, like where it could become deflationary due to the fee market, like that was a big narrative shift, where before Ethereum had kind of like varying inflation, but then now it kind of has like a type of maximum inflation, but then can turn deflationary based on network load. Like that's a whole new narrative, and really a whole new set of monetary policy that like the market can now factor in. So things that it's not like the upgrade itself, but more just how the market perceives it is probably what it is. And so, but yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to be with PulseChain, and also maybe Ethereum is kind of going to be kind of like a leading, like things will, maybe upgrades will roll out to Ethereum, and you know, if they make sense, you know, they would be rolled into PulseChain, which is kind of like a maybe like a dual-edged sword, because when you look at the history of the EIPs that get rolled into Ethereum, it's what you see a lot is older EIPs setting the stage and setting the conditions so that some later EIP can be implemented, where like they, you know, part of the you know, like the S load cost increase, that was just part of like a broader strategy that's like rolled out in a series of EIPs. Like that was just one of the EIPs where like that was like a required prerequisite in order for something else to work out later down the road that they're working on. And so like it's kind of like with PulseChain, it's kind of a situation where if we want to take advantage of the scaling solutions that the Ethereum developer community implements, it's like it kind of has to keep really close track to all the EIPs that get rolled out. And so basically what that means is like as ETH continues to like implement new EIPs, PulseChain has to keep up with that, because many of the EIPs that will be implemented, you know, in the next 2 years are for scaling initiatives that take place over the next, say, 4 years. And so like if you lose track, you may not be able to implement, you know, larger innovations down the road, which may not even necessarily be needed. Like honestly, like Ethereum as is really effective. And like in general, I think it's better for like a lot of the scaling to happen on like the like closer to the end user application. And then the rest is just kind of like dictated by just the market of like what's feasible to run on chain, because like not every use case really needs like a permanently immutable, unstoppable you know, database and record keeping system. Like a lot of small money consumer use cases or like entertainment use cases, they don't necessarily need that permanence, whereas financial use cases like with HEX, like if you're building like a 15-year or longer financial plan around it, like the permanence is really important. And so like I think we like, you know, because PulseChain is centered around HEX, we kind of are in a good position where like the max scalability that we need to attain doesn't necessarily need to be the max scalability that say Ethereum needs to attain, because the permanence of the record keeping is more important than like the sheer throughput, from my perspective. And so, maybe we don't need to kind of quite stay on track with Ethereum. PulseChain could kind of be its own thing, but it really comes down to, what the developers who are, working on PulseChain, really what their outlook and their strategy is. But, because it's kind of a big decision. Like, do you stay on the EIP track, or do you kind of, make your own course and have to, do more kind of like individual invention and like unique product development, or do we just try to maintain schedule with Ethereum, and that's probably what it'll come down to, is like what strategy they decide on.
Well, so many of us have had a single product that is immutable, doesn't change. Only narrative that changes is price or adoption rates with HEX. And then with PulseChain, a lot of, if not everything, of its origin story was to reduce the onboarding costs or the unstaking costs for HEX, the product. So we have an interesting situation where so many of us are aligned, and that, if you like Cardano, you're probably not that aligned with Tron. You might quietly, closet-wise, hold both, and maybe even have different profiles that you engage communities. But like being someone that is, other than an influencer that I think is just like YouTubers and things like that talk everything is a talking point. So what I'm getting at is now we have examples of best opportunity windows, and best opportunity windows appear to be earliest, first, in at launch kind of thing, even if you suffer a dip immediately after launch, especially with the way that PulseChain appears to be, its launch mechanisms or its distribution mechanisms. So it's interesting to be first. And then there's also, otherwise it's like, hey, this is a very novel, brand new product that never existed before. Well, that's not the case with PulseChain, because you have other EVMs and you can look at their launch phases and you can look at whether they were first mover or became more popular over time to relate that to your risk profile on the chart. So we're in such an interesting position that with HEX's price movement foretelling potentially the other 60 or 70,000 people are in the telegrams, as Richard likes to say, about PulseChain or PulseX, 35,000 or something like that. That I don't even visit the telegram really for HEX anymore. So I'm just saying, as far as like the adoption wave, it's probably better statistically to be first if you're not the smartest. And I definitely am not the smartest. So it's a good thing I'm close to first.
The other bullish thing that's happening right now is that there's a very large stake ending on I think it's like February 14th. It's the second week of February. And so any kind of price up is going to compound the T-share rate higher when that stake ends. So it's set to shoot up by like, let me get you the actual number here, but I want to say it's like 500 HEX per T-share. So if the price doubles or triples, it really has an impact on the dollar price of a T-share. So a lot of this price move again is when you're factoring in, what kind of effect does a new layer one have on the current moves that's going on. I don't think that this is that kind of a move. I think this is a different kind of move. But yes, we did have some updates from Richard as far as like PulseChain development, and that's great. And that might have had some initial spark of life to the price chart. But now what's effectively happening, according to what Silver's saying, what's going on chain is, again, it's just a simple buy and demand equation, and a lot of the heavy sellers have been left behind. And then you compound that with the ending of a large stake, which is actually going to take the T-share rate from 25,825 all the way up to 26,450 in a matter of a day. So look for that too to compound the dollar price of T-shares higher.
Yeah, I think to add to that as well, for a long, long time, we've only dealt with traders. And it gets to a point where the traders get tired of
What's
just
everyone
trading
doing this
against
weekend?
themselves.
Go ahead, Silver.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. You can hear me, guys, yeah?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm seeing a lot of people that have bought,
Other
you
than
know, a
watching
little
the
bit
price
lower.
chart.
Dipcatcher,
Yeah, no,
Dipcatcher,
I'm on chain.
Silver. I think
Go
you
on.
got to drop off and come back in. But go ahead, Silver.
Yeah, no, I'm watching live at the moment, so I'm seeing everything going on. And for a long,
I
long
don't know if
time,
you're.
like months,
Can you hear me now?
all I've
I don't
done
know what.
is
I'm getting better
watch.
signal now, I think.
Yeah, just put it on mute for a sec, yeah? Distracting. A lot of people buy, they make small profits, 5, 10, 15%, they sell. It's been going on for time and time and time, which is why the price kind of ground down, because we got left in a cycle on chain where all we were left with was basically traders, just trading between each other. But that cycle is coming to an end, and we're seeing more action from the larger accounts who have been basically waiting. And what we're facing at the moment is a lot of cash outs from still the trading side of things, but they will be absorbed because as soon as they sell, they have no more supply left to sell because they predominantly only operate all in, all out, all in, all out to try to scalp. So over time, they get washed out and left behind, and I'm already seeing it. Those half of those guys are already buying in and getting much less hex, trying to trade and make a bit more of a scalp higher up in price. So when the larger guys start to come in, if they decide to come in conjunction with a swarm of small trades coming in, because the small trades are actually very powerful when you combine it by like 100 or 200 trades per day, with a split sort of average value of say $200 or $2,000, $5,000. That combines into quite a large amount that takes out the trading type of people, and then the price moves. So the traders have to buy back in with less, giving them less impact on the market when they sell again. So that's kind of the phase that we're in at the moment. So that's all I wanted to add to that as well, actually, because as I say, I'm watching live, I'm listening to you guys, and yeah, I want to update you. So I just saw one guy, he bought 4 hours ago, and he just made something like $27,000 in about 4 hours. But that starts to diminish as the time goes by, as long as the rally maintains.
Have you looked at any wallets to see what their actual buying power is, as far as like the turtle, dolphin, you know, like people that have been around a long time versus they got involved around PulseChain and now they're just opportunists?
Yeah, of course. So the predominant amount of trading types, they have been around quite a while. They've been trading for quite a while, but they're happy even just to make like $1,000. They're not in it really long term. Okay, some might have stakes, but they're just trying to flip, make a bit of money in between. When you're talking about the actual accounts, and the value of those accounts probably range between say 20 to like $150,000 in that sort of range. But the guys that are buying big and seem to be holding have millions. And then you've got, in conjunction with that, you've got all the smaller wallets, you know, 2,000, 5,000, which just absorb the trader. So as long as this move is solid and genuine, and the market is bullish overall, and you know all the geopolitical and government things and everything is balanced to be reverting from the bearish into the bullish, if that maintains, I don't see any issue on chain with removing all of these trading types out of the equation. So it's we're going to see in the next week how this thing unfolds. But from this indication, and along with obviously all the TA going on as well, and breaking through resistance points, traders will probably want to also hold as well now that it's breaking through, right? Because now it's what is the limit on the next one, and I think Axis is saying it's going to be up at like 6, something like that. So they're going to be foolish to sell because there's going to be large accounts that are going to absorb that and take it and ride it even higher, and maybe they don't want to sell, maybe they stake, right? Because everyone's wanting to buy bottoms. Most people, as everybody said, miss the bottoms, so this is probably quite a good entry as well for a lot of people. So that's what we're kind of seeing now with price and the chain activity at the moment.
Yep, and to add to that, this would be very similar to that January through March timeframe of 2021, where the price traded sideways for roughly 77 days between 0.6 of a cent and 1.5 cents, and it would just be an accumulation range, basically in the bands that are available to us right now for liquidity, between that like 3.5 cent range, which also happens to be the average buy-in price over the last rolling 90-day period, or maybe even longer, maybe 180 days or so. And so then you get some consolidation for maybe 2-3 weeks there before moonshotting up past that 5.4 level. And then there's no liquidity out there now, but that can change. But as of right now, it's kind of parabolic right now. It's actually vertical. And so like every single 15-minute candle matters right now because of the speed and momentum of the market. And so like trying to predict for certain is hard to do, but if we go back to past price action, we can see that there were timeframes where the 3.5 level will effectively be supported by just the organic demand at a bare minimum.
Yeah, it's looking like that's quite accurate. Yeah.
Looks like we're back down to 4 cents. I don't know if that was the one big buy or a few sells or one big sell, but
it's funny terminology. Back down to 4 cents.
You made it sound so bearish, bro.
Crash.
Back down
Crash.
not
the
seen
suckers
since
rally
30 minutes ago.
I also, another thing happening in the ecosystem is all of the perpetual tokens have seen huge increases, and actually Trio's at a premium, I'm pretty sure right now. I didn't check the chart, but I think it was as of this morning. And for many months, Silver the Antidote was actually stating that the Hedron price would return to the origin address wall on the Hedron HEX pair. And so just something to keep in mind here was that when we had capitulation on Hedron, that OA wall did act as a massive accumulation zone for big HEX stakers who mint millions of HEX for nothing and can just take portions of that and incur no slippage to buy within that wall, and then a supported price. And the Hedron and ICOSA prices have both also been moonshotting along as well. So the ecosystem is very well tied together right now, and I think base valuations have been found, and now everything is kind of trending up together.
So did the OA ever move that liquidity, or did it go from kind of a sell wall to like buy support?
It's buy support now. Yep. For the reasons I just mentioned, which was that as the price slipped back down into the wall, somebody can swap tons of HEX for Hedron and incur almost no slippage as long as they stay within the wall. But what that does is it makes price pop its head right back out of the wall, and then that acts as support, and then again another low liquidity zone, and so price moves higher quickly off that level.
Do you think he like forgot about it, or like it's just like sweat off his ass, or like the street doesn't really care, or like what? Because it's like maybe you guys have speculated more on that. It's like or is it just kind of just like a neutral act. Like if he was just hoard that, that's like kind of going long. But if he just like places it at that level, you know, above it, he's holding hex, you know, below it, it's like, you know, looming sell pressure. Like what do you think the reasoning is for just kind of leaving it there? Or is it just like the least of his concerns and like he just doesn't care? And maybe his like keys to that are just so far away from like what he can act, like what he does on like a normal day, like, you know, where it's like a like an all day thing to go to those keys, like, or a multi-week thing to go to those keys. Like, you know, like why do you think that it's just kind of
For for a long time, the OA's objective has been to remove HEX out of supply. It did it during the big payday, and one of the great ways that the LP position benefits the system is it absorbs the trading fees all the time that it's inside of that wall. So it is actually abstracted an enormous amount of HEX and Hedron both into the fees that have been tied on all the millions of dollars that have gone through the wall. It also helps it because if you think about how Hedron actually operates, it's designed, the core principle of what Hedron is, it removes HEX out of the supply as well with people that are doing the HSI buys. And to get those systems, people buy the HSIs with the Hedron, and normally to maximize that potential return, the people have to stake HEX a long time. So it all ties back into a loop, which a lot of people say is a reinforcing loop, back into the system itself. So this is why the OA has effectively approved Hedron as an ecosystem, while others it has not.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you know, because it's like in a lot of ways, like just kind of having bags that big, it's like it's almost like you're kind of restrained by them. It's like, and maybe there's some like psychological impact of like huge paper value compared to uh, low realizable value, and like, you know, and also, you know, because, you know, the Hedron, everyone who has Hedron, I mean, other people that purely bought it and never stake HEX to get it, but like Hedron is part of the HEX yield. And so like him, you know, him like, like, you know, making the Hedron available for sale, you know, effectively through the liquidity, it's kind of like a way to be, you know, like just almost like letting other people experience those gains, which is kind of actually in line with what OA and just Richard in general has done. Like if you think about it, 100% of the like the HEX in the AA that like that people got, in effect, that was like as if people were buying the lows from Richard. And like, what if, you know, Richard making his Hedron available like in that liquidity pool is like a way for him to simultaneously be just like, you know, kind of neutral about it, and like kind of like not like hoarding the gains from that. It's almost like, you know, the net value of the HEX yield can be greater, you know, in the future, you know, with that. And so maybe it's just kind of like almost like more like giving tree of crypto type of thing, where it's like, you know, he'll effectively part with it at the like, I think it's near the launch price, and or it was, you know, I guess it's near like the first run up peak. So maybe he just looked at that previous all time high and was like, okay, I'll part with it here. You know, the rest of the gains on this is for whomever wants it. And maybe it's just more of like a way to kind of like let people in his ecosystem experience some type of upside or something. But yeah, I'm always wondering what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, I guess the thing for me I wonder why the liquidity was not pulled out. Because if the game was to remove HEX from circulating supply, that would have been done. But it wasn't. So I class it as a buffer. It's in there for a reason. And I always speculated that maybe as the prices move higher, maybe they introduce additional walls higher up in price ranges to create further buffers as well. But that never happened. So yeah, it is what it is at the current price ranges.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just say generally, I think that this is all a very intimately tied together and beautifully wrapped up ecosystem, and that by supporting Hedron, you're fundamentally supporting more HEX locked up for longer. So it's all price positive, you know, once sentiment flips on. And consider too that Hedron and ICOSA have much less liquidity than HEX, so they all, in some instances, Hedron pulls HEX up with it, and when it's in the back seat, HEX is pulling Hedron up with it. So this in tandem effect of them, you know, running with and against each other over time is opportunity for people to make money on a counter trade, or to realize, you know, it was also a secondary chance for people who missed out on the first year of HEX to capture more HEX back on the huge 3,000% run of Hedron off its lows in the past year. So keep in mind that they're like brother and sister, brother and brother, however you want to put it. Like that's a trifecta all of its own accord, and it's all price positive in a bullish environment. And if you consider speculation, when that gets thrown into the mix, we're Hedron and ICOSA themselves are far off the ceiling price, and that ceiling price goes higher the higher HEX goes. And then as we all know, everything ties back into the inflation rate, which is tied back into the disinflationary Tshares. So keep that in mind as well. So the whole system is getting pulled up now as a function of just no more seller liquidity.
What are you guys' thoughts on people launching more like HEX staking incentive tokens? You know, much like Hedron, we just saw, you know, another one get launched. Like me personally, I'm all for more income streams, but I'd love to hear what you guys think about, you know, people creating more incentive tokens like that.
Shall I go? The more that get created, the more dilution occurs. And this is not a good thing.
I think it'll be a bit like the Bitcoin forks. People keep doing them while they're profitable or get attention and stuff, and then eventually it just tails out.
See, I actually think that like the dilutive effect that it has, it can be viewed positively, because it's like almost like if it's trivially easy to launch something like that just adds something, it almost like greases the flagpole for like HEX, because like, you know, for like a new thing to compete, it not only has to compete against HEX or, you know, all the other ones, or like Hedron, but like all the other ones as well. And so like it makes it more competitive for like new ones, which I think kind of helps solidify like perhaps like HEX and Hedron is kind of like incumbent. And so, you know, and if there's competition, the way I view it is like, because the competition can come from truly anywhere, but at least the competition is kind of homegrown, and it's more like, you know, wealth transfer amongst our own community as opposed to wealth transfer outside of our community. So like, because it's kind of hard, because like if things are if there's indications of success, it's very inviting to new things, and like it's very, you know, like people can kind of like socially you know, enforce kind of like resistance to it, but like there's really nothing stopping it. And so like, you know, I at least try to, you know, view it as, you know, like if there is this dilutive competition, at least it's coming from within, because probably a lot more destructive or like disruptive competition would be like external forms that cut off users that would have entered crypto with like fresh USD coming into HEX, if that's getting like diluted into things entirely outside of our little area, I think that's way worse type of dilution. And like, so yeah, you're right that it is dilutive, but at least it's, you know, coming from within. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, so there's different forms of dilution. Some create reinforcing positivity back into what is our God market, which is obviously HEX. There are others which detract and remove members from it to, from what I perceive, are to self-gain and extract value for their own self-gain inside of different areas. Obviously, I've got to be a little bit diplomatic in how I say things. But what we have is a core foundation, and anything that reinforces the core foundation in its inception, creation, fundamental value to create a loop back into the origin is going to be beneficial. And that deserves energy and time of those that invest into it. A lot of other protocols remove people's time and effort to promote those things when maybe they don't actually create too much value back into the origin, which might be the HEX. And this is one of the things that creates a lot of division inside of the community. And there will be people that speak out about it. There will be people that leave working or creating content or spreading social awareness or onboarding to try to onboard to something new with the main goal of self-gain, not for the overall ecosystem. And this is one of the biggest problems when there's lots of creation of new coins and things inside of our ecosystem.
Yeah, I think it's hard. Like, you know, it's because it's like almost like that same argument could be made against Hedron. You know, and so it's like, okay, now that Hedron's launched, now we can say, you know, no more should be created because we have Hedron. And I do think there is a spectrum, like you were talking about, around like coins that actually do, you know, bring in value to HEX versus coins that claim to bring in value to HEX, like very indirectly. Like a lot of people say, like they're onboarding people that don't, you know, that don't like HEX, but by them onboarding, then maybe that person will hear about HEX, and then that's benefiting HEX. Like I think that argument is like impossible to prove, and I think it's pretty weak. But like with these especially the ongoing incentive coins around staking, like Hedron, you know, it's hard to make the argument that's like, yeah, this one's good, but this one isn't, and maybe they offer some unique value prop. Obviously, I definitely think there's a point at which it does dilute. You know, now we're gonna have two incentive coins, but I don't know. I think, yeah, it's a hard equation, but you know, I do think we're at the precipice of like a real kind of renaissance era of HEX, just with products being built on and around it, PulseChain included, that, you know, we're trying to figure out how to, you know, be open, but at the same time hold true to like what HEX really is and what it's about. But I don't know. Yeah, I like I said, I think I'm for new tokens offering value directly to this community, especially that try their best to incentivize what they think is good for HEX. And like the latest one, I think, you know, they're incentivizing things that they think is better, or, you know, that they think incentivizes the good use and good behaviors for HEX staking, which is interesting. But, you know, it definitely requires another level for us to like for this ecosystem to support all of these products, it does require growth and another level of growth that like HEX on its own, but it also opens the door for new growth and maybe like new value that HEX didn't have before on its own. And luckily we're like, unlike Bitcoin, Dipcatcher talks about this a lot, where, to build onto it, you have to build out like custodial third parties, like being in DeFi and utilizing trustless smart contracts, like people can build on top of and integrate with HEX in a trustless manner, which I think is like, a unique value proposition that we shouldn't be afraid of. But, trying to navigate what we support and what we don't. Tanj, you got your hand up?
I was just going to say that I don't think Silver was necessarily saying that anyone gets to or should dictate what projects are allowable and what aren't. Just that the sort of the state is, or the harsh reality is, that there is a limited capacity for additional distractions, both in mental real estate and economic energy. And so unfortunately, sometimes the projects that come first are the ones that are accepted as being, they fit within that capacity. And then as you get that long tail of more and more people trying to do similar or whatever, similar, it might be different, it might be similar, but regardless of whether it's the same, like a similar idea or not, it's still that distraction of that limited resource until it becomes either a problem or sort of tails out, like sorts itself out or becomes a problem.
And also it's kind of like a hindsight is 2020 type of thing too, where like what if, because Hedron, came out at like launched, had a big pump, a big sell off, and then like another big run up, and still like Hedron value is quite high. And had Hedron never had a run up and just like perma dumped, like the whole entire perspective around Hedron would have been entirely different. And like also like that kind of, it's almost been like, at least like in the I'm not so much discussing like the other like more recent things that have kind of been built around more like I wouldn't say even built on HEX, but more just like, targeting Hexicans as a sales channel. Because like, I mean, what better group of people, like a very dedicated community that has a track record of financial performance, like that's a great sales target. But like, like it's like Hedron almost like it kind of it's kind of paved the way and like softened the blows of people who were against the concept of a HEX stake secondary market. And so that kind of like took some pressure off of, because there was like the airdrop of the Hedron tokens combined with the HSIs, it's like people were, generally positive about Hedron, and maybe that helped them be more positive about the concept of being able to sell a stake, and so that kind of like paved the way and helped Maxi receive like positive, generally positive feedback. There was some, kind of still some kind of, not serious opposition, but some opposition. But then Maxi performed really well right out of the gate, and even still, till now, like having priced in, a full year of yield, like that's pretty good. And so like Maxi performed well, and so then like that even further like reinforced people's perspective positively around it. And then now what we're seeing with the more recent, like with the perpetual pools, is that there was so much demand to mint into those that it just absorbed so much of the economic energy that could have been reflected in a premium. Like with Maxi, there was only 294 million HEX pooled, and a lot more demand after the fact. And then we saw like when the pools launched, that coincided with the peak of the local peak of Maxi. And so like a lot of that demand for like liquid pre-staked HEX was absorbed in that minting phase. And so like a lot of the perspective that people have about things, I realistically, it does kind of come down to, did this thing give me something for free that was valuable, or did this concept, did I experience positive performance with it? And like, so that's also kind of the reality of people's like perception of new things, and like what's good and what's not is has a lot to do with timing and like what happens to go up and like who realized the gains on that and like what those gains kind of meant to that person. So, you know, it's kind of there's a lot of timing and a lot of that kind of factors into how people view it.
I think one of the interesting things to look at as well is how much of the profits from different projects actually flow back into the origin of HEX. And that's obviously something I can see a lot of. And what I find is a lot of it doesn't actually come back into HEX. And that's a problem.
Yeah, I agree. That's like the main, like outside of like kind of like the other like kind of pulse, like, you know, the PulseChain delays and like other things that people contribute bearishness to, like that is the number one driving factor in bearishness is purely people selling and then their proceeds going into things that aren't more HEX. You know, like not buying to sell or selling to buy lower. They're selling to buy some big thing that's gonna, you know, maybe they're like probably the worst scenario is like, you know, a large seller who then takes on a lot of debt, you know, after that, and then they kind of turn into a perma seller, and those are probably, you know, more destructive to the price chart, you know, in like the short term than, you know, like new competition amongst the community, probably. You know, like I think you're right on that.
Yeah, that one brings my favorite Johnny Chaos quote, which is oh man, with all these projects designed to pump HEX, the price must be absolutely flying right now. Checks chart. Oh no, down forever. With almost plottable on the price chart when these other projects have had sacks and things like that, just getting the price absolutely crushed. So it's interesting, or it's good to also hear Silver has looked at these things and is seeing on-chain evidence of that as well, that when those monetary flows move away from HEX, they rarely come back on net.
It would be cool to see a type of like a tool that you could paste in Ethereum address and it characterized some type of like seller profile, like, you know, like what is this address's like net inflows to net outflows, you know, quoted versus ETH, quoted versus USDC, and like, you know, when did this person start buying, you know, all like kind of the analysis that people kind of do in like a one-off way, like just by analyzing Etherscan, like, you know, that would be cool to build a tool that like just, you know, kind of crawls through their history and constructs a profile of like.
I'll tell you, yeah, let me add to that. I'll tell you the funniest thing. Sometimes people think it's a really good idea to like do an ENS name, the same as their Twitter handle.
Oh gosh.
And then when I catch that on the blockchain, which happens actually quite a lot, I see some of these people are actually public speakers and they say one thing, but they're doing something completely different. And this is fairly common inside of this market.
Silver, how do you do your kind of chain analysis? Are you mostly just on Etherscan?
I use Etherscan and I use a couple of other interfaces. One will be Nansen.ai. That's
like
a subscription. And that will start to tell you a lot of information, especially the ENSs as well. So, but again, it's one of those things where you wish you didn't know, right? When you start to find things, and then I have to obviously look into who that person is, and then see what they're saying, and see what the blockchain is saying. It's just like, oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, you know, but also it kind of comes down to like, you know, these are bearer assets, and you know, like, yeah, like, you know, people can, you know, kind of say one thing and do the other thing, but like, you know, it's kind of like a their keys, their cheese situation. And yeah, it may, you know, perhaps they're kind of like, you know, talking it up while doing the opposite. But, you know, at the end of the day, it kind of is every person's choice. Like everyone, if you have dominion over a private key, like no matter what you said on Twitter, that that has nothing to do with a valid signature from that private key. Like they're actually,
Yeah.
socially
To me
they're
though,
together, but they're kind of entirely separate.
Yeah. To me, that's deceptive though, isn't it? Because you're doing one thing, like say you're selling, but you're telling everybody to buy, for example. That's like immorally wrong, and yet there's lots of people that seem to do that, which kind of grinds me the wrong way. But hey,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
dox. I don't say anything. I don't publicly name anybody. But
yeah,
I see it.
So I have commentary about that, and it is a unique characteristic of a public blockchain that there can be ties, and it goes from pseudo-anonymous to known, whether it's an individual. And what we all have to ask ourselves is it better that you have someone saying buy or say sell or publicly making commentary, or is it better that they just remain anonymous like 99% of HEX and Pulse holders? Richard talks about privacy. Other people talk about privacy. You have privacy in other transactions, which may be your bank account related to your stock market participation. And you can vocalize on Twitter and you can make content about how you love Apple or Tesla. But it is a unique characteristic inside of blockchain or this subset about, is there better benefit of complete obfuscation, or is there better benefit of look at what the Godwill did, look at what hexologists did, look at what other people that have been, public sentiment have done? Like, is it detrimental to be tied, or is it beneficial to be tied? Because everybody likes to talk about the OA. Everyone likes to assume that it's Richard. Everyone likes to talk about Godwell or Rackham or anybody else that has publicly doxed their address. But like, is that net beneficial? And would you prefer to have it obfuscated?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that's a good point. It's like either way, people are going to do what benefits them, and it's kind of like it's almost like I try to view it like I don't have the expectation that any person that I read on Twitter is going to be telling me the truth or helping me. Like I have no expectations of Richard, I have no expectations of any other person, and so like my default assumption is that like anyone who owns HEX could potentially dump on my head at any time, and it's kind of like there's kind of the entertainment value and like the whole like kind of the content creation and like brand building side of like participating in HEX, and then there's also the like cutthroat financial competition that is the market, and in some ways those are linked, but in other ways they can be kind of separate. And so like I just try to view it where like content is content and entertainment and education is entertainment and education, but like the price chart is the price chart, and the buys and sells are the buys and sells, and
But I do agree with Silver. There is a level of integrity and just respect, and like if someone's doing one thing and or saying one thing and doing another, I would have an opinion. I think it's hilarious. Like I didn't know that people actually use ENS and with their Twitter handle. That's hilarious to me. But yeah, I don't know. I think Dipcatcher, I agree with you. Like from a perspective of like not trusting any influencer or anything on the internet telling you what to do. While that's hard, like to not like to disregard everything they're saying or to like take it with a grain of salt. I think that's always wise, but yeah, I it's okay to like have an expectation that like someone's going to be a good person and like have some integrity about what they're doing. But how's it going? We got a Crypto 7 on the stage. How's it going? Crypto 7, can you hear me? Maybe he's away from, but it looks
Can you
like,
hear me now?
oh yeah, I can hear you.
You got me now, guys? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I was just saying I'm a bit sleep deprived and it's later in the UK, but I'd love to chip in on a few comments, particularly on HEX. That's more my area. I think on the derivatives, it's quite exciting because we've got a tsunami of buying coming. And I think that the derivatives, which have the best surfboards, will surf the waves easily. And the ones that don't, won't. And it's sort of like, it's quite Darwinian, I think. We'll just see what happens. But as we say in the UK, the proof of the pudding's in the eating. And we're about to start munching because I think we're heading towards the bull market. That seems to be the consensus amongst the top TA experts. Most of them are now saying that we've bottomed and that we are heading onwards and upwards. We need to form some new higher lows and things, which I suspect we will do soon. We still need to retrace down to about 20k, 19.5. That would be bullish. That would be a good thing. We then form higher lows. We've already formed higher highs. And at that point, I think that there'll be practically no bears remaining. You already have to go quite deep into the woods to find any surviving bears. I know Plan B recently called the bottom as well. But in terms of the HEX price, I mean, I'm very, very excited. The great news, guys, is I think this is, I'm absolutely convinced this is just the start. We're just seeing the start here. There's two very powerful forces about to come into play. They haven't even come into play yet in terms of the HEX price between now and PulseChain. And the two forces are, number one, we've got all the guys that pushed the HEX price up to 20 cents in May. They left. The moment Richard said we're not launching in May, they understood. They read between the lines. They understood he meant we're not launching anytime soon. These are the people who aren't, all in love with HEX. They're just really here for the money. They were the guys that just wanted the doubling. They left, and of course we saw that with the price. It ran right up to 20 cents, and then it ran back down again quite quickly. They are going to come back in. Now, I speculated that they would only come in when we actually get testnet v3 in our hands, in our grubby mitts, playing with it. I thought there's no point in them coming back in before then because they can be making 400, 500, 600x in artificial liquid intelligence or 900% in Aptos and things. So I didn't think they'd actually come in until we actually got testnet v3 public. But what we've seen here, because this is nothing, is it, guys? We don't get out of bed for 100% gains in HEX. This is nothing. But what we've seen already, I think, is enough to indicate to me that we are going to get this hype cycle of buying running up to PulseChain. So this is just the start, if you like. And I thought this might be the case. This is some of the traders that pushed the price up to 20 cents in May. They're now starting to front run. They're now starting to see. So the higher we go, the higher we will go. But we've not even seen anything yet. So I think when we actually get testnet v3 public, that's when we're going to really start to shoot up. And then the other, that's a big force. That's force one. Then the other force two, is when the investors see HEX pumping over the next 4, 6, 8 weeks, however long testnet v3 takes, they're going to look for a narrative. And the narrative is we've got PulseChain looming because we're now in testnet v3 stage, which effectively affords a timescale. It means we're either going to have PulseChain itself, mainnet, within 2 to 3 months. I haven't heard anyone say less than 2 weeks. I haven't heard anyone say more than 3 months. So that gives a timescale to the investors, and that's all they want. So they'll look for the narrative. The narrative is we've got PulseChain within 3 months, and so they'll buy. And so when they buy, they push up the price. Then more investors look to see that the HEX has gone up. They look for the narrative. The narrative is we've got PulseChain soon, so they buy. So more investors notice they've bought. And so really, it's just a virtual or virtuous circle. And I just don't really see this doing anything but continue to go up. And this then raises a fantastically delicious issue. If we're just going to see this virtuous circle of buying, with investors noticing the price of HEX has gone up, looking for the narrative is PulseChain, the narrative is a doubling, oh, I'd better get in then they buy, then they push the price up, then more people notice. If this is just going to continue, then really, particularly for people who are liquid in HEX and things, it could be in our interest to have a full fat 3 months testnet v3 public, because I just don't really see this anything but just ratcheting up and up and up. In which case, we could easily go, particularly with a bullish sentiment, a bullish backdrop now in the wider market, we could easily go to 20 to 30 cents in HEX between now and PulseChain, which I speculate would probably be in May, probably May, late April, May. So we're in a really good position. And all we've seen so far in terms of a doubling of HEX in the last few weeks or whatever it's been, there's just enough to show me that, yes, what I thought was going to happen was we're going to get this enormous pump in the price of HEX as soon as we actually get testnet v3 public. So it's very, very exciting. And I would just say to people, if you do have dry powder and you were thinking about getting in, I know it's very unfashionable. I know it's very unpopular to tell people at the bottom of a bear market to buy a good crypto like HEX. I know you're only supposed to do that at the top of the market, but I'm just going to do it, and I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to put it out there. I think people should be buying HEX, and I think if you were waiting for a dip in the price of HEX, well, you've had 18 months of that. That's what you've had for 18 months. This is now an opportunity to jump in. And just to finish on this, there's two ways to make a lot of money in a good crypto like HEX. You either do what I did, which is you just buy and buy the lower it goes. So I was buying at 3, I was buying at 1.7, etc. Or you sit on the sides cleverly and you wait for the tide change. You wait for the confirmation. And for me, this is a confirmation moment. People get hung up about not catching the bottom. They're not catching the very bottom. But this is the opportunity now to be quick to move and say, okay, I can see this is only going to really go in one direction. As I said about 4 or 5 days ago on Twitter, I think once we go past 2, that's it. We won't see 2 ever again. Once we go past 3, we won't see 3 ever again. I just think it's just going to continue like that. And it's very, very exciting, guys. That's my feeling anyway.
Yeah, you're completely spot on with a lot of things that you said. The other interesting one is a lot of people miss the bottom. They're waiting for it. Yeah. They miss it. It's gone. And one thing that none of us know what is the outcome going to be. And it's going to be when actually PulseChain launches. My big question to myself is going to be how much of the value from everything draws back into what charts are performing the best. And this is why the underlying asset of obviously HEX should perform very well, because that's going to have a lot of substance behind it. And how much of the Ethereum ecosystem that get free airdrops suddenly wake up and see what this HEX is all about. And this is coming out of the bear market and going into a new market. And suddenly, like all of the walls that were put up before, maybe they come down, and they come down hard. And that's probably one of the biggest propelling forces that reinforce the value of HEX going into the new cycle. That's what I think. But obviously, we don't know until it actually hits.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up also that the total tokens locked for HEX right now in the liquidity pool is around that 37 million. And I saw it get as low as 32 million. So that was at 60 million a few hours ago. Was that yesterday? So yeah, the liquidity pool is shrinking.
I always wonder how. So it's going to be really interesting because it's going to draw out a lot of the people that have still got liquid bags, but the majority is staked, right? There's not a lot of liquidity out there for HEX, and it's going to be really interesting. And this is why people don't believe that, $1, $2 can come, but it will, because it's just mathematical in how it works. So yeah, PulseChain is going to be the launching pad for what this is. So yeah, 4 cent, people saying, oh, I've missed the bottom. You're nowhere near. It's like, this is cheap, super cheap, and people don't even know it. But hey, let's see what happens. We need time to tick by, and then we're gonna launch into a fantastic, 2023, 24, and yeah, get PulseChain out there. Obviously, people want it. Let's make sure it's all working well. But this is an opportunity of a lifetime again, and many people have already had it, from the beginning, and many people have sold it. Like we've seen the 100 million dump, 200 million dump, down to 1.8 cent. It's like these guys don't even know what they had. And again, go back to Johnny Chaos. One of his favorite quotes that I remember is about the marbles. People just throwing away the marbles. They don't even know what they have. So this is just, diluting it from those that don't understand to those that do. So opportunity is at every corner. Everywhere we go in life, there's opportunity. There's opportunity right there, right now. And this is just the beginning of the new wave.
So I've got a question for you guys. I just pinned something to the top, and basically just showing like, the retrace and the bounce. And if we're looking at just like percentage wise, we're at like today, or just this bounce 155%, which isn't the biggest bounce we've had in this bear market. So I'm just curious. I would love to hear you guys like why is this different? Why why is the bottom really in now versus the past bounces?
Well, it's impossible to know until after the fact. So like, we'd have to wait a couple of weeks to be able to see if that
formation of what we're seeing
currently. Oh, hey, Silver. I don't know.
Silver,
you might have
can you hear me?
Drop out and come back up. Dipcatcher is talking.
Okay, sorry.
I'll bring you back up.
Oh. Yeah. What I was saying is that like it takes some time to like know like how this particular like subcycle actually plays out. I mean clearly what's different about this cycle is that it's happening 18 months into like a downtrend almost, and so like just the time relative to the last like to the bull cycle, because like that first drawdown, like everyone thought it was like still bull market season. Then it had that what is it when I zoom in on that 191% move after the first big like 76% sell off, like everyone's like, oh, bull season's back, and then rebounded down, and then I think that like 98% move might have been partially due to that was right around the time of the Maxi launch, so there was like kind of a big supply shock, but then it was kind of countered by the PulseChain delays, and the people that were holding out for that kind of sold off, and that kind of brought us down into this lower range. And then I honestly don't even remember what was going on around that like 161% move. But like, I mean, now it's like there was never like big serious capitulation in these prior moves, as I would say there was like at the lows more recently. And like the turmoil, like the emotional turmoil, I think was like at all-time highs at the end of the year. Like it really, I mean, just look, I bet we can all look inside at ourselves, like how we were feeling like when we looked at the chart. It was very different than what we were feeling at any of those other sell-offs. So like and that's just kind of like the cyclical nature to it. But it's like by now it's like there's been so many opportunities to sell that a lot of that people are just kind of turning their perspective.
Yeah, sentiment bottomed in November, December, and if you like, the TA is catching up with the sentiment now. And the one of the ways that I think that this is actually very encouraging is if you look at something like Gala, the price of Gala and the price of HEX were exactly the same about 3.5 weeks ago. They were both around 1.6, 1.7 cents. And in the recent few weeks, the price of Gala went up to over 6 cents, and HEX just stayed stubbornly exactly more or less where it was. And it's only when we've had the very encouraging reports from Richard in terms of testnet v3 public that things really started to go. And so I think that for me that's very, very encouraging. I think you can see that people are effectively just saying, well, I'm not getting back into HEX until we get perfect testnet v3. The thing with HEX was it spawned PulseChain. PulseChain was bigger than HEX. PulseChain is in many ways bigger than HEX. And so until we actually got PulseChain, the delay has hurt HEX. It's hurt HEX a lot, but now we're actually going to get PulseChain. And I think I heard a couple of other speakers saying that this evening. Once PulseChain is launched, it's going to benefit HEX so much, and hopefully the derivatives and everything else in the ecosystem.
I think one thing that's totally different now than any other bounce is just the ratio of HEX in the liquidity pool to the USDC in the liquidity pool. I've said that multiple times throughout the stream. So it's at 37 million HEX right now. It was between 250 million and 350 million HEX for the last like 400 days. Like, so the coins are gone, you guys. They're gone.
Love it. Yeah.
You think that that could be people who were putting HEX side liquidity almost as like a limit sell order, who then just shifted to some of the new, like the coincidence of want, like limit order on cow swap, or just like shifting that, or like they're holding that HEX, like what percent would you say is like sell side liquidity removed versus sell side liquidity that is still there but just not reflected in the liquidity pool? Like what percent would you, if you were to put a number on it, what would you say?
It's tough to say. Trying to think of like a smart way to answer this. I just feel like there's so many good actors that provide liquidity in a range to make fees, but when the time comes to move the price and they're seeing the data come in on chain, that's reinforcing that thesis that they're going to pull that liquidity to help the price move harder and faster. I think it's as simple as that. So percentage wise, I over half. So that kind of lines up with your over 50% OA supply, if you want to think that the OA provides liquidity, or maybe it's just like a handful of 30 to 40 really strong accounts that provide liquidity that are all kind of thinking the same thing.
What's going on, everybody? How you guys doing? It's nice to see, 407 people in here, talking about, this nice pump. It's nice to see everyone here. It's nice to see the community united, and optimistic future. I got in here, so I'm not really sure what you guys are talking about. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see the updates from Richard surrounding the beacon, surrounding the client list. I look forward to seeing the future, and I'm hoping that excuse me, just had very spicy food, so I'm like runny nose. Yeah, I had peanuts.
We got a spicy chart to match your spicy
Exactly.
food.
No, it's nice to see all you guys here. There's like 407 people. I see.
Oop, I think you broke out, Corey.
The question that we were discussing was what makes you think that this bottom is actually likely to be the bottom rather than just any of the other local bottoms that we had through the bear market? And my answer, just quickly, is there's actually an on-chain analyst that works for Glassnode who, do you want to just mute your mic for a sec, Corey? Or anyway, so there's an on-chain analyst that works for Glassnode that puts out videos. His name's Checkmate, and they created these 8 new indicators to try and use the latest of all their work developing all these on-chain metrics, all the on-chain analysis, and all the indicators. These 8 indicators are specifically for picking the bottom, like for working out if a bottom has occurred. And I think it got to a point where about 6 of them were active, like 6 of them were saying bottom. And that just, for me, confirmed what I already believed, was that we had bottomed.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wanted to ask you guys a question. I know we're talking about HEX, but I want to bring up PulseChain as well. When PulseChain launches, so I know this is something that a lot of people, well, at least I don't see any spaces discussed a lot, is the strategies on how to create content. I was talking to Ben DeBard about this today. How to bring content to new Pulsicans and people outside the Pulse community, like what strategies and tips, and I ponder, because I know we don't talk about that often, like how to bring new people into PulseChain, like what type of content, and I'm trying to think of ideas on how to strategize doing that. Because once PulseChain launches, personally for me, I'm going to be focusing specifically on PulseChain because there's just going to be so much stuff going on. So I'm curious to hear everyone's perspectives on that, since there's a lot of content creators here. There's a lot of content creator listeners here. I see Crypto Coffee's here. I know Crypto 7's a content creator. Dip, Tangent, Famous, Goldkey, Axis Funding. There's a lot of content creators here, so I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
I mean, it's probably
Crypto
less
got the
about
hand
the
up.
content itself and more about the persuasiveness of the message. Like, because it's crypto is really all about narratives, and like every couple of months there's like a new kind of dominant narrative, and there's a bunch of, you know, kind of amongst the sub communities and like little group, like break off groups, like there's even further, you know, new narratives. But I mean, I think it really comes down to like people are going to be attracted to PulseChain if there's big opportunities on PulseChain. Like you don't come to PulseChain just for PulseChain itself. You come over there because there's some opportunity that you're pursuing. And so I think it's really about just like the opportunities. You know, like no one cares about like, you know, the chain. They only care about what they can utilize it to do. And if the end goal for people is to be in like the top quartile of high performing opportunities, it's like that's what's going to get people into it, is if like they see PulseChain as a source for that, you know. And you can look back like in like, you know, like last bull cycle, there was kind of a proliferation of new like L1s you could bridge into, like on AVAX, Phantom, you know, Binance Smart Chain. And it was really like people weren't just bridging over there just because it was a new chain. They were bridging over there because the things over there were pumping, or there was like high yield opportunities over there. So that's probably what'll drive attention, is like if people perceive there being opportunity on PulseChain.
Yeah, I also think, you know, Corey, like I think that, I mean, honestly, I think that the airdrop is really undervalued by our community, and the fact that like it's our opportunity to really bring over new communities to use a new chain that we're launching. You know, I think our community supports a lot of like our grassroots projects that are launching kind of within our community, which is great. But when we're talking about onboarding, like onboarding is new people, and there's existing communities that are on Ethereum that we have an opportunity to bring over, and you know, and giving those projects a light, like, you know, interviewing their founders, and all, you know, alongside of that, I think when we're talking about content, it's also like onboarding tools for these projects to be able to just like provide product support for PulseChain. And that was something we talked about in the space the other day. You know, potentially building like resources for those projects to just like, you know, be able to direct to PulseChain, I think would be huge. But yeah, what does everyone else think?
I agree with like pretty much both of you guys. Dipcatcher, you had a good point about really just having a better narrative, working on your public speaking, getting more persuasive, and crystallizing your message. Just people just want to hear somebody that they believe in, that they want to listen to. I don't necessarily agree that it's all about the opportunities. I mean, people rush just to buy L1s because they think the L1 itself is going to pump. Like, people just buy anything because they think it's going to go up. So it's all about the narrative sauce you put on top. I do also think, like along with Goldkey, that yeah, we should be shilling to other communities, but it might be a futile effort depending on the closed-mindedness of them, you know, willing to switch over. But I think once they see a lot of existing projects working well, and that it's obviously not going anywhere, and it works, you know, even better than Ethereum, they'll give, you know, projects like, you know, the Aave Compound Maker more of a compelling reason to actually switch over. But those are just different pockets of existing crypto users. So when you're talking about getting new money in, like, all these people have their coins, they have their tribes already. So you're much better off going with the 99.9% of all of the billions of people in all of humanity that don't have any crypto yet. So I mean, I wouldn't overthink, you know, the strategy of content. And just get out there, keep making stuff, make a video a day, make 100 videos, and just try something different every time. Make something a little bit better. Analyze your tone of speech. Analyze something weird that you do, maybe, and stop doing that. Like, if you do 100 videos, you're not going to get worse, you know, and you're just going to get more, you know, better at telling a compelling story. Because at the end of the day, we all just want to hear stories about why our bags are going to pump. So less analysis paralysis, and I guess just more getting out there and doing shit, and repetition helps. I still have a long way to go, but you know, I think that same advice just is pretty universal and basic.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I mean, for me personally, I think I'm gonna, for me at least, because, you know, I've never really went into other ERC20. Well, I have, but, you know, it really depends on who's open to like coming to PulseChain. But I think what I'm gonna do is is probably go back to Goldkey brought up a really good point about grassroots activism and grassroots community involvement. And I think personally, for me, I'm probably going to go back to what I was doing when I first entered the PulseChain sphere almost a year and 6 months ago now, is probably going to really try to focus on third-party projects launching on PulseChain, kind of like what I was doing from the start, and observing these projects to try to, like, now again, I'm obviously not, godlike. I'm going to make mistakes. I think any content creator can admit humility that they're going to make mistakes with projects. But I think giving these third-party projects that come into PulseChain when PulseChain launches, when that ever may be, would be a very good idea, because it's a vetting process, one. And two, it also gives hexagons and pulsagons, an idea of what this project is. Will it bring adoption to PulseChain? Is it a rug before it can harm a certain amount of people? Is it a scam? And I'm willing to take that risk, vetting these projects to make sure that, like, whether I can presume that they're going to help the community, or there are some projects that I interview that people can decide for themselves. Or for me, if I find it fishy, I'll just either say no, or not that I necessarily would do the interview, but even if I did do the interview, it would give people an idea on what this project is, and if they're nefarious or not, because you always need that vetter in a community. Because with layer ones, I mean, we all know this with BSC, specifically BSC, among every other layer one, that on BSC, it's like rug central. Every other coin is either a rug or a coin with a shelf life of like 5 minutes. So, there has to be, I feel like, a few content creators, not just me, and I noticed that a lot of people do that. I know you've done it, Coffee, a lot, giving third-party projects a voice. I know Randy Hilarski does it. I know I do it. I know there are definitely a few others that I just don't come to mind right now. But I do think that a few content creators should be focusing on what are these third-party projects doing? How do they benefit hexagons? Are they actually going to benefit hexagons and pulsagons? And if they don't, why are you here? Like, what's the reason why you're here? And what's your maxim? And if your maxim is still benevolent and you would benefit pulsagons, or you benefit, maybe you're not even benefiting pulsagons as a bag holder, but you're bringing adoption to the chain, that indirectly positively affects PulseChain holders in a good way to begin with, without even sacrificing or being involved in that project. So for me, I've always, with layer ones, I'm always skeptical about the projects building on the layer one, but I also think that skepticism should also be met with some sense of embrace, so that people have an idea on what the hell that's coming onto the chain. So I think that a few content creators should be focusing on that. I know I'm going to be. So
I think I totally agree with what you said there, and maybe even like one way to kind of like a unique narrative around PulseChain is like to try to attract people, because like we don't want people to get their copy and their only action being to extract 100% of the value and then never return. Like, ideally, people get their copy of whatever ERC20 and they go and see what it is, and then the end result is that they're bridging new value in. And so, like, I think framing it like how like the copy of the asset is kind of like an extension of the asset on the new chain, and like and explain kind of like the benefits of like the cross chain liquidity with like PulseX, and like the opportunity to earn yield on your copy instead of just dumping it, and like other ways of like framing that is like not just like an airdrop that they're gonna just like cash out of, but like a something that gives people reason to kind of care and make PulseChain part of their investment strategy. Because like probably the worst thing that could happen is that like some amount of inbound buying pressure or just economic energy going into PulseChain. So like, for instance, like money going into PLS being countered by the people that have the copy of their token, and then their swap goes from, you know, say Link to PLS, and then PLS to whatever stablecoin, and then the stablecoin is like bridged out of there. Like that's like a net extraction, and I say that we want to minimize that. And I think that perhaps framing like PulseChain kind of is like an extension to Ethereum, where like your assets are copied, and so it's kind of like it was always there. I think that maybe that could have some type of like positive impact instead of like airdrop, where like a lot of people, they view airdrop as just like, oh, free money, I'm going to sell.
Yeah, but we need to frame it differently than like, because, and I agree with you 100%. We need to frame it in a way that's different than ETH POW and ETH Fair. Now, I have nothing against ETH POW or ETH Fair by any means. You know, if you do well on those, God bless you, good job, awesome. But we need to create a narrative around PulseChain that differentiates itself from the pre-existing forks that exist on Ethereum, that exist with Ethereum already. I know that, you know, obviously PulseChain is going to be proof of stake. ETHW is proof of work, but the extension of Ethereum narrative, I agree with, and creating an extension of Ethereum narrative, we need to just find a way, in my opinion, to bridge communities over from the ERC20 perspective, because I feel like telling people that they have free copies of their coins on a new chain is really not enough to entice them to come over. I think there has to be some type of incentivization. That is an answer I don't have an answer to. So, but I'm definitely
And it's kind of, you know, referring to what you said about like kind of like how ETH POW and ETH like kind of fizzled out, I would say. And I think part of it was because those one, like ETH POW specifically, I remember was like kind of like the antithesis. It was like this or that, as opposed to PulseChain. It can kind of be like this and that, you know, where it's not like you're choosing one or the other. It's like, you know, together, like, you know, you have this kind of like dual chain solution where like all the contracts are copied over, and like even for new contracts moving forward, it's trivial to deploy. Like anything you deploy to Ethereum, you can simultaneously deploy to PulseChain, and it has the same contract address. So it's like as if it was there from, like the duplicate was there from the start. And so like, you know, and with PulseX, like that to me really, I think, is the secret sauce of the whole thing, is like the like the incentivized cross-chain markets that will allow like the asset on Ethereum to be priced relative to the asset on PulseChain, and then like the operation of like any smart contract or anything you do, it's like it's you know, equivalent on either, but and then it's just scaled based on that trading ratio. Like that to me is like a really powerful like market-based scaling solution. And I think that may even be more effective, because like I know people kind of they like repeat. I think Richard has kind of said it before about like how Ethereum is going to solve ETH scaling solve ETH fees by taking their users. I'm not like, I'm not necessarily convinced of that narrative, but like, you know, I am pretty convinced of a narrative more surrounding that, like, you know, by having this like kind of like an L2 that's bound by PulseX markets, that there's like a legitimate scaling solution in there where, you know, where users have the option to like do some operation on either chain, and then you know, it's like when you bridge the PulseChain, maybe there's some price ratio that you bear in one direction, but then when you bridge back, it kind of counteracts that. And so the like that more like kind of like symbiosis between the two, as opposed to like, you know, the assets on PulseChain versus the assets on Ethereum, like choose one. Like the more it can be perceived as like, you know, where both are kind of boosting each other, that's probably how we'll get over that. Because, you know, that's my main, like the two bearish things that I have about PulseChain is, one, like just how much money went into the sacrifices. That's money that's not going into buy support, unless like somehow the sacrifice funds turn into buy pressure, which you of course can have no expectation that would ever happen. But like I do wish that like 10% of the amount of money that went into the sacrifices did, because like imagine if say there's I don't know the exact number of like user dollars, not OA HEX, but user dollars that went in to the sacrifices. Like say that's like $1 billion. Like imagine if instead of $1 billion of demand that doesn't reflect itself in the price chart, like what if we had 100 million of sacrifice demand and then 900 million of buy pressure? Like that's way more bullish than like the situation that we have where you have $1 billion of demand that does not move price, and that in effect is just like now potential sellers. Like that to me is like probably the most bearish thing about the situation. And then also like just like what is going to be the net value of all of the copies of the coins if like, you know, those users use that as a way to extract like incoming demand. Like it, like honestly, like I actually kind of hope that that like barely any of the ERC20s actually have meaningful value at the start, because that can kind of tamper with how like the effect of incoming demand. But like, you know, that world's largest airdrop, I think it could, you know, be a dual-edged sword. Like, you know, yes, it can be like a strong like marketing narrative and get people like reach new people, but at the same time it's like, you know, giving stuff to people who may just not care about it that much, and just may not care about PulseChain, or like want to like even go further into PulseChain. And so like that's going to be a class of sellers that will have to be you know, alleviated, and that'll just happen over time. So maybe that can, you know, that's some type of negative pressure on the price. But yeah, I mean, I think if that can be framed and like people, you know, view that as like more of like a symbiotic thing, then that, I think that can kind of counter that. But I mean,
those are good points. Those are really good points, Dipsy.
So we're gonna go. I gotta go. Thank you so much for everybody up here. I really had an awesome time chatting with you all. Thank you to everyone listening. Yeah, I just gotta stop talking now, but I'll be listening in. So thank you all so much. You guys are awesome. Truly, this is an amazing group up here.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later, brother.
For the insight. So we'll go Tangent and then Famous.
I've got two things, but they're both very quick. First up, PulseChain is going to be so incredible that you guys do not need to worry about narratives. All we need is people to go there and experience it, and they will love that shit. So even if you said to someone, yo, you've got these tokens over here, come over and try the chain. If you don't like it, you can just dump that shit, take your free money and F off. When they come over and try it, they're going to be like, I'm staying and I'm actually bringing more economic energy. So that was number one mic drop. And then the other one, I just wanted to mention my answer to Corey's question of like, what are you guys thinking creatively for content? The thing that I am most keen to do right now is to have a Twitter Spaces with the most high-level comedian available, so effectively like a Tim Dillon style podcast where the content is HEX and Pulse related, but you've got a really, really hilarious comedian that can basically make the entire stream a laugh a second. A bit like if you guys have ever seen Tim Dillon's podcast, they're fucking epic, where you just laugh the whole time. The dude can talk about anything. He could be talking about some politics thing that I give no shits about, and I'll still listen to it because it's effing hilarious. So that could bring in normies and be a way that people could find out about Pulse and HEX in a really entertaining way. And that is all. Thank you for letting me speak.
It's a great idea. What's up, Famous? How's it going?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say congrats to everybody. It's really nice to wake up this morning and see my HEX and my Hedron and my Maxi up over 20%. And I'm not at all surprised about this. Obviously, we've been talking about this, and I wanted to just kind of reiterate what I was saying to you guys really for the past month. I put a tweet in the nest there that I tweeted on the 5th of January, which says that HEX will probably double the moment any kind of positive news comes out, given so much despair has engulfed the community the past couple of months. And that was with regards to just the markets being bad from a global macro perspective, with regards to the SEC stuff, Richard's lack of communication, lack of PulseChain updates. We're now seeing the beginning of it going the opposite direction. So we've got a loosening monetary policy expectation that's good for broader crypto, which is very important. And then two, what we're beginning to see is the anticipation now of all of this good news coming, and markets finally and HEX specifically starting to perform well, and that's a result of people going from a mindset where they see HEX as no longer a going concern, meaning something that doesn't have a future, to something that actually does have a future. So we got a lot of very big users out, DO1. Guys like that dumped hundreds of millions of HEX in that kind of December, January period. It's incredibly useful for us in the long run. These are big liabilities that are now gone. So that's very important. And what you're going to see is more kind of tension, sexual tension, if you will, with V3 coming, and then PulseChain mainnet. You're going to see Richard go from being very almost silent to his normal, boisterous, articulate, interesting self, streaming a ton. And we're going to see a whole new kind of run up, I think, in 2023, as long as but the general markets don't tank, and Richard makes progress, which I suspect he will now. So congrats to all of you guys that weathered what I think has already been the HEX bottom. And I really, truly believe that we're going to see some pretty large price appreciation as a result of that improving sentiment in the community and the improving global macro environment for risk assets. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, you've been talking about it for a while, Famous. We'll see if your bottom call holds. I'm holding you to it. I think Funding Jim, you're up next.
Mine's just a short comment, and it was when Dip was saying something about, that he wished that as far as a sacrifice, that there was, maybe that's all the powder that was in people's pockets, and then they threw it, because they thought it was going to be 2 weeks or something along those lines. It is interesting that we've had a year and a half to recover prices through regular business and regular employment. Richard's made that commentary before about why bull bust cycles are so volatile in cryptocurrency, is because there is basically, people the impatient that pay the patient and all these other narratives, and then they have to go back to their, they quit their day job so that they could go full-time crypto, and then the bull market evaporates, and then they have to go back to work to earn money to participate in the next cycle. So it's a thing that we've had recovery time to earn capital in other ways, not simply feast or starve away the value of a cryptocurrency instead. And then the other thing that he had said was that it's kind of the narrative that the sacrifice. I think it was about the HEX. I was saying something about the HEX price. So if there had not been such a large volume in the sacrifice, then as PulseChain came around and became live and tradable, you probably would see a price declination in HEX as people moved into the new narrative of something new and shiny, whether it supports their remaining staked bags to support, an L1 and a DEX or whatever. You probably would have seen a lot of price down as people moved in to participate in bigger ways once PulseChain had launched. So I'm not really sure that, one is HEX Price probably, I'm sure, declined because of the stall and how long it's taken for PulseChain to come around to this stage. And, that lack of appetite is what affects the price as much or more than people selling bottoms. Why would I buy now when I can wait? So I think that some of the volatile movement that Famous is talking about, or Silver, the antidote sentiments earlier, what cash is sitting on the sidelines from either exited positions or from other things that became potential for crypto gains. I think we could see a lot of volatility as PulseChain becomes live, and then as that first entry into a PLS-L1 coin or maybe a DEX token, that's going to take some of that volume. But then we also have a lot of other projects, whether they've already been known to the community, like Liquid Loans and Power City and all the things that they're building out. Where are people going to look to place for maximum leverage? If they're already in a risk on asset of cryptocurrency and they want to have the most trampoline bounce as possible, where are they going to land at? So it's an interesting time, and I still caution people to be, FOMO and FUD are real things. Emotional equity is something you should always protect. It's all the same narratives you've heard 1,000 times about your security model and your risk of missing versus risk of, having over committing or over leveraging, your assets in this game. So it's exciting times. I'm really happy about it. But there's some of the nuance that Dip was saying that, we won't know until we're looking in hindsight what really plays out.
I agree 100%. I mean, that's why you bring up finance and capital on the sideline, and I think that one of the main reasons that it's so crucial during this next run to be able to take profits in whatever asset you're in. It doesn't matter if it's HEX or any other asset. I feel like taking profits in regards to capital acquisition for yourself, and then as a result, because markets go in cycles, the next bear market, whenever that may be after this bull cycle, you'll have the ability to acquire more of that specific asset. And I also believe that those who take profits and those who acquire financial freedom from the assets that they're in tend to be more passionate about, from an anecdotal perspective, tend to be more passionate about that specific product. If you make money and you're financially independent as a result of HEX or PulseChain or PulseX or whatever asset it is, you'll tend to be more passionate and tend to be more optimistic and confident about the future of that particular coin or layer one. So I want to stress to everyone that there is no shame in taking profits in the next run when you feel comfortable. I wouldn't EES by any means, at least in my opinion, if you do stake. But I do believe that passion comes from the independence and the pursuit of happiness that an asset can bring and provide. So I hope that this community stays united. I'm very optimistic that it will. I think that bear market blues is a real thing. I think it's obvious. I think it's a ubiquity in every community, not just HEX. I think that bear market blues creates a lot of emotion, like Funding Jim said. Very good point about emotionality. I think emotionality plays a huge role in price performance and price action. So once PulseChain launches, I think it's very crucial to be prepared for any economic scenario. It may pump, it may go down in price, it may go sideways, who knows? But at the same time, the community needs to stay united. The community needs to have its virtues in place, as it always has. But it also needs to be aware and available and understanding of new projects that are coming in, and being obviously prudent of those projects. I am too. Like, you bring up a lot of projects that I've interviewed, and I've never sacrificed for any of them, nor will I invest in any of them personally. But do I think that some of them deserve a chance? Yeah, I do believe that they deserve a voice and a chance. And I believe that some projects that none of us will maybe even invest in may bring adoption to PulseChain. And I think that there's a way to be prudent but embrace something rather than being prudent and resistant to something. As long as it's not a scam or a rug pull and it proves it's such that it has a positive sentiment towards PulseChain, towards HEX, towards the HEX community, towards PulseChain and PulseX as a whole, and it's proven not to be a nefarious code or protocol or whatever. It should have some sense of welcoming to the community. And I'm starting to notice that there's a lot more welcoming to third-party projects. We got Famous in here speaking. We have Liquid Loans. We have Power City that hosts spaces that there's like 3,000 people that tune in. We have Mintra. We have a lot of these projects that are starting to be very receptive to a lot of people in this community. I think that's a very good thing because the way, at least in my opinion, the way a layer one prospers and grows is through understanding the value that it provides outside individuals that say, well, what's better than this layer one over this layer one? Why is PulseChain better than AVAX? Or why is PulseChain better than Ethereum? And like when you have those narratives of the dApps that are being built on it, plus the security and the scalability, well, you have a recipe to onboard people. Resistance only breeds more resistance, I've noticed, and this is in every community I'm in. This is not just HEX, obviously. Resistance to positive dApps, it's generally not a good thing. So I guess you could say be prudent and be prudent, but be understanding of these new projects that want to deploy on a new layer one, because the next narrative, in my opinion, will be layer two scaling solutions. As mass adoption occurs, there's probably going to be the necessity of layer two scaling solutions, whether that be sharding, whether that be ZK, whether that be layer two solutions like Arbitrum, Matic, and who knows, maybe some DApp will come in and try to build a layer two on PulseChain, and that would be very beneficial for PulseChain in the long run if scalability, in essence, becomes an issue. If it continues to get mass adopted. So just keep that in mind. Stay united. I love this community. No matter what anybody says, I try my best to, do what I got to do for HEX and PulseChain. And, I got to thank all the content creators in here, all the community members that are really trying to put in work for what they're doing. I know it's not easy. These last year has been hell in this market. So yeah, regardless of anybody says, I love you guys. This community has done so much for me personally, and I try to give back as much as I can. And just keep doing what you're doing, guys. And just stay united and embrace new projects, but be prudent of all of them that come onto PulseChain, because many will fail, many will be shit, and many will be nefarious. But there will be some that will bring adoption to PulseChain, and that's a beneficial thing, especially in the layer one wars, if you want to call it a war or a layer one competition, because they're already there's already well established pre-existing layer ones that exist, and we need to be able to level the playing field against other pre-existing layer ones that have massive TVLs already. And the way you do that is by being united, by having a large community, and by embracing dApps that aren't dog shit. So just wanted to bring that up. You guys, I'm probably gonna have to head out, but Goldkey, fantastic job with this spaceman. Not even a second co-host. That takes a lot of balls. And yeah, you guys be well. Love you guys. Be well.
Yeah, good points, Corey. Jerry, how's it going, man?
How's my audio?
Pretty good.
They say if you're in a room and you're the smartest one in the room, you should leave that room. I don't have that problem here. It's an honor to be up on here with all you guys. Thanks for letting me have a chance to speak. And I want to talk about something Tangent said recently, like, don't worry, PulseChain is going to do absolutely fantastic. And, just get people over here to try out your coins, your Doge or whatever. He didn't say that, but I'm going to add that. And I just want to add my 2 cents. When Gary does his spaces on the Wednesday and Saturday for the developers and the people going to build things on PulseChain, I noticed that Doge was trending on Twitter, so I don't remember exactly what I said, but I went and commented a whole bunch and linked the space that Gary was hosting, and got a few people over there. But I think it's just going to be really important that, some of us, I'm going to use the word plebs, but I'm a fairly intuitive person. That we get to work, when PulseChain launches, and get out there in the other communities, Shiba Inu, Dogecoin, and some of the other fun ones that people love, and just let them know that their coins are over here. And I'm going to spend a little money on Dogecoin and Shiba Inu. Those are two I've decided to put a little money in and play with some liquidity providing, which I don't really know that well what to do, but I'm looking forward to learning. But I think it's really, really important to have some of us people that don't stream and we just come in and we listen, that there's stuff we can do. And I'm hoping that you guys will train us, as we get closer, especially you, Gary. I really admire you and very fond of you. And if you guys can tell us what to do, we're super happy to do it. And I think that getting out and infiltrating other communities, in a loving way, not some of the behavior hexagons have, participated in before. But if we get out there and say, hey, this Dogecoin over here, it's going to have a massive run up. Get over here and, get your coins.
Doge
buy
is not an
more.
ERC20. Doge won't be on
Okay.
PulseChain. It's got its own chain, so it won't be there unless
Okay,
it's wrapped or something. But
Shiba Inu, excuse me. I actually did know that. I apologize, but there you go. You just taught me something that, but that's all I have to say is that, we're useful. I'm here to help. People are here to help. So as we get closer and you guys have ideas for people that want to participate, we want to help. And, we do have the power of our fingers and thumbs to click and type and link and share. We're happy to help.
Thanks for all the commentary, Jerry. It's appreciated. I've seen you in different spaces. Maybe it was David Gochstein and some other people's channels where you came on their YouTube. So my comments about that are some of the engagement. Like it is a social risk and a political risk, especially if you, well, I guess it's on both sides. If you come into this community and you've never streamed before and you're enthusiastic because someone told you about it, and then, fairly quickly, you're hitting the nose over the fact that you hold Doge or that you bought into some other narrative of a different blockchain and you're waiting on your Cardano to moon. And by the way, there's this HEX thing and PulseChain and it's going to be a fork and there's got this DEX that has a buy and burn. Like there's all kinds of people that will come to this community. And some of them, many of them probably, especially since we tend to tag other Twitter users and crypto Twitter and so forth, and we tend to try to bring those people over from other communities. They probably have other bags, right? And then it becomes the evangelism kind of thing that I have done for years, which all of us have done. But basically say, well, it's HEX, it's HEX, it's HEX. We're single product and so forth for many years. And then there is this newish narrative around now it's an L1. And is it only created for the function and utility and the ease of onboard and exit of the HEX product? Like that was the origin story a year and a half or 2 years ago. And it's difficult. It's a difficult thing because I get a lot of support from other people that say, it's great that you're engaging, like Jerry was just saying, you're engaging. You have this other channel. I have PulseChain Media. I host twice a week. And I'm trying to bring developers and so forth, founders and so forth onto that channel so that they can answer and engage audience that is interested in other things that will be on to other products that Richard Hart ecosystem has created or is creating. So it is a dance, and I understand, the romance and the love for the HEX product, and that's what a lot of this community was built around. But also, I take shots. I try to be diplomatic, and I engage with Johnny Chaos, one of my better friends in the OG space, and his sentiments are one thing. and I have to walk that line. I got an 8-page rant from someone that's pretty well known and upset with me because I host those shows, and they're upset with me because now I'm introduce people like Jack Levin. I'm not a Zen person, but I introduce him to the PulseChain convention. And he came at my invitation and he co-hosted for that day. So he flew out from California, maybe for his own opportunity, but also he engaged for the entire day and the weekend. And now I get heat over that, right? It's a good thing, it's a bad thing about bridge building because you don't know what people's future actions will be. And the rant that I received was that I am harming people because they may buy into Shiba on PulseChain and that may go nowhere, or there may be another hourglass that, people launch, or all the games and so forth that, happen in crypto. I can't really affect that. All I can say is I'm trying to make that program about people that have knowledge and gone through a few cycles, hopefully, to be co-host and make commentary, which is not so much burn this idea at the stake, but to say, oh, this seems like it's a reflection token. Can you tell me why it's not a tax in, tax out kind of hourglass game that we've seen play out many times? Like, can you comment about some of the economics? Can you comment about some of the code or the risks in the code, about the narrative being marketed on this new thing by name that will be launched on PulseChain? Because we will see amazing things and we will see horrible things, and we'll see that game play out all over again, just like it has in Ethereum. But I can't be responsible for all of the things that will come on PulseChain. And still, the reason that I sacrificed and for both PulseChain and PulseX is because I care most about HEX. I don't hold anything else. I didn't sacrifice for anything else. I'm not on any of these endpoints of Liquid Loans and Power City. I'm just not. I don't think that they're bad products. I think that they're probably amazing products, but they don't exist yet either. And I need to narrow my own investment thesis. So when they are tried and true, I'm planned to try out a lot of the things that are going to be on PulseChain, me personally. That's Funding Jump. But outside of that, I want to host and I want to engage people with the schedule that I can manage around my own other obligations. So I'm doing that Wednesdays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I want people that come that are, users or potential users to ask their pointed questions. Even if it sounds like a concern troll, I would rather have a lot of this recorded and able to be perused in the future and highlighted, or shorts or reels or whatever it is, by anybody that chooses to, right? You can use any of those sound bites for your own purpose of marketing of yourself or of others or of products that you care about. But I'm just trying to provide a platform while still holding this narrative that I care about, which is cryptocurrency to me was a shit show in 17 and 18. 19 persuaded me to re-enter the crypto space. I love the community. I love the product of HEX. Richard and I are friends, but we have odds with each other every so often as well, for the same reasons that many people have voiced. So I want to help, but I also want to be cautious about the new person when they come to risking their mortgage or their, the last dollar that they have or whatever it is. All these narratives where people lament and cry about speculative instruments. So that's really my role. I really appreciate Jerry saying what he said. And I don't know how to diplomatically, engage all communities, but this is my effort.
I want to say one last thing. Thank you for sharing all that. Your words are wonderful and they're always well crafted. HEX was the last crypto I purchased. I bought a bunch of them and then I found HEX, and HEX is the only one I'm still up on right now. And I'm staking. I sleep very well at night. So being inviting to people that own other cryptos will eventually lead to HEX. I believe that. So thank you so much. And I want to thank you again for your Wednesdays and Saturdays. What do you call it? The Twitter spaces. I find it useful. I'm learning. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great points, Funny Jim, and great question, Jerry. I think it was Famous and then Axis.
All right. So I want to talk about community strategy, which I think Gary was also sort of speaking about, and we're really lucky to have Gary, by the way, guys. So when markets are going down, it's almost impossible to get interest in your product or your investment, right? It's impossible to raise money, and that's really where we've been for like the last year. We're now going to be going in the opposite direction. So there's this tremendous opportunity for all of us going forward. I think over the next probably year and a half to really suddenly get a whole bunch of people that are going to be interested in what's happening, right? This is likely to happen. So you should all be making game plans for how you're going to potentially use this to as well as possible. So, you know, Gary's talking about making inroads with other communities. That's a really good idea. You know, making new connections, all these things, very good idea. You know, from my end, I'm doing something similar, but I'm also building at least 2 protocols that are going to go on Ethereum. And I'm going to try to, you know, lure in people from the Shiba community, as that guy Jerry was saying, who are also underserved by these protocols on Ethereum currently. I'm going to try and lure in a lot of people from elsewhere. So, you know, just think about what you can do to kind of help pump your own bags in that regard. And you know, that's probably the most important thing. You have time to kind of think about it, structure a plan, and execute it still. And it's a once in a cycle opportunity that's coming up, right, in the next maybe 6 months, 12 months, right? So now's really the perfect time to think of your plan and execute it.
I think I can echo that statement and say that it's really important that everyone just thinks critically and tries to position themselves now while the opportunity is present, because the opportunity really is now. And just the biggest stumbling block for people is not realizing that what is being created is the solution to a lot of our problems, and that's going to work out on its own, and that we just need to help people get along and learn how to get into this stuff, because that's the biggest gatekeeping, is something that we do to ourselves, which is we huddle up into little groups and don't go for outreach and talk to new people, or don't go out and find new groups of people to expose them to this stuff. It's like a whole other world for a lot of people. Most people on earth have never experienced a 3 times or 5 times their money in a week before, and like, you know, bridging that gap is probably the most important thing you can do, and to make that a reality for other people, because for a lot of people that's just, you know, a figment of their imagination. And with the bottom in HEX, and with the coming of PulseChain, and really the second wave of innovation in cryptocurrency and true DeFi, this is going to be the real once in a lifetime opportunity to get something at a price that's affordable for anybody, and see those returns, and to hold on for the long haul. So, you know, with that said, I appreciate everything you guys have done for the community. I appreciate what you guys have done for cryptocurrency and the movement. And I urge everybody to think broadly about these things, and to get excited, because this is just the real beginning of what's going to be a massive wave. So thank you guys, appreciate it, and I'm off.
Wait, Axis, give us how we looking right now. Give us some parting HEX TA.
Some TA. Let's see here. Oh, P.S. I'm gonna be doing a kind of like a deep dive on Sunday at 3 with Crypto Sloth and Crypto Kool-Aid. So if you want to check that out, it'll be on my YouTube channel. But as far as TA, prices just paused right now. Oh, before I get into the TA part, super important to know that if you missed the early part of this conversation, maybe somebody recorded it. I hope somebody did, because a lot of us dropped some really important information. If I could try to sum that up quickly, it would be a lot of the big bag sellers, as Famous alluded to in Silver earlier, and HEX Run-up's another Twitter guy that brings light to this. A lot of the big guys that have been hurting the price for a long time are now out of power in the system. And so because of that, and with this massive breakthrough on the HEX pair against USDC, against ETH, and against Bitcoin, it's this simultaneous push forward where we've found bear bottom and now we've found fair valuation. And it seems that price is actually, it's overperformed to the downside in the same way it overperformed to the upside in the previous cycle. And so now this is just kind of reversion to the mean. And so that's why it's so violent. So right now price is sitting around 4 cents. And as far as like what that's looking like in the liquidity pools, there's only about 37 million HEX available in the USDC pool, but total across Ethereum and HEX, there's about 50 million HEX in the pools, which is about 300 million less than there was a few weeks back. So if that's any indication, the price can now move much easier in any direction. And the upside of the liquidity bands is somewhere around 5.4 cents, and that's been a solid level since we broke down from the Godwell pump back in October 21st, I think it was. So keep an eye on that level. Consolidation here for like 1 to 3 weeks is to be expected, but also max pain is to the upside. And so if the sideline money decides that this is the time and the traders are not ready to sell without receiving higher returns, I mean, obviously these guys are coming in with millions of dollars right now looking to make more like a 2 to 3x. So that puts price somewhere around that. On the low end, 6.2 cents, but you know, if you break that 5.4 cent liquidity wall, like you're basically going vertical all the way as high as like 12, 14, 16, and even 20 cents. So that doesn't mean that that can't, you know, retrace later in the year. You know, right now we're in a parabolic advance. It's basically gone vertical. So we got one major test at that 5.4 cent range, which might actually overperform to that 6.2 cent range, which would be roughly the downtrend resistance of the all-time downtrend since the bear market started at 56 cents. So look for like reactions at those levels. Consolidation between 3.5 and 5.4 cents for some time could be expected, but when things get this vertical and the FOMO and sentiment changes like a flip of a switch like this, and when HEX liquidity's gone from 350 million down to 50 million in a matter of a week and a half, it makes you begs the question, like, you know, where is the real market movers, market makers? Where are they going to take the price? So head on a swivel. I think the bottom's in. Don't be afraid to buy below 10 cent HEX because once it's gone, it's never coming back. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Axis. Yeah, you've been dropping so much knowledge today, and for everyone listening, this space is recorded. So you know, once it ends, you'll be able to listen to it back. But yeah, the beginning of this space was so much alpha. I learned a lot. But yeah, take care, Axis. And
Later,
just to repeat what he said, did you say Sunday at 3 you're streaming?
Sunday at 3, yeah. And then
Cool.
Monday night we'll be doing a private session through accessalive.com. So
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Later.
Yeah, so I mean, to bring it back to the conversation we were having just around like community growth, I am going to keep harping on the fact that I do think that, you know, like onboarding, like through the airdrop, onboarding existing communities that are already 0 to 1 is so much more impactful to the growth of PulseChain, in my opinion, than trying to like, while I think it's important to like, you know, these grassroots projects that are popping up and like creating new communities. I mean, the reality is like if they're in our community, they're launching to our community, and so their community is really just kind of a piece of our community that has decided to go over there. Whereas like, you know, and that what I'm saying, like 0 to 1, like they're just starting out. They're going to be a small community, so the impact of like the growth of PulseChain is relatively small compared to like existing projects on Ethereum that are already 0 to 1, have product market fit, and we're giving them an opportunity to come over. In my opinion, has much more impact. You know, as of right now, I think it is hard to like just be going to these projects and be like, hey, like, have you guys heard about PulseChain? You know, I think you could start having that conversation, but until it goes live, is when, you know, you can really start directing those projects to provide product support. but just starting to go into their Telegram and their Discord and just be like, hey, have you guys heard about PulseChain? I've already done that for a few products, and they've responded, and so now it's kind of like seated in the back of their mind that it exists. And if enough people from our community or like are asking for it, as a founder, like if your community's asking for something, they're going to listen and they're going to provide support. And if they do that, that would be huge. And also, like, just the narrative around what's gonna drive PulseChain adoption, especially through that first year, in my opinion, is going to be Pulse and PulseX. Probably HEX as well, but like HEX is really, in my opinion, going to be the secret opportunity that a lot of people are going to be looking over to the right to Pulse and PulseX, and possibly the people that got their free HEX are going to dump it for those other coins. So it's going to open up opportunity, in my opinion. But yeah, I think the more attention we bring to the big three is like the safest bet on not getting people wrecked, and probably the biggest opportunity for upside.
I'll react to that, Stan. So I agree with you. I think people need to stop acting like the incel at the prom, worried that the presence of some other coin or product is going to stop them from getting laid, right? Which unfortunately I think is how a lot of people act sometimes. We need to start acting like we're the captain of the football team, with things like HEX, and that everything's actually pretty good. We can just sit back and watch our ecosystem grow around us. Everything that gets built on PulseChain is ultimately going to send more value towards HEX, I believe, in the long run. And you will see cyclically, value rotate between products like mine, let's say, or yours or whatever. But ultimately, that value ends up pushing the price of HEX up long term. So I don't think we have to worry that much. In terms of other communities and other things like that, everybody needs to diversify, right? So anytime you have an interaction with another community, you're going to get a few guys in the room that are going to go, well, I've got too much Doge stuff or too much Shiba. I actually might want to try out this PulseChain. And the thing that's going to also make them open their minds and hearts to that is actually going to be the green arrows that I think green candles that we're going to see, right? So like I said earlier, there's a tremendous opportunity for us to really get people engaged over the next 6 to 12 months, maybe 18 months, with PulseChain ultimately launching. Yeah, we should leverage other people as much as possible. My good friend Jack Levin's a good example. He's got his own people that he can talk to pretty well over there in Silicon Valley. He's got a lot of wealthy friends from Google. He's got friends at VCs that he's worked with in the past. We can reverse vampire guys like Jack, because inevitably there's going to be a Hexakin in the room now every single fucking time he goes to speak somewhere, and there are going to always be representatives from our community there. And there's going to be a lot of crossover, and a lot of value can pour into PulseChain from these types of people. So that's just one example, of what I think we can do. But I think at a core, our big advantage, and I think this is very important for everybody to understand, our big advantage is that we have a DeFi native community. And I think we're really the only one that I'm aware of, where all of us know how to stake. We all know how to use MetaMask. We all actually know how to use Ethereum, unlike every other L1 that's out there, where most people just have their stuff sitting on CEXs. All of us know how to do this. We have a very dedicated leader who's been around crypto for a decade and has very good strategic sense. And we're going to take all of the best stuff that's on Ethereum and actually make it usable by the average Applebee's Olive Garden eating American, right? They can't really do that right now on Ethereum, and they definitely can't do it in a bull market when gas prices go up. And at the same time, we also have the opportunity to have real growth in the capital value, meaning price go up. Whereas Ethereum is still going to do impressive numbers, if you compare it to stocks, but it can't just go up 15x, 10x, 5x very easily, right? So we have a combination of all those things going for us, and we're not nerds. We're average Americans, most of us, or average Europeans, or wherever you're from, average Aussies, and you can now go talk to your friends and explain this to them. That's a huge advantage. So I think that's something we want to lay into from a strategic standpoint. Is we have the ability to really grow a almost grassroots style movement in crypto with just normal people, and really show them the potential of DeFi and the gains that they're probably not going to get in Ethereum and Bitcoin going forward. So yeah, I think that's really the key thing you want to zero in on, I think.
Yeah, those are really good points. I don't know who's first. We'll go Humble and then Late 28.
Yeah, I just want to add to the thought of how we're expanding out to other communities. This is a topic that's been discussed in Twitter Spaces for a while now, and I actually took the idea and the examples people were using and ideas to how we can do that. And so I actually went ahead and did it, and I've been working on 2 communities. And both times, the first time I was in the room, when I went up to speak on a topic that was neutral, I didn't go there to FUD anything. I didn't go there to talk about their project, and I didn't go there to talk about our project. I just went there to educate them on crypto. So usually a topic will be brought up that we are very knowledgeable, even though like somebody that thinks they're not very smart will be the smartest person in this room, in those rooms. And so I just commented a few times on some topics, and which sparked a huge conversation, which involved me. And just by being there those one times, I whenever they open up these rooms now, they invite me to come speak, because I went there once and I didn't FUD them. I didn't pick out problems with their stuff. All I did was tell them and teach them values that we teach every day in our own spaces. And our ideas about that is, if they follow us and then they see that we're in one of our rooms, they will come into one of our rooms and they will automatically learn about HEX and the first principles. And so just off of 2, like my first 2 visits, I gained, I think it was 16% of the room about on average. So when there was like 200 people in there, I gained about 32 followers at a time, just because I was repeating what I have learned from the smartest people in our community. And so that's powerful right there. And all you guys got to do is just branch out, raise your hand, and then comment on what's being spoken about, and not call them dumb. Because believe it or not, we were dumb in the beginning of our blockchain journey. As long as you remember that and understand that you're just there to help them, not make the same mistakes you did without calling them dumb, you'll make a huge donation towards them, and they will feel that they know and trust you and actually follow you for wherever you go in Twitter Spaces. So it's been a positive thing so far, and I'm enjoying it, and the people in these other communities are actually enjoying Hexkin presence in their room. So just wanted to let that go. I have an appointment I'm walking into, so thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your days to have this Twitter Space and bless us with knowledge.
That's really awesome, Humble. That you and yeah, I would encourage anybody. Like we were talking about this earlier, but like if you're in HEX and you spend the time to learn about it, the things we know around trustless DeFi and smart contracts and it is something that a lot of people don't know. I still think we're ahead of our years in the things we know, and just from a place of like wanting to pass that on to other people and not not like FUD them out of their bag, but like genuinely bring knowledge to them that you think would better their experience with crypto and DeFi, I think it's really, really positive and powerful. And so, yeah, I mean, there's so many Twitter spaces out there that are around crypto. And even if it's like small, like 20 people, you know, those are probably the most impactful conversations that you can have to hop up on stage and talk to people. Late 28, how's it going?
Hey man, going really well. Thanks for letting me speak. I just quickly wanted to let everybody know I really appreciate all the streaming done during the bear market, whether this is the bottom or not. The amount of effort it takes to stream like once or twice or even 5 times a week for the community means a lot, keeps everyone very motivated. And as someone who has a bag, like I'm like 99% into HEX, and I really enjoy onboarding. And I've noticed that the best thing is not even to worry about what other coins other people have, because it's like you can't control everyone. A lot of people have like drug addictions, liquor and stuff. So if you're going to try and like control them online, they usually just get pushed away because they don't want to be controlled or have like a aggressive man yelling at them saying to buy one coin. Like I love Richard Hart and everybody, but I definitely think that branching out to places where people don't even know about crypto or have just heard about it is the best avenue for growth. Like even me myself, I've been in I started with Bitcoin in 2013 and I'm now all into HEX. But with NFTs, I'll go into like the spaces like a month ago where it's like the bottom of the bear market supposedly, and there'll be like 900 people, 1,000 people in one NFT spaces, and majority of them don't know anything about blockchain. They're just there for the community and to get involved into something at the very end of it. I mean, obviously a lot of them are in for trading and whatnot, but you just go in there, speak without any like negative tone, and just be friendly, and people are very receptive because all we're really doing is making people's lives better. So there's no need to get too aggressive at the end of the day because every man's going to do what they want to do. So if you can just help people by providing knowledge as opposed to pushing on like, oh man, this is way better than your thing. Like I've done that for years and I just find that it doesn't work. Obviously, like Drake said, it's still sticky with getting flies with honey, but it's definitely much better than being too aggressive. Anyways, appreciate you guys letting me speak, and yeah, HEX is the way.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming up, late 28. Famous, you want to go?
Oh yeah, sorry guys. I'm just having a Cuban cigar for breakfast to celebrate everything that's happening. I want to be a little bit controversial just for a minute and leave you guys with an idea I've got. But we do have one issue in the community in that I think Richard's strategy is always going to be controversial. It's always going to draw the ire of kind of the traditional crypto normies until we actually succeed to a standpoint where we're big enough that they can't ignore us and they can't really gatekeep us. I don't expect that's going to change on PulseChain immediately either. So we should expect that. And one idea I've got is to think about how we can have something in parallel that's going to enable us to benefit from Richard's strategy, which obviously has this OA that's anathema to many, while also having all the benefits of a more traditional normie strategy. So I'm looking out for that opportunity, and one place I do actually see that potentially coming is through Jack's L1, which I think is called X1. And I want to say I'm not a fan of Zen as an investment. I've been trolling it for months, saying you should sell it if you have it, and I still believe that. But I actually do look at economies like China that have other economies sort of attached to it, but separate, such as Singapore or Hong Kong, that sort of serve as enablers to capital flows and conduits from a business logistics standpoint. I think it's possible for us to do that with other L1s. And that could be obviously Ethereum and the other ones as well. But it's just something that we should remain open to. And the nice thing about what Jack is doing with X1 is it's very likely that many of us here will have decent sized positions in it, just given the lineage and the way that all transpired with Jack sort of appearing in the bear market here and getting a decent amount of HEX people to look at his stuff. I think we can really leverage that because Jack's chain will be more of a normie chain that has venture capitalist backers and hopefully some big ones. And it'll probably play all the normal games that get you on CEXs and get you oracles and things like that. So it'll be palatable to the rest of broader crypto. But we can build, big conduits between those two chains or potentially another chain. And that can actually be very, very useful. And so long as we have a seat at the table, we can do very, very well, right? We need to be able to exert influence over the chain that we partner with or that we work with on this stuff. It's hard for us to exert influence over Ethereum, for example, right? But if some of us are early enough in this X1 thing and participate in the VC offering, that could be a pretty good way to have influence over it. So I know this is controversial and maybe it might be above the heads of some of you guys, but it's just something it's a big idea I've got. And I'm not sure it's going to work yet. And X1 could be a terrible idea as well. But, it's just something that I'm looking out for because I want a yin and a yang where we have the best of PulseChain and its advantages with the way Richard sets up, his L1 with this centralized OA figure and everything that we know and love about that and trust about that. But still has conduits to a more normie crypto. So yeah, I'll just leave you guys with that rather controversial thought. And but yeah, let's celebrate HEX. I don't own any Zen. I own more HEX than ever. I think I've got over 10,000 Tshares if I add up all the maxi tokens I've got. So I just want to be clear where my heart is. And I've been buying HEX while all these other guys were talking about Zen. So don't think I'm shilling Zen. It's quite the opposite. But I do see this opportunity, guys. And there's probably other opportunities like it out there as well, I'll say. Thanks.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really looked into what he's building at all. I've been pretty focused on just PulseChain and PulseX. I think we've got a lot on our plate already, and it's like, to some extent, it's like I get you're opportunistic and like you might see opportunity there, but like, there's no guarantee that like it's even worth to really like pursue that, and especially on top of everything we've already got going on with PulseChain how it is. So I don't know. I mean, maybe at some point, like if he ever launches it and it's worth it, then maybe it is worth it. But I think time will tell with that. And to be honest, like look at the attention that PulseChain has, and then look at whatever he's got, and it's clear like PulseChain has much more money behind it and a lot more attention behind it. And so it's like who's really benefiting from this, what you're talking about. And I don't really know what you're talking about really, but to me, I think it would probably benefit them more than PulseChain. But again, we'd have to see. Funny, do you want to hop in?
Yeah, it's us versus them kind of sentiment, and that's one of the challenges in general. I understand, like we always hedge. You're going to treat your family, the people you grew up with, probably closer and give them more benefit than the stranger on the other side of the nation or in a different nation. So I don't think that Famous is being, anything other than bridge building with his narrative. His narrative, I don't know all the details, but basically it seems like there's a lot of never sell mentality inside of like the HEX ecosystem in general. Or like if you stake HEX and you scrape off your interest and then you sell that and restake to keep up with T-share, not get diluted, like that's been a narrative forever. And then with PulseChain and PulseX, their different tools, whether it's native and on what Richard is designing, which hopefully we will see in testnet and play around with and kind of game theory out the effectiveness. Those are never sell as far as what his original pitches were. And then our single side staking kind of things. And then, Liquid Loans and Power City have their narratives about lock up, never sell, generate yield, or have at least access the equity in your portfolio kind of narratives. I think that Famous is doing the same thing. The way that I've heard him explain, is if you think that there's the market is heated up on your particular token, then being able to effectively buy an insurance policy. I think that's basically what he's doing with his fork. So I think those are all great
That's
narratives.
how I would use it. Yep.
Yeah. So it's great when, and again, these are maturing markets across the board, and we can continue to pick fights with Bitcoin. We can continue to pick fights with, we're better than the whatever other thing is out there kind of narratives. But like I've heard it a bunch of times, it's not the most comfortable path. When you can just send out a tweet and put a tag on something to say, look at what I'm tweeting. Like getting out there and talking to the 99% of people that aren't in DeFi, like that's useful. That's new money. That's new capital. Every time you've seen a big spike up in Bitcoin's price and its journey has been because new pockets of money that weren't in, they didn't have something else. Like that's where I would like to see a lot more of our focus. I did hear earlier things about 0 to 1, and so many of us already know MetaMask, and so many of us already know how to speculate over here on some other levered up position on a different altcoin inside of the PulseChain ecosystem, right? So I still think that our best, again, it's biased, but our best opportunity to me is the 99% that aren't in, and quit picking fights with other people building other things and other L1s and so forth. I don't think it's useful. I think it just says your green money isn't useful inside this ecosystem, and we're not going to give you our green money. Like it doesn't really matter to me. I just want to engage people to have better opportunity in DeFi when PulseChain exists, and I'll talk to those guys and never really have to deal with this other tribalism. It is frustrating over time to deal with the tribalism things. If things come out great from what whether it's Jack or whether it's other people that develop something, and it creates competition in a marketplace, I think that the end user in a non-monopolistic system benefits. Like I want more efficiencies, I want more utility. I'm kind of the Roger Ver mentality that the best in the ecosystem can win, but it doesn't mean that I don't think that we should have only a moat and say never talk to the other innovators outside of our space. Like it's a hard thing to politically or philosophically frame as an investor. Like that's the whole point for me is I'm talking to people, and I hope other people are talking to real estate people, stock market people that they want to launch a startup about some new box to talk to, technology wise. Like that's a better thing for me to engage in than these fights. It's just not useful to me.
Yeah, Gary, if I can just jump in. So I just want to explain what I mean by this analogy. So all over the world, you have kind of closed economies, and I would say HEX is sort of a closed economy, and this PulseChain thing is likely to be this way. And they can do very well, but they have to have conduits, right? So China's business all goes through Singapore and Hong Kong, right? Dubai similarly serves as this conduit basically to a good chunk of the Middle East and South Asia, right? So I'm looking for something where we can use that, and the important thing is you need to have influence over these things, right? If they have the upper hand on you, then it doesn't really help you that much. So that I'm looking for solutions to that. If someone's going to go out and and we can attach that to PulseChain, I think that's very, very, very useful for us, right? And so long as we have significant influence over it, and all of the mad gains will actually still happen on PulseChain, right? This other thing can just be, our Singapore, our Dubai, right? But all the wealth will be produced on PulseChain, more or less. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit too abstract of a concept, but I think it solves a huge problem that we've got currently and that we've talked about for the last few years, right? When are we going to get full acceptance, right? When are they going to stop gatekeeping us? And I think it'll happen once we're big enough, right? But in the meantime, we need to find solutions like this. So it's just one idea I've got, and there's probably a lot of ways to approach it. And I agree with Goldkey that, yeah, maybe his thing never happens. Maybe his thing's terrible, right? But I do also see somebody with a very normie background and a track record of raising money in Silicon Valley, and I think, well, gee, that would be nice if those people that he knows who've definitely never heard of Richard Hart or HEX or PulseChain are basically forced to hear about it because we're the mainland economy that's actually producing all of the gains, right? So anyway, it's just a dream I've got. We'll see what happens with it, but I think I'm open to anybody who's got an idea for how we manage this gatekeeping problem that we're going to continue to have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced that like that would solve the gatekeeping problem, if I'm being honest. Like, I think at some point, it just becomes like, especially with PulseChain, it's kind of going to hit a point, at least in my like hypothesis, I think it'll hit a point of just being undeniable. And, it is a very, although it is still attached to Richard Hart, which I think is the source of a lot of the gatekeeping that HEX has experienced, like, having a different utility and, not just being a staking product and really like the first of its kind staking product that I think kind of took the industry by DeFi by storm, and now is more like commonplace. At the time when HEX launched, it really was like the first of its kind. People didn't understand, time locking your coins to earn more, and that narrative of like that being a scam is kind of lingered. I think PulseChain is a chance for a new reset, and I think that, just with the timing of this launch, I do think that the gains will kind of outweigh a lot of the criticism, and hopefully open the doors. But who knows, right? Like we just gotta focus on what we're. But I do like where your mind's at. I mean, I love when people are bringing new ideas to the table about how we make PulseChain, the biggest it can be. But when it comes to Jack and Zen, it's kind of like there is definitely a clear line in the sand, and it's clear how our community feels, and it's pretty clear like his strategy around, just engagement farming our community with kind of taking Richard Hart's playbook and like outrage marketing our community to get engagement. That's pretty clear, and it's kind of like getting old. So, I'd rather focus more on like positive things that our community are doing, and the opportunity with the airdrop and V3 coming out versus like trying to deal with that. But
yeah, I agree with you. Eventually we'll get there, Goldkey. But China's been trying to get there for 40 years, and it's had a lot of success. But you literally can't run China without these tax havens, right? Like the capital just doesn't flow in, right? You need to have something in proximity with wide ports that help you get to the mainland, right? So maybe it's not Jack's thing. Maybe we should have Richard build it himself, or we can build it ourselves as a community. But I think PulseChain is going to be controversial. I'll predict this. It's going to continue to be controversial for years. So
I'm confused why you don't view like our relationship with Ethereum as what you're describing.
because we don't have influence over Ethereum. That's the problem. Ethereum is enormous on its own. But yeah, in a perfect world, Ethereum could be our, Ethereum, like in this analogy, don't get worried about the politics behind it, but like I kind of see us like China, a big growing economy, growing a lot faster than the rest of the West, over the last 40 years, maybe not now, but over the last 40 years. And I see Ethereum being more like the United States or NATO, right? Actually, it's the United States. Let's call it the United States. And then all these other chains, EVM chains, are basically just like NATO members, right? We have no influence over any of those guys, really, right? So how does China succeed? Well, they've got their trading partners that they basically farm. So they farm North Korea for I think coal and iron ore and resources and things like that. And then they use the tax havens like Singapore and Hong Kong to get access to global capital markets and send money around. I think we need to have something analogous, and they have significant influence over those places and those partners. So I think it's important for us to build something as well that will help us achieve that. Because there's some guys like, we all love Richard's unboxing videos and his Louis Vuitton stuff and his style and his swagger, but you're gonna have a really hard time convincing a stuffed shirt investor at PIMCO that this is where they should put their money, right? And you're even gonna have a hard time getting the polo wearing, t-shirt wearing VCs in California, right? For quite a long time. So, but what we can do is, because Richard does sort of, in my opinion, exude tremendous control over the strategy of PulseChain, we can do things that Ethereum and Bitcoin and all these other guys can't do because they're a little bit too anarcho, and they're constantly fighting amongst themselves to make very minor changes or upgrades, right? So I think there's actually a big advantage to Richard's strategy in that he has sort of the ability to take all the best ideas that capitalism produces, like China does, but put them on PulseChain, and push the overall thing in the right direction. And the rest of crypto is basically just complete chaos at the moment, right? With maybe a couple exceptions, right? So I think it's just important to think about these sort of conduits, and I think a lot of this is really actually ultimately very positive to HEX Price, if we can pull it off, right? Just in the same way that like Uniswap is an essential component to HEX, right? Having these relationships ultimately with CEXs will be very important, but we're likely to be gatekept still. But we can just have a clean shell company in a sense, or a clean tax haven somewhere else, and all the money is just going to pour through there back to PulseChain. So I think you'll see some version of this occur organically, but I do think it's something worth pursuing as an active strategy as the community. And it's one thing that's like Richard's probably got enough to do on his own. It's something that we can all do is think about ways to mitigate this gatekeeping, and this is just one strategy that I've got.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and you're correct in that, like at some point, like that cross-chain relationship with what he's building will probably exist. People are already building cross-chain bridges to other EVMs, so that'll probably exist in the future. Will it have the most impact on like PulseChain's growth? I don't know. Again, like just to echo what I've been saying, I still think the most impactful thing on our growth is how we bring over Ethereum project support. And if you look at like the only good things that happened with like ETH and those other forks, like the headlines were when like big projects supported. I don't remember if it was Circle. There was like a few big names that like engaged with it or provided support. Those are the types of headlines that I see really driving PulseChain is like if we can get those bigger names to provide support, like, which is actually very trivial depending on the product. That especially through the first year, I think is going to really drive attention to our chain. And you know, depending, I think that
Okay.
that kind of lies on our community to like make that happen, not necessarily like, you know,
Devil's advocate here, and then maybe we should move on back to Hex. But you know how you got USDC and you got USDT? You know what one serves Western capital markets, right? It's this clean American company that you know, is very well aligned with Coinbase, et cetera. And then you've got USDT. It's the same exact product, except it's pretty much serving, as far as I can tell, the wealthy Asian countries, right? Why do they both exist and need to coexist? It's for exactly the reason that I'm talking about. USDC doesn't really work for a lot of these offshore guys, right? These non-American people, right? That are coming from, I think, predominantly China, right? So I think that it's analogous, actually. So, and then the other thing I'll say is, you know, look, I'm forking Aave. One of the reasons I'm forking Aave is because I know they won't build Aave on PulseChain anytime soon, right? So, like, anybody who's telling you that all these guys are coming over, Circle, Aave, there's absolutely no way in hell that's happening day one, right? You know, it's something that we can hope for longer term, but they will follow the money ultimately, right? And you're more likely to get adoption from, you know, things like USDT, you know, earlier than somebody like USDC, and that's because of all the gatekeeping that I think will continue to occur. And you're not going to see Aave on PulseChain anytime soon, because they're not going to trust this OA model, right? Which is why, you know, I built Fiat, which is our version of Aave for PulseChain, specifically for that reason, right? If I thought Aave was just going to show up on day one, I would have never done it, right? So, yeah, I think, you know, holistically, just trying to think strategically about how we're going to really make this thing work. We can all do our onboarding efforts, talk to our friends, and I think we covered that. But then I think from a logistics standpoint, you know, we really do need to think about how we do create things that are going to allow the more normie parts of crypto to participate. And I think that's an essential thing. And yeah, Power City is going to do cross-chain swaps. That's awesome. But yeah, we ultimately may need to think of other strategies as well that pair economically to PulseChain and don't piss people off, basically, because they're not structured the same way that PulseChain is.
My commentary on that is I'm not sacrificed on any of these things. I don't have any financial energy or anything like that. I do like Internet Money and their cross-blockchain wallet. I like that. It is part of the bridge building effort in general, and it is because economic energy, even though there's the risk that it goes out of the RH ecosystem and things we're vested in, there's a greater opportunity for that capital to come into the system. So I like what Famous was saying, and you know, as far as interchain kind of opportunities, I like me personally, I like the wallet you know, thing that seems like Internet Money is doing to engage. There's you know, there's that risk, right? About, is it a moat, and does that moat keep you inside the castle and you're trading amongst yourselves, or is that moat keeping, you know, the barbarian horde outside? Like, is it protection from which direction? But I like it. Like I support those things. Because ultimately, really, I think it comes down to what's the chart going to show. If the chart is saying that this is, you know, PulseChain is a levered position, which is low cost. If they have gotten an Ethereum fork, they basically have no cost for their airdrop element. And if they do have robust charts and all these other attractors, it is the same reason that people moved over from potentially from Uniswap, and now there's Sushi Swap and Pancake Swap and all these other things, is because the capital goes where it's treated best. And if there's a leverage up opportunity, a lot of the risk takers will take it. And I think that they would come across a bridge into PulseChain for ROI. People go for the gains. Even if they're further out on the risk curve, some percentage is going to go for the gains.
Yeah, I just want to chime in just real quick on what you're saying, Famous, too. There's a lot of narratives between, different communities and how we interact with one another. Obviously, spinning off of RH's, way of doing things. But none of us have a crystal ball on exactly how to predict these things and how they will happen post this bull market or post this bear market. We do and have had an impact on the dev side on Ethereum. Devs have found bugs for ETH2 as recently as just a few months ago and submitted it over to them. They do have a baseline respect there because of those things that are happening behind the scenes. But coming up with kind of these straw mans as to what will happen and what won't, I think we really have to see post this bear market where Richard has not been proven to be a scammer. He has been proven right in everything he's told everybody in the industry. He's called out everybody, and everything he said has basically happened like he's been an oracle in a very interesting way that kind of is above a normal kind of spectrum, in terms of PulseChain being like gate kept. It's not HEX. It is going to speak very loudly from a technical standpoint when people see what PulseChain is, and they can actually go in there and see the actual difference between ETH2 and PulseChain. So in terms of the backing, we have a phenomenal community with tons of different connections. I don't even think those connections have even begun to surface, frankly, at this point. And we do have very large entities that are highly incentivized to help PulseChain do what it needs to do. Famous, I do like you. I've liked you from the very beginning. You're pretty much one of the only sacrifices sets that I went into outside of PulseChain and PulseX. And because I take you very seriously, I like your posture. I like how you think. And I'd also like to see, with that conversation, the rhetoric, would just calm down. Between you're mentioning Jack and Zen and all these different things. There's been a lot of rhetoric. There's been a lot of things talked about. I think it just all needs to just calm down. All of these things are pure speculative instruments. All of them. You can spool up a POA all day long that's empty, and it can be fast and have TPS. That's great. I've minted the shit out of Zen, but we do need to coalesce as people that have a bigger vision than just being in another new cult or another new group. So in that sense, I do agree. I do think, though, that the gatekeeping on PulseChain will not look like the gatekeeping on HEX. That's what I predict. Because like Fundy Jim just said, people will go where the tech has been proven out and where gains can be made. So I do hope that just we can dial down the rhetoric. And if you really do want collaboration, I think that's really what needs to happen.
Yeah, those are good points, and I think with time, it's kind of naturally going to. I do think that, there are people utilizing the emotion to get a result that they want, and it and that is outrage marketing, and it works. Regardless of how our community has been told so many times, don't, if you don't like something, don't give it attention, don't engage with it. And yet, even Elon Musk freaking told everybody, if you if you engage with stuff you hate, you're gonna see it more, and so is everyone else. And yet, like, people still do it. But yeah, I think it naturally will. I think it hasn't been that long, but over time it naturally will, and we are going to have to figure out how to kind of live alongside each other. I think Famous has shared this point a few times. Like, there is always going to be kind of some intertwining between our communities, but I mean, it goes both ways, right? Like, Richard Hart's kind of chosen the perspective of just like blocking it out, which totally within his will to do, and Jack's kind of picked the perspective of like this kind of moral high ground, and like that he's going to tell Richard Hart what he should do. And it's just kind of is what it is, and as a community we kind of have to figure out how we navigate it. But I again, I do think that there is so much positive for us to just focus on versus like this ongoing conflict. But yeah, Jerry, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I just going to say that I'm going to step down, but I want to encourage anybody that wants to come up and speak or has a question for any of the other speakers to do so. Thank you for letting me be here. And I want to also encourage everybody to meet up with HEX people locally. It's a lot of fun. I'm in Washington State. We have a wonderful group of Hexagons here, and it sure is a good time. We're really good to be going into an awesome time with PulseChain launching in a bull market, and figure out how you want to participate. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Jerry. Really, really appreciate it. And hope to have you in a space soon.
Well, hello everybody. Thanks for having me up. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, you're good to go.
That's good, because there were like 2-3 words that were mentioned a lot of times, which is one, the gatekeeping thing, one was engagement farming, and then there was the idea of like collaboration. And as I see it, I would say that there is a lot of game theory in this whole thing. But as many people who have looked deeper into game theory see that, yeah, I'm not defecting, but just not maybe collaborating, but just cooperating will give you the best outcome. And so this is the same with communities, and maybe the community of our HEX community, and it's all about trust. And how do you gain trust? By not defecting. And then you could even, to gatekeep, maybe implement things to punish people who defect, which is happening, of course. Like in here, you talk shit, like people get kicked out of a channel. But you could even put this into code. The engagement farming thing, and talking about Zen, and I've seen Jack on or in here as a listener as well. Like everybody could participate, and I don't see that much problem of that maybe there were some ideas of HEX in it, because I think this is like everyone could participate, everyone could get as much as they wanted if the outcome was like larger than the price, or the potential gains that you think you could get within a later future. You would just do it. And I think the project is more like a very long living design project. And now it comes to this thing, competition. Competition is, I think, a good thing. And sometimes you even like silently not really collaborate with the competition, but like if there's two supermarkets, like if you have a crossing and there's one supermarket and the second one opens like right next to it, both of them will have more gains. This is been documented a whole of a lot of times. So I think the worst thing that come out could be that the whole ecosystem of cryptocurrencies is going to be damaged by some bad actors. But I think we've been over this and have seen all the obituary pages of BTC and how often it has been declared dead. So I think in the end, the best product will win, and the best product will be the best code. And then I will take it a step next further and go back to the HEX and HEX system, because there are good things that you can add onto that product. But there will also be new ideas that will come up on chain that will not be connected to finance. So it's not about DeFi only. I think it's going to lead us into something called algocracy. And this is what I would hope for. So because this can get rid of a lot of middlemen and other things than finance only. So this was just my little hello. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, those are really good points, CFO. Yeah, and at the end of the day, like, you know, I know everyone kind of has this ideal utopian future where we all just get along and no one talks shit ever again and we just all support each other. But like, that's just not realistic. Like, it's all like, there's a big level, a big layer of crypto with social consensus, and that happens mainly on Twitter and in these spaces and like conversations. That's not going anywhere, and it's going to continue, especially with PulseChain launching. There's going to be tribalism. It's just how it is. But I do think that there is a level of diplomacy that we can have, and you know, to me, it's just like, I don't think in history an L1 has ever launched from the heart of like one of the strongest crypto communities to ever exist, that had to really like be a maxi to battle its early days to survive. And so it kind of like had to put itself in this corner. And now we're kind of expecting that community to just be like extremely open to every new project that you know, exists. So it's definitely been like a growing phase for everyone, like this past year, really since the introduction of PulseChain. But you know, as more projects come out, it's like, okay, where do we draw the line between like, you know, being supportive but like also staying true to like what we think is good with HEX and Richard Hart products. So it's definitely a balance that we're all trying to figure out. And you know, there's really no right answer, but we can like continue to improve and learn and try to navigate it as best we can. How's it going, KG?
What's up, Goldkey? How are you, brother?
Good, man. We're just enjoying this HEX pump. Still over 4 cents.
Oh yeah, loving the HEX pump. It is so good to see the community bullish and happy right now. We've been deep in the bowels of the bear, so it's good to see some positive sentiments for a change. I really wanted to, first of all, thanks for hosting the space. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I really wanted to speak to the point, you know, of exactly what you just said. I'm just going to follow up to what you said. I agree that it is a utopian ideal for everybody to get along. Like, hey, let's solve world peace. Crypto is the answer. All right, right. It is a utopian ideal. But where I think the HEX Pulse RH community sentiment has to start leaning towards is being accepting and more open to other projects. And here's why. PulseChain is an L1. We're not just HEX anymore. It's not just an ERC20 that we have to defend with our life. If we want PulseChain to succeed, if we want PulseChain to thrive, other projects and other communities have to be built on it. That's inarguable. So we have to find a way. I understand the sentiment of the HEX community and why they're defensive. Understood. But we have to find a way as a community to be more accepting, to be more inviting. Otherwise, the L1 is not going to succeed.
Well, KG, would you say, I mean, I personally think, brother, that I have seen the community, I would consider this the entire ecosystem of RH, but especially like passionate Hexicans, I have seen them mature through this bear market. I have watched very outspoken individuals kind of go up the next run on the ladder in terms of how they posture themselves, how they speak with people with dignity and respect. And I do think that we are on the right trajectory, knowing that what you just said is exactly the case. I feel like I have seen the maturity begin within the community. And I think that it's happening by default because I think anybody with a brain senses that that's where it has to go.
Yeah, and if I could add this little thing, it's like HEX is like a child or like a teenager moving out and then like building up its own family, let's say, and maybe its own ecosystem, which is now called Pulse, because without HEX, Pulse would never be started or even thought about. And so the people that were the early Hexicans will also probably make sure that Pulse and the whole Pulse chain will embrace every good new product, especially, which I am totally into, extending the things that you could do with HEX, Pulse, and PulseX. So this is in a kind of a family that is connected, but the own layer one that's going to be coming up that this community will well protect and also I guess will grow as well and nice and in that kind of the same manner of respect, talking to each other and so on, as it was and has been in the HEX community. So I agree to what you said, and I'm looking into a very good future for Pulse.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Mando. I think our community has grown a lot, especially since like some of the first projects to this ecosystem were introduced, like Hedron, for example, like took a lot of heat, and you know, and I think there still needs to be a level of like acceptance. Like everyone's pushing for this acceptance on Hexkins though, about like, oh, you need to be more welcoming to all these things for the good of Pulse, but it's like no one's being accepting of like Hexicans supporting Hex anymore, which I think there needs to be a balance. There's obviously a level of like there's a point of like being a toxic maximalist where you're just shit talking everyone, which I don't think it doesn't move anything forward, and it's a negative on the system. But like there needs to be like the openness to allow Hexicans to actually talk about Hex anymore, because it to me there does seem to be this massive push that is like if anyone believes in Hex to be the best and is what like still passionately wants to tell people about it, they're like, you're a maxi, like you should be supporting everything equally. It's like, no, I mean, like people can still support Hex and be maximalisms. Like I've yet to find anything comparing to Hex for what it is, as a store of value, that is better. So I in my heart, I'm still a HEX maximalist, and I want things to be built that support HEX, and I'm going to support those more than other things, and people that support HEX more than other things. And that's like, I have every right to do that just as much as everyone else has a right to support this ecosystem, because that's what they believe is best, right? So I'm just saying that it kind of does go both ways, and it should be that acceptance that's like being asked of Hexkins should also be afforded to Hexkins as well. I think, Funny Jim, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Framing wise, acceptance of HEX maximalism. I know that there are rooms. Tangent runs a room every so often. He's very much a maximalist. I think he's converted maximalist, and I don't think that there's anything wrong about it. If I'm tooling through Twitter and I join into the room, it's because I like HEX and I want to talk about HEX for until my appetite is filled talking about HEX. And it's kind of, again, not to say tribalism, religion, cultural norms, whatever those things are. I think that obviously inside this community, there's a lot of tolerance for HEX and tolerance for the founder or the game theory or, the narrative that supports Price or whatever, right? Like that's a normal. I grew up in Southern Baptist, Southern United States. So I was surrounded all of my life by a certain religiosity. And then I moved to places that had Mormons and Hindus and Buddhists. And like the tolerance element is I don't know, like even the word tolerance, it's like that word is a strange word because it is a judgment. It's like you're irritating me, but I'm going to tolerate it. Like I don't know, it's a strange frame to come across. I do know a lot of the narrative around at least my crypto experience was 2017. Everything is open. Internet of Things is going to rule the world. Blow off top from ICO. Everybody making promises, and then part of that collapse and recovery is where Richard Hart product of longer pays better, staking is better than trading, all those narratives, and I do treat it very much like a religion. If you believe in Mormonism, if you believe in Hinduism, if you're Jewish, if you're Christian, it doesn't matter really, unless someone comes inside your synagogue and is talking something that really goes against whatever your cultural values are, your religious values. So I do look at it that way. Like staking is a great mechanism for people that believe in the narrative of staking, and there's going to be yield from the people that participate in that, because everyone is kind of, or many are participating in the staking, and the patient paying the impatient and things like that, other way around. So like, I do have to put it in terms and say, I'm still going to visit ever so often a synagogue, even though I'm not Jewish. I'm not going to take up a lot of the traditions or norms, but like, I'm not tolerant of Jewish people. Like they're just Jewish people and they believe in a certain thing. Like the frame of tolerance, I don't really like that word. Maybe that's just I'm triggered over that little thing. But like I like Tangent stuff. I like Goldkey's products that he develops around the HEX as a cornerstone. I like a lot of stuff, right? But like when I'm my brand or my financial energy is my choice, and I'm choosing that I like HEX, I'm going to talk about PulseChain. I'm going to talk about other things that are built on PulseChain, and as long as the audience that pays attention to whatever content I put out there is responsible, they can choose Mormonism and they can choose to be Hare Krishna and they can choose on their own. I just want to give information. Like here are the different ways that people operate financially, and you need to choose your own.
Yeah, those are really good points, Funny Jim. KG and then UFO.
So I want to circle back to what Mando said and what Goldkey said. I agree. I do see a lot more like maturity and positivity and acceptance within the community, and that's awesome. And then to Goldkey's point, you know, tolerance for hex maxis, so to speak. I have no problem with hex maxis. If you want to be a maxi for something because you love something, go be a maxi. That's awesome. Do you, boo? You have my support. Where the intricacies come into play and become paradoxical and hurt other community members is we have this social perception in the crypto space that the HEX and the PulseChain community are one. And in some respects, they are. And so where it gets tricky is when you have somebody who's, you know, a quote, RH maximalist, RH products only. They enter into the realm of paradox because one of those products is PulseChain. And so if they're such a maximalist for RH that they begin to knock down and diminish other projects, they're hurting PulseChain. And so me as somebody and others as people who really want PulseChain to succeed and be successful, that reaction, that response, and that narrative actually hurts PulseChain adoption. Because you can't diminish and shut other people down. Be a hex maxi. Just don't hurt PulseChain in the process, please. Because those of us who really believe in and want PulseChain to succeed, you're hurting what we're trying to do. And so that's where the issue gets sticky. And just, if you're a hex maxi, do it. Just be mindful of PulseChain and not only the projects being built on it, but other communities that we're out there trying to onboard into the PulseChain ecosystem.
Yeah, those are really good points. And truly, I think that it's not like, I think that like a lot of hex maxis get frustrated, and that there's a lot of this talk about onboarding, but like when you look at who is in that community, it's literally just like our community is just a part of that. Like they're just marketing to the PulseChain community. They're not like they keep using this word onboarding, but they're not actually onboarding people outside. Now, granted, that might change once PulseChain is actually out, right? Like maybe that, like once it's live and new people are coming into this ecosystem, maybe their product does attract like new people to the ecosystem. But like overall, it's not like, I guarantee you that like, you know, new communities that already exist on Ethereum coming into the PulseChain, like those people would be very welcome because they're actually new community. They're onboarding new people, versus like, you know, this claim of onboarding within our community. It's like, okay, you're just growing your piece of our community pie, which is fine, but it's like that. I think that's where people get more frustrated with, I don't know, that, yeah, that type of like narrative. But UFO, you want to hop in?
Yes. Community. I think the HEX community is very kind, helping, friendly. And as Gary said, the word of tolerating is a bit of a discrimination of a word, even because it's this kind, helping, friendly coexistence. So this is the same way I approach things. And if something is happening that I don't like around me or myself, then I might, you know, just, I don't know the right English term for it, but I will like maybe put a wall and say no. And so I also think that some things prove themselves to be better ideas than others. And I like to combine the efforts of the people with the better ideas. This is going into a little bit of the science thing. And when science hits sociology, it's not easy. But as I found HEX as a so-called, let's say, needle in the haystack, it's not arbitrarily, but because I have been educating myself for years. And I think it's with many of the OG Hexicans that have had experiences before. And we shouldn't forget, we are living now and can only talk to each other because of a thing called the internet, which many forgot. And if you look at the so-called founders of the internet and look at organizations, foundations like the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, and the people who really invented the protocols like Windsurf and others, they are still contributing to that communities, and we can learn a lot from these communities, how they work. They still work with the mailing list. They still work with real life meetups 3 times a year for, I don't know, 35 years now or something, even though the whole internet, like with TCP/IP, was invented in the early 70s. But as I've been into some of their groups, they are also having that same mentality and that same way of respecting each other, and it has been working for such a much longer time than the HEX community. So my advice, no financial, not any advice, but just look at it, how they work. They have subgroups. They want to make the internet available to everybody. There's a subgroup called Gaia, Global Access to Internet for All. There's a subgroup called HPRC, which means Human Rights Protocol considerations. So the people who still invent and make the internet better are thinking about all of the same things that we are trying to achieve, calling it maybe a very positive utopia. So yeah, this is going its way, and I am not afraid to go the next step.
Well, guys, I will use that pause to say thank you and congrats to everybody who made it through the bear market, especially you influencers out there, because I know it's hard to pedal and get users and talk when there's only bad news every day. So congrats to all of you guys, and I'm very excited. And yeah, I think this is going to be a tremendous year for HEX. It's going to be a great year for PulseChain. I don't think it's going to be a particularly great time for Zen. They're probably going to go down quite a bit. But I think we've seen the worst for HEX probably, and it's in the rearview mirror. And you're going to see Richard reappear being his normal exuberant self probably very soon. I predict within weeks. You'll start to see him streaming, probably bi-weekly, running the circuit, talking to BitBoy, doing all this stuff. And it's going to be really exciting. And yeah, make your plan for what you're going to do this year. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Famous. Great chat with you, man. We got Toby up here. How's it going, Toby?
Hey, Goldkey, what's up, man? Good job on putting this space together. I've enjoyed what I've caught so far. Famous, I wanted to commend you on what I thought was a brilliant take on GRC's channel the other day in regard to your thoughts on Jack Levin's projects. Thought that was really enlightening. For those of you that haven't listened to it, I'd encourage you to check that out. I thought it was eye-opening, to say the least, and done in an entertaining way. So I always, if you can do both of those things, entertain and educate, then that's a win-win in my book. Pleasure to be here with all you guys. In regard to like the I guess we got a couple words that I think are getting sticky, tolerance and maxi. And I understand, like tolerance does have kind of a bit of an edge to it, as though like there's some disdain for whomever you are, quote, tolerating. But that's not the initial origin of that word. And it's more about being able to respectfully communicate with that person without being disrespectful. So that's kind of the way that I choose to perceive tolerance. I remember 20 some odd years ago being in a church service, and it was very interesting to me because my brother was homosexual, and the minister was talking about tolerance in regard to gay marriage and the homosexual lifestyle in general. And what was interesting, and I found reaffirming in that sermon, because I thought, oh man, he's going to like, tell me my brother's going to hell, or, whatever you could maybe stumble into in a church service sometimes, is that in actuality, he was talking about the importance of tolerance working in all directions. And that not only did we need to tolerate these different views and be able to respectfully, have communication with them and love them as the soul that they are, regardless of their choices as an individual, if we agree with them or not, that needs to work the other way around. And then what was interesting later in my life that I found was that there are many friends of my brother, and obviously in the gay community, or not obviously, but that happened to be in the gay community, that were very intolerant of people that were breeders, or what would now be called cisgender, right? And it was heartbreaking to me to see, like, that there was this insistence on being tolerated, but having this intolerance toward the very people that you wanted to be tolerated by. So, that's always kind of been my take on it, that tolerance only works when it goes in all directions. I've famously or infamously, fallen out, I guess, with Richard and was unfollowed a while back. And there was a lot hullabaloo around that. And for me, it wasn't about the unfollow as much as it was a feeling of not being respected in the community for the work that I had done, and guys like Abe had done, and other people. And it had been weighing on me when he was on. I talked to Maddie before the conference, and Maddie he and I had a discussion, and it was actually the first question that he presented to Richard, and he addressed, his reasoning behind why he follows who. And this leads me to the second word in question, which is Maxi. And, my thinking is that Maxi is really very specific in the way that Richard is talking about it, in my opinion. And it's the thing that you focus on in social media that is going to basically put people on the path of least wreckedness. So I clipped that and I posted it and my thoughts on that, and it had been weighing on me quite a lot. And my thinking was that I'm a really good educator. It's like pretty much anyone that I've talked to one-on-one, whether they were a no-coiner or a Bitcoin maxi or in something totally unrelated, I was able to convince them of the virtues of HEX. And more often than not, I was actually able to get those people to invest in HEX. So I had an overabundance of confidence in my ability to bridge those gaps. And I think that those are important things to do because, my thrust was that I wanted to make sure that in any community, the conversation was always there. That, at the core of a lot of these other communities are leaders that have a strong HEX staking ladder. And that has given them the ability to branch out and pursue things that maybe have a higher risk, right? Affiliated with them, and that haven't been proven like HEX has been for 3+ years now. So but the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, as good as I might be, because of my position in the community as being, I feel like most that know me would consider me a trusted member of the community. I've never accepted any payment for anything that I've ever done for the community. I've given hundreds of thousands of HEX away to random people, family, friends, you name it, and hours, all the way back to the Telegram admin job that I still hold. So it was interesting to me that that as good as I thought I was, there could be a situation where people were going to misconstrue what I had to say just because of my name and because I'd mentioned this other thing in an effort to kind of make up ground on OGs or, people that they think have made all the gains from the price appreciation from being in day one or day two, like myself, are going to take a bigger risk to try to get to those levels in a shorter time span, not knowing, like Johnny Chaos so brilliantly points out all the time, that it is a diamond in the rough. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of coins that have never done what HEX has done, and for them to be able to roll the dice, so to speak, and find another HEX is highly unlikely. So I elected recently to kind of go back to that RH Maxi description, but I've changed it a bit and I've added RH Maximizer. So to me, I feel like it's important that people have the freedom to do whatever they choose to with their yield. The whole idea behind a staking ladder is that you set up a staking ladder and then you lived off the yield. That was from the earliest discussions about building staking ladders and the way to utilize HEX, from Richard himself to you name it. So if people want to take that yield and they want to buy dog food or a new car or a trip or pay the mortgage or whatever, or another coin, that's within their rights to do that. I have no problem with the freedom of anyone to do whatever they want with their own yield and their own money or their own free tokens. However, the differentiating factor here is what do we, as people of a certain status in the community, choose to put energy into publicly. I think a sad example of this is David Feeder. I love David Feeder. I've met him in person a number of times. Wonderful guy, great member of the community, always has so much to add. And, he just in mentioning some other coins got some people wrecked. And because, they chose to not do their own research, and just by the mere fact that he had mentioned it, assumed that it was a safe investment. And that's the risk all of us take when we start to talk about some of these other things. So, and then lastly, just to kind of put a bow on all of my little mini rant here, is that there's no shortage of OGs out there that absolutely in public would be perceived as an RH Maxi. No one here would say otherwise, that I have spoken to, and many of you guys have spoken to, that absolutely hold other things that are not HEX. But the difference is they don't talk about it in public for the reasons I just mentioned. So I think that that's kind of like that thing. So in my lengthy post I did earlier with the clip of that, path of least directness quote from Richard, my DMs are always open. I'll talk to anybody about anything privately, but because of the position I'm in, I feel like I've got to be careful with, what I utter, because it could, reinforce someone that is compelled to degen into various things in an effort for a lottery winner, right? So, yeah, that's kind of my take on all the stuff that I'd heard talked about thus far. But just to reiterate, Goldkey, you're awesome. I love what you guys are doing over there. Thanks for putting the space together. Famous, again, fantastic work on your description of the dynamic between what Jack's doing and what Richard's doing, and how Jack's kind of more or less played the community. And my thinking is that in a weird way that's had an effect on Jim Rat, who I consider a personal friend, and has really kind of made him change how he's perceiving things. And we might see that in days to come. But it's important to stay open and keep communicating. We're all evolving. People learn as they go. Everyone's at different path, different points along the path. We've all got an opportunity to be better versions of ourselves. So, I try to, as laughable or as nauseating as that could be, I choose to be an eternal optimist. And I don't know that anyone's going to beat that out of me. But that's my take on things. So thanks for letting me have the mic here briefly.
Yeah, really great points, Toby. UFO, you want to go?
Yes, and I would like to totally agree with Toby, and maybe add or sum up this with a short little thing, because I'm going to drop out soon. Like Marty, who mostly everyone will know, he has been talking about this sudden wealth syndrome kind of thing. And I think this is a bit something like Toby was talking about, not concerning on what you own in crypto or not, There's the thing of suddenly being a public person, a public figure, by just speaking out loud in all of these channels. Not only like this started in Discourse, this started like years ago on Telegram. There were hundreds of people, and not everyone was a speaker. And this suddenly being a public figure comes with a lot of responsibility. Just maybe as Mati's talking about sudden wealth syndrome, where you should yeah, watch that you won't get wrecked. Being a public figure comes with a lot of responsibility to yeah, not lead people into things where they maybe protect people from making mistakes that you yourself have done. And this is why most of us are very careful about speaking about new other products that are not really connected to HEX anything, and look at them very precisely. And maybe after some time there is yeah, some kind of an agreement of the many of us that say, okay, maybe this idea was a good idea, and it is a good idea as an add-on for the community. And like, why shouldn't stakes be tradable, for example, which was a discussion in the early days, but now we have them, and nobody's really complaining. So thanks for what you said, Toby, and thanks for everyone else on here. For having me on. I might jump down, listen in for a little more minutes, and hope to see you all very, very soon.
Yeah, thanks for hopping up, UFO. Really appreciate it. And yeah, you know, like, here's the thing. Like, I do think that there are good products being built for PulseChain, and but at the same time, like, you know, there's a lot of people that say, oh, there's 130 projects being built for PulseChain, and we should support all of that. And it's like, no, we shouldn't. To be honest, like, just because something exists doesn't mean we have to support it for PulseChain to succeed. You know, before we were talking about what advantages PulseChain has. You know, beyond having HEX as its store of value, or, you know, a store of value, I think that because this community really does come from HEX and Hexicans, HEX has really set the bar for projects that want to be on PulseChain, like, to meet that standard when it comes to trustless products, quality of build. Richard Hart set a very high bar that I think will elevate the, like, for a project to get support from this community, it needs to live up to that. And I think we should embrace that. I don't think we should you know, allow every product, like, that could potentially thrive on another chain to come in and wreck people. I do think that it like, utilizing our ability to vet things to, like, against that standard, you know, like discernment is valuable, and having our community dive into other things and learn about them, I think, is valuable. And yeah, I mean, we are going to have to figure out how to exist alongside other things, and I think that'll be a little easier for some than others. But yeah, I mean, good things are being built with people that have good intentions, and you know, that is net positive for our community. I think, I don't know who is first. I think Hex Deck, how's it going, man? I think you just hopped up.
No, give it to Toby. He has hand up first.
Okay. Toby, go for it.
I just had a quick add-on to KG's point earlier about, you know, the difficulty navigating this position that we're in, which is like, okay, obviously we're all here because of HEX, right? And PulseChain's on the way, and lots of things are going to be built on PulseChain, but don't talk about things that aren't RH products, right? I mean, that's a dicey one, right? And we ran into this in the early days with the PulseChain voice chat. And in the admin room, Funding Gem was there for those discussions, and I'm not sure if I see anybody else that's admin in the. Jesse was there for those discussions. It got complicated because it's like, you know, people didn't have a place to go. Like if they wanted to talk about a new project, they couldn't talk about it on the PulseChain voice chat or in PulseChain's Telegram channel, because the only thing you're allowed to talk about, just like on the HEX channel, was HEX or PulseChain, which was, you know, no one knew at that point, 2 years out, right? And so it really left us in a dilemma. And, you know, what we kind of sort of ended up with was, you know, non-sanctioned RH rooms where people could go and talk about these other things. And, you know, and that's the thing that we're kind of up against now, because it's like, you know, those discussions do need to happen. And just to your point, Goldkey, things need to be vetted and people need to prove themselves. And, you know, there's lots of things out there where they've had a lot of sacrifice dollars tied up for a long time. And we don't know if any of those will come to market. And if they do, and, you know, you can have all the best intentions in the world, but, you know, if you don't have product market fit and you don't have, you know, a good plan from the jump, and you don't have good adoption for whatever reason, it's not going to work. I mean, there's plenty of products out there in the world that were the best at the time that did not succeed for a myriad of reasons. So, you know, that's the thing. Like and the only way that's going to happen is through time and due diligence and people doing their research. I think the hard part is that so many people are quick to, you know, throw themselves on their sword for a project that isn't even out yet, right? So it's like, you know, and all that's is like hopes and dreams, right? So it's like, it's a troubling issue. I mean, I think it's important to have talks like this. And Twitter, as far as just the text format of it, is not a place for nuanced discussion. So that's where it makes it really difficult, because it's like, you know, if everything was verbal, then I think it would be very clear, like, you know, what my situation is with other communities. You know, that the reason I'm there is to keep the dialogue open and be friendly to those communities as long as they're friendly to us, and see what they're about and make sure that they're aware of what I think is the best store of value. Because that was always my argument from day one with PulseChain and being welcoming to people coming to build, is that if they're not, like I did a poll recently, and 10% of the poll literally said they don't like HEX. And the other 10% of the poll said, tell me more. The other two questions on the poll were, I already have a staking ladder, or no, I don't have a staking ladder. So, you know, 70% had a staking ladder already. So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of preaching to the choir with this community of 70% of the people already have a HEX staking ladder. There's 10% of people that don't have a ladder yet, but there's 10% that don't like HEX. And there's 10% that want to know more. So what's up with these 20% of this poll that don't fucking know about HEX? So how do we get through to those people if we don't communicate with those communities, right? So that's where it gets dicey, because, you know, it has to be nuanced, because just because you're talking to another community, whether it's Goldkey or KG or whomever, or Tangent, any of us, Funding Gem, it doesn't mean we're endorsing that particular item, because it hasn't even had a chance to prove itself, right? But the conversations have to happen. And to try to do that in text, forget about it. I mean, anybody that knows me, most of my fucking tweets are TLDR, right? So it's like, I got to be able to talk about it to make it clear, like, what I'm trying to say. And I do my best through text, but it's just, you can't do it. Twitter's just not a good medium for that, you know. But Spaces, I think, is great. You know, and live streaming, I think, is great, where people can dive into these things and have these more nuanced discussions, so we kind of understand. And then I think that breaks down the tribalism and the polarization and people digging their heels in. And like that 10% of my poll that doesn't like HEX, it's like, well, why don't you like it? And the reason they don't like it is because they had toxic experiences with hexagons, right? And I don't want anybody to be turned off of what I think is one of the best cryptos ever invented, because they had a bad experience with a person, right? Or a handful of people. And the only way you do that, it's like any kind of prejudice, you know, it's based in misunderstanding and not, you know, not knowing, you know, the other side, right? So you're going to prejudge that person without knowing them. So, you know, if you go on the attack, people are going to put their defenses up. and your chances of changing their mind are slim to none. Funding Jim and I talked about this in a Twitter space a while back that wasn't recorded. And the example I gave was, it's like if I'm a Trump guy and you're a Biden guy, and I come to you and tell you what a moron that Biden is, and it's like a weekend at Bernie's, is like the guy even alive, yada yada, and like that's my lead in. You're not going to hear another thing I have to say. There is no chance that you're going to hear any thing that I've got to say that might actually persuade you to entertain the idea of as Trump as a candidate. So I think it's the same thing that we need to do, as Hexicans, to be welcoming, but and be tolerant. I know that word. I hope I covered that earlier. Be tolerant of them, but at the same time, that doesn't mean we're endorsing you. That doesn't mean we're accepting you. It's like, okay, what do you got to say? We can communicate about it, but welcome to PulseChain. And hey, if you make a bunch of gains on this thing, high five. You know what the best store of value is? HEX. You might want to look into doing a staking ladder. This one's tried and true, and then protect some of that wealth, because making the money is only half the battle. Protecting it's the other half, right? So thanks for letting me add that in.
Yeah, and one of the things I just wanted to go off, I came in the room and listened for a minute or two, and I heard a little rift from UFO about people getting wrecked or spending their capital. Just from personal experience, one of the things I did to protect my assets, or my capital, from myself, in a sense of spending my potential assets, was to choose to, and this is personal choice, this is not recommendations, to invest it in development of something, and something that stood behind something, as far as free speech or freedom of movement. And that was my decision and choice, and that was based off of realized capital gains from investing in HEX from day one. And rather than just taking it directly out to fiat cash, and in a sense isolate myself or insulate myself from having that available capital, I did take some money off the table, and I did enough for probably 2.5 years worth of living, but I also didn't increase my living lifestyle, which I think is important to be communicated to people, especially when they first see their first realized gains. This is my second rodeo, so and I didn't sell during my first rodeo. I just rode the horse all the way up and all the way down. Is this, I can say this, the fact that, and I'll be unapologetic. I literally, sat there, and I was kind of bored with retirement. So I'm like, I'm going to develop a project, not a coin or anything like that, and kind of do something for the next 2 years. So I literally took probably 80% of that which I took off the table, and I went into Maximus. I'm an unashamed pineapple. So if anybody knows about the ranking scores, yeah, I mean, it was no small amount, but it made the most sense because I was looking at the rate of hike, of the way interest and things and macroeconomics were going to take, and the fact that we were just entering this recession. Maybe we're getting towards the bottom ski slope, but it's one of those things where I don't, I still look at the development of, like, I look at it in a business terms type aspect, even though, it's speculation to some people, or for some people, it's maybe gambling. I mean, they're just looking for the next hot coin. I looked at the development of the project of HEX, the success of the operation. It executed the way it was supposed to be. The person who founded the coin executed it. He spoke clearly about his potential expectations, and they exceeded his expectations. So, I look at these two projects, or, well, actually, one's the finished product. I say project in regards to PulseChain or PulseX. Maybe not so much PulseX, but PulseChain definitely, because there's going to be some form of development, continue growing on that aspect. But I think, you know, from an investing standpoint or a risk-taking standpoint, and there's a difference between taking risk and just gambling and kind of say, give me 7 scratch-offs, you know, at the gas station type thing, is I think my money will be well returned. So I'm leveraging that rather than putting myself at risk to potentially spending it or going through the fiat downtrend. And I'll finish this up with saying this is, you know, kind of well rewarded. I mean, you know, one of the things I look at, you know, I look at the year-to-date numbers, and I look at the one-year numbers, just in the particular coins. But Maximus is, you know, what, up 100%. And you know, it's got a base is doing really well, trio's doing really well, and they're kind of derivative projects, but they're all involved in the HEX ecosystem, whether you like them or not. Am I still a buyer of HEX? I have been down at anywhere from 3 cents to 1.8 cents, but I'm not disappointed because I kind of look at these things and like, I want, you know, if you want to go out and buy the next shiny coin and you want to spend $100 on it, and you know, have that money, even some people don't, but like, great. But, you know, keeping to the core of core Richard Hart products, I think, is the smart play.
Yeah, really, really well said, Hex Deck. Glad you're making moves, man. I'm glad you're up. We got someone new up on stage. What's up, a random guy?
Oh, whoops. I didn't even realize that I actually requested the microphone. Whoops.
No worries, man. How's it going?
I'm actually enjoying the nostalgic pump. That's all. All is well.
That's awesome.
All is well when it's like everyone stops bickering when there's a pump. So
Absolutely. Calms ease.
I have the solution. Let's just pump forever, and nobody will ever be sad again. Agreed?
I don't have enough liquidity to sustain that, but
If no one sells and we only buy, it'll go up. It'll keep going up.
I was exit liquidity for about 14 months for a lot of people. So
oh, I definitely was.
believe me,
I definitely was. I mean, I have no issues.
I'd pump it now if I could.
Like, I have no issues with that. Like, I was fine being someone's exit liquidity now. Next bull run, I'm gonna make sure that, you know, I secure some profits along the way. That's all. Not financial advice, of course.
Yeah, I'd like to say that, you know, you don't have to shill my own product, but I mean, there's no cost to you. So it's at CryptoCash 2022. It's based off a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. It's about 76 pages. You get it for about $8 on Amazon. I don't even have a link on my Twitter for that. I don't have any paid groups. I never will have a paid group. I don't have any coins or plans of opening any tokens or coins, but it's really based on kind of a dollar cost averaging, or 10% of yours to earn, or, you know, or 10% of what you earn is yours to keep, and to help people through these different market cycles. But, you know, it's one of the best things that, and, you know, to be able to share with an individual who's like new to crypto, doesn't understand the volatility, you know, and start learning about the basics of, you know, economic savings. And I'm not talking about like real estate investing or, you know, higher aspects of that, but, you know, just kind of learn how to save a buck, and, you know, learn maybe over a course of time if you're in, you know, a very low credit score situation, the programs that are not scams, because there are some, you know, I won't name them by name, but there are some very good ones, and I can share from experience things that I used from being bankrupt 13 years ago, and you know, successfully I've dug myself out of that hole. And by the way, one of my simple things is the first rule: holes, stop digging.
Hey HexX, can you post a link to that on Amazon on your Twitter?
You want me to post a link of the book?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely.
Cool, thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna echo Hex Deck there. What's up, brother? My wife and I actually talked to him in a pool. The first infinity pool I've ever been in, overlooking some desert in Vegas. So that was cool. Cool to hang out with you there, bud. No, richest man in Babylon. Powerful, powerful philosophy. That's actually how my wife and I that kind of triggered the mindset for us, and that mindset and philosophy contained within that book is what led us to buying our first home. And that 10% rule is so powerful, and it really is. They present it so simply, so eloquently. If you're not a reader, listen to the audiobook. The narrator has an awesome voice. You know, sometimes the narrators can be really annoying, but this narrator's got an awesome voice, and it's really a simple concept. Just every dollar you make, you save 10% of it, and you really start to forget about it. You don't even feel the suffering that you're only living on 90% of your income. You start to get addicted to saving. Like you start to get addicted to watching your stack grow. And I would take it the way that we did it was I didn't even invest that money when we were saving up. We literally just kept it, let it collect dust, and then it kind of just became a money magnet. We literally just wanted to put as much money in that, you know, in our savings as possible, and then that ultimately, over the course of about 4 years, put us into a position, and you know, we're now homeowners. So, richest man in Babylon, highly recommend. You're doing good work, Hex Deck.
Yeah, you can go for it, Toby.
Thanks. Hey HexX, I just wanted to add to your point of, like, you know, when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Like, one of the early things that I just kind of stumbled across in my 20s, I guess, was not necessarily to like try to change the pattern that I was in, but just become aware of it. So I literally had like a little, flip notebook, and I just started writing down anything I spent money on, anything at all. And quick, you know, like on a very short time span, I realized how much money I was blowing on just stupid shit. It's just like, $3 on a cup of coffee, you know, wherever, or you name it. And then just the awareness of where the money was going. And then I would also put like how much I was delivering pizzas at the time. So I'd write down how much I made that day. And then I had kind of a running balance every day of like what's going out, what's coming in. And then it really opened my eyes to the fact that, like, you know, I could be saving so much just with simple changes. So, you know, I think that that's kind of a first step for a lot of people if they feel overwhelmed with debt, or they've got credit card debt and the interest is eating them alive or whatever. You know, a good first step is just, you know, take a real tough look at, you know, what you're doing. And the easy way to do that is just start writing it down, you know, keep it on your phone if that's easier for you, whatever, become aware of it. And then just by bringing, you know, not to get all hippy dippy, but like when you bring the light of awareness to something, a lot of times it just starts to unravel and solve itself. So, yeah, good advice from you and KG in that regard to that kind of stepping stone. I've heard Funding Jim talk about that a lot too, about, you know, just how people rebuild and start, you know, because you can get despondent and feel like you're just. I mean, I was in a similar situation probably. I think mine was about 20 years ago with bankruptcy. Same deal, man. It's like I literally had on my calendar and I wrote down bullet day because I did the math, and it's like I knew there was no other option for me. So I was literally considering killing myself, which is laughable, you know, to think back that I've killed myself over fucking money. But you know, it can get really, really difficult for people. So if you can see that little glimmer of hope and see what you can control, I mean, you know, it's a first step.
Well, I'm glad you got through that, bro. You've been nothing but a positive impact and influence in my reality. So happy to have you around, man, and proud of you for making it through that.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and I didn't have the link like set up, so I just did a quick run at my Amazon account, but it doesn't allow me to post a link. But so I posted the 2 images. So you have the image of the book on Amazon, and I was wrong. It'll cost you $5.14 because it's 18% off. So here's your discount. Here's your dip, and you know, and you get free shipping. So I mean, you know, if you can't, yeah, I mean, people spend more than that on a McDonald's combo meal. So it'll get you a lot more of those McDonald's meals if that's what you're interested in. I'm just using it as a comparison analysis, but yeah. But yeah, kudos to you on you know, the dig out, because that's the way it works. And you know, I was fortunate to have read that book before crypto. And so then when I got into crypto, I started to apply that to, you know, getting out of debt and stuff like that. And I did various, you know, and crypto was a great leverage. It's just a tool, but it, you know, it's kind of the Ayn Rand leverage type thing. And, you know, I was fortunate to be able to, you know, parlay that with other business ventures or, you know, personal business ventures. I flipped several cars that I purchased, and being an automotive detail for almost 8 years, I could, you know, find the diamond in the rough at the right price. Just like, you know, probably Gary looks at real estate and stuff like that, just on a smaller spectrum. And I'd drive it for a year and have fun. And then I'd flip it and sell it for a profit still. And then on to the next, you know, but I'd take that profit that I made from it and I'd use it to pay off debts till I got to one of the very last cars, actually not very last cars, because I did flip 3 after that, but one of my best flips was this one. It was a Honda Civic 2007 coupe, and my last debt was $3,400 left in student government loan debt. And you know, I really enjoyed that car, and I really did a great restoration job on it. But I threw it up there for $3,400, non-negotiable. Gentleman came with cash, and his son said it was the best car he ever drove, and the great and gas mileage, and yeah, and that was it. And I used that. I paid off my debt, and I became debt free.
That's awesome, dude. I like to keep note of, you know, resources like what you'd mentioned, because it's like I can't tell you how many people I've run into that, you know, remind me of me, you know, when I was in similar circumstances. So it's nice to have, you know, several. I mean, I've got like 4 different books that I always have multiple copies of, so I can have those at the ready to give out to people, you know, because you know, I think back, it's like, you know, I wish I had somebody around, you know, back then that would have like taken me aside and been like, hey man, read this, or look at this. I just kind of stumbled through and figured it out, thankfully. And but yeah, I mean, you got to pay it forward. You know, it's like you know, life's, obviously we all know we're all alive, right? It's like life is hard, and like if there's any purpose I've found to it in my 51 years, it's like to help each other through it. So you know, whatever we can do. Yeah, so I appreciate you sharing your story. And you know, there's plenty of negativity in the world, especially on fucking Twitter, right? But you know, positivity is going to carry us through. And green dildos don't hurt, right? Green dildos are a joy.
Yeah, well, and just remember, so, you know, and I learned this is some will, some won't. So what? You know, and I took the personal feeling aspect of it, or any emotional feeling of like, you know, and I'll present the product of HEX to somebody. I'll explain to them the benefits. If there's an interest there, great. If there's no interest or I don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Now, I used to, if they were like, oh, I'm not sure, I used to kind of lean in, but I don't do that anymore. I'm just like, hey, okay, I presented you with the information. If you choose to take a look at it at a later time, feel free to contact me. I'm always open to speak with you. And maybe I'll touch base with them, 6-8 months later, or, maybe I'll see it or bring it up in a conversation and say, hey, did you ever look into that HEX product that I talked to you about, the blockchain CD aspect? They say no. I'm like, okay, just checking in. And I because I'm starting to do a little study on real estate, and I think that's what has to happen, is removing the emotional quotient and just being like, hey, because I'm learning this about, like, with real estate and houses, is the fact, like, some people, they want to sell their house, but they haven't sold their house in like 8 months. It's like, why haven't you sold your house? And they have this reason, or they usually it's I didn't get my price, and they're asking more than market value, and usually there's an underlying factor, or there's something underneath that you could potentially help them with, or I can potentially help with them with, that is kind of the underlying thing that's blocking them from making that sale or making the offer for the house. And I'm literally just this week starting to begin to research this and understand it. But it's psychology of markets, and the way people operate, the way I operate, and a lot of all us as human beings. There's obviously a goal or something this individual wanted, and they only saw one way to achieve that, and maybe that was the price of their house, but there might be another way for them to achieve that same goal through a different maybe financing deal or something like that.
Hey, on that note, I actually have to run, but I wanted to hop in and say, good talking with everybody. Goldkey, appreciate you. I know you've been on this space for hours today. Appreciate you putting in the work today, bro. Spreading the good word. It's good talking with everybody. It's good to see those green dildos, like Toby said. Let's keep them going. Y'all have a good day, good night, good afternoon. Peace.
Thanks for hopping up, KG. It's been a pleasure, and it's been a great day. Always a good day when we got some green. Looks like we're back under 4 cents right now. We're at 3.9, but it's holding pretty strong. But yeah, I mean, I definitely have been going for quite a few hours now. I'm probably gonna hop off here and go. I don't think I can keep it open if I drop. But yeah, it's been a great day. Thank you to everyone who hopped up here. This space was recorded, so towards the beginning we were there was a lot of price alpha and forward looking stuff around HEX and PulseChain. So definitely listen back if you missed it. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's hopped up. This space has been really, really fun, and hope to do it again soon. Appreciate everybody.